Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The fancy car. The women in the caviar. Give me a little guam quacker. What's the deal? 35, 45 views off rip? Hey, 609. We know that's gonna drop. We know how TikTok work. All them goals and stuff in the way. I see. But hey, it is what it is. Right, what the heck, right? I know this junk tripping tonight. That junk got 127 and fast. He's looking the same. Right. There ain't no way. I think they just kicking that boy out. TikTok. If they pushing the page out like that. It's the right time to push this page out because I got the hot topic tonight, part 2 of last night. You know that's gonna ruffle some feathers. This going let me send some my junk say 165 actually. Act Jiminy, what's the deal, man? I remember you. Let me see some. Let me send some invites out though. Get this party started so I can start talking that when I get to 1,000 likes. Let me see. Let me get some of my peoples in here that was in here last night. I feel like I'm missing some people. Yeah, because I know that number gonna drop down soon. We have Megan here. Who else? Somebody missing. There's some more people I'm missing. It's just not popping up. AJ. Who else? Get CD in here. I feel like I'm missing some more people. Can't. I feel like I think I got everybody. Let me send them invites in. Oh, never mind. Dang, he already in here. I was just about to send it. I think did I send him in the first batch? What's the deal with me? I'm in there, boy, now. I got on a little later than, I did say between 9 and 11, so it's almost 11. Who knew it was going to be 11, but I had to chill with the fam for a minute before I got on live. Had to chill with the fam. Saturday, man. It's my only day I got off. Well, not off, but my last day at work. But yeah, as soon as I get to 1,000, we're going to get this party started. To be continued of yesterday. Y'all did some research and stuff yesterday, man. You already know I got to do my research after we get done talking. I had to do some research. That's what made me come with them last 2 things. Even though that last thing, I was already on that, though. It's just because I feel like a lot of people just be, I don't know, they kind of blinded to it. They so fixed on trying to get the same color together, they don't realize, you know what I'm saying, that ain't, it's bigger things than that. Peacock in the building. What's the deal? Roderick in the building too. What's up, man? It's Saturday, man. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm a little, I ain't gonna say I'm a little buzzed, man. I got a little wine in my system, man. Drink like a little bit more than half a bottle. But hey, it's gonna make it very interesting tonight. So, you know what I'm saying? I already talked enough on this yesterday. I talked to Love on this last night, but if y'all want to come, nah, it ain't all ish, man. I ain't like that. I ain't like that, so I still know what I'm doing. I ain't drink no heavy liquor, so But yeah, y'all want to pop up in the box, y'all can do that. Dang, sneezing like crazy. Thank you. Y'all want to pop in the box? I already said enough last night on this stuff, so. Oh, I forgot that. I gotta get Mark in here. Peacock, what's the deal, man? Is this one juicy enough for you, man? You been holding my other lives.
Not cooties. Ugh.
Where you from, anyway? Though I noticed, like, I listened to my last video you had you in it, and I was like, oh, I'm like, dog, she got an accent. I just can't think of where she from.
Okay, so I have a Connecticut, Georgia, Massachusetts accent, if that
What the?
makes sense.
Oh my gosh, you had to come with three of them at the same time. I wasn't waiting for just two of them at least. Okay, I
Okay,
guess
so
that's why I can't put my finger on it. That makes sense.
nah, because I was born in Connecticut, and
Okay.
then when I was like 15, maybe even earlier than that, we moved to Massachusetts, and they don't pronounce their R's, so I picked up on that.
Mm.
Then when I was 21, I left Massachusetts and went to Georgia, and I spent over 20 some odd years in Georgia. So I have a little country twang to me.
Oh,
I say things like finna, so
finna. I say that too. I
it's a
get
it's a
you.
northern it's a northern country.
I'm finna come over there. Yeah, I get you though. I did.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's funny though, because when I was down south, everybody was like, you talk weird. Why you talk like that?" Or they would make me say things like coffee, a dog, a quarter, like all of that. Or car. They were like, "Say car," and I'm like, "Car." And then they were like, "You sound weird. Like, why you talk like that?" And then Cardi B came out, and everybody was like, "Oh, you sound like Cardi B." And I'm like, "Yo, I'm mad older than her." And then I get back home. And everybody's like, "Yo, you sound country northern." And I was like, "Yo, I
AK said City Bama.
Said Conti Northern.
Happy
yeah,
Saturday,
like
everybody.
it's weird." And crazy is like I never realized, I never heard it until I got back home, and everybody was like, "You sound different," and I'm like, "Oh, here we go. All right."
Country
I
Northern,
used to
right?
always hit my Australian cousins with, "No, you have the accent. We don't." Because I used to always say
Right.
we did.
Everybody say that to each
Right?
other.
No, you have the accent. Hey, how's your
Not the New
Saturday going, Kev?
Orleans. People doing the New Orleans
I
bounce.
see you added a few more points to the
Oh yeah, I
topic
did.
tonight.
Yeah, I thought about some
Yeah,
stuff
I
we was
see
talking about
that. I see
last
that
night.
first one that you
Yeah,
added.
I'm making this part
Yeah.
two kind of juicy.
Let's
Look,
I don't
bring
even know
Peacock in.
I don't even know how to answer that.
yeah, I'm about to make some people think. I told you that's the whole point of my
It
life.
was
I
a
talk
good
about stuff people don't try to talk about for real, man. But
it was a
you know
good
what I'm
I
topic
saying?
though last night. It was.
I have got to a point
I
to
really
where
don't know.
that if I lose some friends in the process, it is what it is. Cause I know my mission. I'm on flat out unity, man,
Yeah,
for
but
real. Like,
why would you even say that? You shouldn't be losing friends over just having a
no,
talk,
I feel like because
having a
I've been
discussion.
hearing some of my okay for sure, Peacock. Uh, but I've been hearing some of my people's like it's some stuff that I've been hearing and they be on a different thing. But I'm saying I'm gonna just talk about some of this stuff because I understand. I actually was shocked that some people actually understand what I was saying and stuff. So this got to get talked about though. There's something like this got to get talked about because like it don't get talked about. That's the thing, and people
But
just
it
they got the
also
tunnel
has to
vision.
be, it has to be talked about it, but it also has to be discussed about like on a respectful level as well, right? Because
Most definitely,
it is a big topic. It
it
is,
is.
and we only touched on it last or yesterday,
Oh yeah,
all right?
yeah.
So, where's
And
everybody
that's
else
why
at
I'm
tonight?
glad. That's why I have to carry it on today because I get to talk about it longer.
Yeah.
If I don't fall asleep, I shouldn't
Oh
though.
yeah, yeah. I heard you
But
say you had a little
I'm
wine in
most.
you. Were you enjoying your Saturday
And I ain't go
evening?
to sleep. I ain't go to sleep. I usually take a snooze or something, but I stayed
Uh-oh.
up.
Uh-oh.
I stayed up, so
Peacock dropped.
y'all touched all over it, and that's what she said.
Don't start with that, Kev. It's been a long day.
But yeah, I had to add them extra two at the end because I did my research and I'm ready for
I
somebody to
know, I
deny.
see that.
I did some research, especially about that nationality thing.
Your
Like
mother cheating
how
nationality.
homie
Yeah.
could be like, yo, do y'all be looking up the stuff? Yeah, I'll make sure. I'll be looking up. I try to look up
Did
my
you do?
stuff.
I'm
Yeah, I
glad
looked
you
it
did
up, and
yours.
that's
I
why
didn't
I
have
came with
time today.
that second pointer right there with the mother choose your nationality thing. I looked that stuff up though.
Yeah, but didn't we determine that nationality is the land that you were born on?
Exactly, and that's why I
So
came with that.
exactly, because
That's
wherever
why I
the
came with that. I
mother
said so.
lands,
Yep. And I'm being
exactly.
real literal
The
too.
mother's always gonna. This is
Yeah, she
that
get the
I'm like,
last choice of where she
ooh.
want to make that kid born at. You know what I'm saying?
Look at
So,
how Kev chose to word that. That was good.
oh yeah,
I
most
got that
definitely.
right. Yeah.
I actually had to redo it over again because I had it on something else though.
Hey,
But
Tony.
I'm about to wake some brains up today for sure because it's a lot of stuff we
Mm-hmm.
just be running along with all our life and not really looking at the deep meanings
Depends.
behind it.
We're almost we're almost kind of like on that demon time. So we're on that border of Saturnite demon time. So we gotta watch who comes in on this topic.
Oh, it is what it is.
Right.
I don't know what type of demon time they on, but hey, it is what it is.
I don't know. There's always demon time on TikTok.
Nah, not in my room. Not in my
Yeah,
room.
that's what I like and appreciate. Ooh, I
Not
just
in
had the
my...
most spiciest Indian food, but it was so good.
Oh, it's not gonna feel good when it come out though.
No, I was just gonna say I'm probably gonna have to get my Tums out here soon or something.
So,
Get a
it
glass
tastes
of
so
milk.
good. That's the thing. You pay for that tasting good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at 1.4K. Actually, I don't even want to talk
Good.
about this. I want people coming about before I come. I don't
I
want to
know,
assist
right?
no. I
That's
don't want
why
to
I'm
assist
I'm hushing
nobody.
up too. I don't. Yeah, because you and we've already talked about it.
Yeah, we talked about it. That's
Mika's
why I
in
don't care
here.
about
Where's
starting
he?
because I said enough last night. I gotta actually post it on my
Where's he?
YouTube.
Oh, there he is.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Oh, you got him right on
you
top of
know I
me.
gotta.
I hope you don't
Demon
mind. I hope you
time.
don't mind.
I don't mind if
Maybe
you don't
maybe he can
mind.
make up for what he make up for blocking.
What? I don't even know what the
I'm
hell he
talking.
did. I don't even know because you know what? Honestly, yesterday when I went into the funny, I followed him right away. So I don't know. Maybe it
Mm-hmm.
was a TikTok glitch. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
That it boggles me because I never block
People been
anybody.
waiting for y'all two to unite for the
No,
longest to just to get that
right?
get that out there.
And nobody's even here to witness it. You got
Nobody here. The
you
main ones that
recording
been
Kev,
asking me about it, like, have you asked about Hormiga or have you asked
right?
about Lady? Well, he ain't know the opposite way, but every
Yeah.
time you was in here, they like, hey, invite Hormiga. They
Who
hear
was that?
one.
Was good? Not who was that? That was that kept
I
every time she came in here.
It was Eyes. Eyes was one of the main
Yeah,
ones.
yeah.
She was like she like invite him in.
Little instigator.
Nah,
Little
she just
Hey,
wanted to make
instigator.
sure y'all
hey, look
squashed
at
it. That's all.
Nishi. I haven't seen Nishi in a while.
Who that?
Nishi.
Right. Ain't she in the comments sitting there
Yeah, I
tapping her
haven't
thing?
seen her in a minute.
Alright, she already know she
I
my
only
little
see
eye
three. I
candy.
only see three of us in here.
But she left though.
I haven't been on TikTok too much either because I've been really like focused on some other shit. So.
Hmm. Oh, I got these still on. I still got those. Okay.
So what we doing? What's the topic here? What did you do?
Oh,
He added
part
a few
two.
points.
Part two, my boy.
All right, so
Part two.
we on the fact that your nationality is where you're born, but that
Mm-hmm.
doesn't mean that you follow that culture because you could be following a culture which you were born into or raised by.
Yep.
The exception to the rule is foster children, or the plus to this, where they might be from a different race or a different nationality raised by different foster parents.
Hmm.
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 But But the nationality is always chosen by the mother, no matter,
The nationality is chosen by the mother.
Mm-hmm.
right? Because didn't we not determine yesterday that nationality is the land that you were born on,
Yeah. Yeah, she don't got full control of
right?
where you get born at, so.
So the mother
Right.
is the one giving birth. So no matter which land the mother's on, that's your nationality, even if she doesn't want to
But
be on that land.
it's that, and then they add that legal stuff in there too. So
That's not the way it is in the Hispanic culture, because you could be born wherever you want, and if the father is one of those diehard patriotic people, especially in the Latino world, then you're going to be representing either both or what the father says.
mm,
Well, yeah, you can represent both, but your prime nationality is chosen by where your mother gives birth.
So if she's on vacation, would you consider that accurate if she's on vacation and
Yeah,
gives
because
birth in
it's
Paris?
happened. It's happened.
that's what
Immigrants
I was
who
thinking about.
wanted their
I knew that was gonna
child,
come eventually. I was
yeah,
thinking
because
about that too. But
immigrants who
I guess
wanted
it's
their
whatever
child
she
born
birthed
in the
from it.
States or Canada. Yeah,
Yeah.
there've been women who've tried to come into Canada just to have their child born here,
Based off
because then
that
the
definition,
child
they
would be
didn't.
Canadian citizen. Oh, it's
Is
happened plenty of times. My sister used
is
to be an immigration officer,
so
plenty of
what makes that
times.
official? What makes it official?
Because the child was born here in Canadian land, so it makes it Canadian. I don't know
Right,
who
but
makes it official. That probably goes
the
into,
document, the birth certificate
yeah,
is what makes it
yeah,
official.
exactly. There you go. So it goes up the ladder, government, whatever makes it official. But
Oh,
then
this
once the
one.
child is a Canadian citizen, the mother can automatically apply for citizenship. That's how that happens, right?
So
And then the next
that's what
thing
I'm
is the husband,
that's what I'm gonna
and
do.
then
I'm
it's
gonna
the
find a
other kids.
volunteer. I'm find a volunteer to raise my seed, and I'm gonna make sure that they give birth somewhere else.
Right. No,
People don't kid yourself. I'm sure
is
people,
from right from China.
hey, people have gone overseas or found other people overseas just to have that child there. It's been done. I'm not gonna assume it hasn't.
I'm half Scotch and
It
Irish.
doesn't make any sense though, because
Uh-uh.
if you need a passport to get to a certain place and you represent a certain nationality, citizenship in a certain place, I get the opportunity to have dual citizenship, but I think that where the mother is from, not where she gives birth, should supersede where she's giving birth at. You understand?
I
Like,
agree with you. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm
yeah,
saying this is what
Dang, I can't
happened.
see that symbol. Hold up, I gotta pull my other phone up.
I'm gonna have to go a little bit deeper with
It's
this.
the heart
What's this
shaped
symbol?
hands.
It's the heart
Okay.
hand.
It's
Yeah,
the
I can
heart
see.
shaped hands.
What's the deal, Cass? In the building. What's up?
All right, now let me ask you a question. Now let's say, right now I don't think you can fly to Cuba straight from the United States. I think you have to go somewhere else and then get to Cuba,
Yeah, you got to come up to Canada.
How
right?
you feeling? How you feeling?
So so check this out. So you go to Cuba by way of another country, give birth over there. So then that means that they have Cuban citizenship and they are not allowed to fly back into the United States without going somewhere else first.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how it goes beyond. Like, all I
That's
know
what
is
I
that this
wonder.
has happened, especially
But
in Canada,
going
it's
up.
happened.
Hmm.
Other countries, I don't know how their government works. I don't know how their citizenship works. I don't know how their nationality works. I don't know beyond that. So I'm not
So
going to speak
let's
on it.
critically think this out. Let's try to make sense of this, right?
Yeah,
I am going to assume, because an assumption is lighter than a halfway point. So I'm going to start with an assumption that every country is different depending on the relationship that they have with where they're coming from. Europe, Africa, 21 different Spanish countries, including Mexico, South America, Central America. And even though Spain is considered a European country, it is Spanish.
Hmm.
So I'm going to assume that every state, depending on the relationship they have with the United States, plays a role. And in some places, you have to obtain citizenship there, and in other, you might be able to get that visa or that visitor status.
right.
I don't know, but I'm going to definitely look into this.
Yeah. Like the proper ways to come in is through either a work visa, a student visa, a marriage visa,
Or extradition.
or if you're a what is it, refugee. If you're proclaimed a refugee, right, you
Right.
become in refugee
And
status.
there's also extradition.
That's Canada. Now this Canada, because I know this because, like I said, my sister was in that field. So I know this because of Canada. Now, U.S. laws and immigration can be completely, I mean, not completely different, but I know they can be maybe a little bit different.
I definitely got to look into that citizenship.
Yeah, look into the. Yeah, I would like to see if every country is like that
When I
too.
looked that up too,
It's
citizenship got a lot
nationality.
to do with
If somebody was
nationality too.
born, yeah, if somebody was born in, yeah, because then that would, yeah, because it does make sense. You should take on the mother's nationality no matter where you were born. But then see
No, it ain't the mother. It's just basically whatever she birthed from at though. But it ain't
Well,
the
that's because the kid is physically inside of the mother's womb. You
because
understand what I'm saying?
she can't just be. The thing is she can literally be I'll say African, and then she birth you in America. You got an American baby. That's what that is.
Hmm.
Yes, that's how
Well,
that
that's
works.
like me.
Based off the definition, that's how that works.
I
So
gave
I
birth to
didn't
my
read no
first
other stuff.
daughter.
If we if we go word by word with the definition, that's how it's supposed to go.
Yeah, like I gave
We
birth to
can't.
my first daughter in the States, so she was automatically American, but I had to apply for her Canadian citizenship because of me. Now, my second daughter was born in
Yeah,
Canada, so she
citizenship
was
is different from
automatic.
national. When it comes to that
Right.
nationality is
But
different.
my
But you,
second daughter was born in Canada, which automatically made her Canadian, and we had to
yeah,
apply for her American.
yep. So if you
That's
had her in
crazy.
America, she'd have been American, but she
Yeah,
would have been a
but
citizen, and because citizen
technically
got to deal with law. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah,
Nationality
on
ain't got
paper they're
nothing to do with law.
both.
It's where you born at.
Yeah, on paper they're dual, right? They actually technically can get three because they
And
can
you
get your
know, this how
Italian.
bad it was. I was at work. I made sure I screenshot my stuff so I could be at a bag of what I'm talking about. Cause like I said, I heard everything. Hormiga was
What's
saying
the
when people just
bottom
be
one though?
bringing up stuff and don't be looking up definitions. I made sure I looked at everything.
Yeah, that's how we spread ignorance,
hmm
man, by not looking shit up.
I'm
You
like,
understand?
yep, I got this junk on deck right now. I got them on
Th-
screenshots. I
This is
got
why I
different
don't
things.
argue with nobody anymore because the moment somebody starts talking out of their ass, you understand? Like that's when I'm like, you know what, bro? Like,
hmm
let's talk facts, man.
Mm,
I got one thing to say: if you were born on U.S. soil, you were born to U.S. citizen parents or became naturalized U.S. citizen and have been living in the United States, you clearly have U.S. citizenship. And I got one that say dual citizenship or dual nationality is when you are citizens to two different countries at the same time. In the context of the U.S., it means you're both U.S. citizen and you a citizen to another country. Not every country allows dual citizenship. The rules varies among those that do.
There you go.
The word nationality refers to where you are born. A country government grants citizenship when specific legal requirements are met. So that's where it comes with
That's why
legality.
that's why I was pushing the conversation, Kevin, forward. The difference of things that you can't change versus what you represent. Because you can represent a nationality because that's where your recent generation or ancestry comes from. And you could also embrace a culture. You
right,
know, you don't have to be born into a culture to follow it, right? But you
right,
have to be
right.
born into a country to represent it nationally as a you know what I'm saying? Like your
Yeah.
nationality, right? Depends on where you was born and you can't change that.
Well,
I
look at the
I feel
Olympics.
that though. You could represent all you want, right? Represent. I say that's like a choice though, but representing it and being part of it is two different things. Like that's another thing I'm gonna get deep into too. Is like just because you represent it don't mean you actually experienced it. Because only experience we got is our own experiences of since we've been born. We be swearing that we be trying to tie ourselves into our ancestors' experience, and we have nothing to do with it. It's up to us to make our own new experiences. We can have it in our memory and cherish it and all that, but you know what I'm saying? We never lived up to that. That's where a lot of us is be messing up at. We be like, oh, they went through that, so that mean that happened to me too and all that. No, it didn't happen to you. You know what I'm saying? It happened to your parents or your ancestors, something like that. That ain't got nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Or maybe
let me ask you a question though. You see, let me tell you why this is confusing to a person like me, right?
okay,
So I was born in the United States, right? But my parents are Puerto Rican, right?
right.
So if you're born in Puerto Rico, you're an American, even though it's another country. You have American citizenship automatically if you're born in Puerto Rico.
Mhm.
Where's Puerto Rico at?
Puerto
Yeah,
Rico's in the
it is. You didn't know
Caribbean,
that?
right next
It's
to
American.
Oh, okay,
it's
yeah,
in
you're
J-Lo's
right.
from there.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Caribbeans.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
but that is the only place that does it like in that fashion. There's other Puerto Rican, I mean, there's other United States properties or islands that use American money, that are supported, by the United States. But it's weird because you don't need a passport to go back and forth to Puerto Rico. And even though Puerto Rico is not a state, it has the same access as if you live in the United States, back and
Mm.
forth.
Hmm. Well, Alaska and Hawaii are considered overseas too from the States.
Right, that's an international trip
Yeah. Yeah.
because to get to Alaska, you have to fly through Canada or like go through Canada to get there.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, yeah, it's a weird situation. It really is, and I found it really interesting that they try to merge Alaskans, native Alaskans, with Indians, native Indians, in the same category when it comes to race.
Whoa. Don't wait, don't you're not allowed to say that word.
But yeah,
Just put a G in front of it.
Grace,
Oh, you talking about the RA?
Oh,
Oh, yeah, right. I thought
I
about that.
thought you said something else. Sorry.
it's okay.
Sorry, I understood something else.
So we all have
Oh,
things on our mind.
she about to block you again. So I don't. Let me stop.
No, not at all. No, because I was listening to what he was saying, and I was like,
I know
oh,
how
he's
to
not.
try to get you mad again.
No, not at
Like,
all. I
leave me
was actually listening
alone.
to.
I did it
I was
one
listening.
time.
Don't start anything. I was listening to what he was saying.
Demon times, like no.
Kev. Oh man.
Look, man, this has been an ongoing battle between race, color,
Ever since I've been born.
nationality. It's just been an ongoing battle
Yeah.
where you're not white enough, you're not black enough,
Mm-hmm.
you're not beige enough, you're not gray enough. Like,
Hmm.
and then when somebody embraces the culture, you're not allowed in it because you don't look like a certain person. I'm
Right.
like, what
Yeah.
does that have to do with embracing the culture? But
Right.
you can't embrace this culture because what makes you think that people are not
Isn't that what we're here
exposed
to
to?
do? Is learn each other's culture and learn from each other, and and learn and
Everybody own everything.
enjoy
That's the
it.
problem.
Yeah.
I
This is
think people
mine.
pick and
This is
choose.
my culture. This is
I think
my. I
I
was.
think
That's man.
people pick and choose their culture based on what they need to be at that
Fairy
moment.
tale. What's the deal? Thanks.
You know what happened?
Yeah.
Huh?
Nothing.
Oh no, just got a glitter or
All right. She came here with a new profile too. I mean, a new profile picture. I just thought about a fairy tale in here.
Go ahead and tap up the screen, guys.
I know everybody miss.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's always going to be an issue and a problem unless, like we said yesterday, we can all come to an agreement that, or an understanding, like Kev was saying yesterday.
Yeah. It just be getting to me now, cause like I said, I used to be the, I used to be around people that were, I had the experience. I don't know if I used to be that way. I might have when I was younger, but people be getting so mad about the culture stuff and this, uh, ethnicity and race and all that. They be getting seriously mad, and there's way bigger stuff in this world, and it's just, that just be so crazy to me, man.
And, and
What the
I hope and I feel like hopefully there is going to be a switch or a shift here soon where people are going to get kinder and more understanding and have more respect for each other. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just feel like the world is going to shift that way. I hope. I hope it does. I hope it does because what I've been seeing lately in the last few years, it's been ugly and it's been sad and lots of things do need to change, of course, before that could ever happen. But if we all, make a vow to maybe do one thing a day to be a little bit more kinder, then things maybe start to shift a little bit in the positive way, right?
I feel you on that, and that's the point. That's why I'm doing this right here. I'm trying to get people to know that, man. It
It's
ain't
it's
all
it,
about all this stuff right here. It's not really
it,
about this,
it
man.
no,
It's bigger
it's
things in
nothing
this world.
about it. It's nothing about it. That's the problem. That when you debunk someone,
That's the
they're
point.
they're so deflated. You know what I'm saying? Because they put so much effort into trying to get you to agree with them, regardless if you're saying the same thing or not, and using different synonyms. You know what I'm saying? Like they spend so much energy trying to get you to jump on board, and you've been on the ship all this time. Now it's time to get off because we rode the trip. You know what I'm saying? The trip is over. I've been on the ship with you the whole time, and now it's
Hmm.
time for me to get off. And now you feel deflated because you didn't enjoy the moment because you're stuck in your own shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly.
Mm, yeah.
I ain't got time for that, man.
Exactly.
And I think
And
that's
that's
what it
the
is
whole
coming
point.
down
That's
to.
why I'm like, though, I literally, I want to keep this up for like a month for real because it's like, I just want people to open their eyes, man. Because like all this stuff, it's just like everybody been trapped into this whole situation and stuff. And like this, like I said, this still this is one of the main things that ties into what my goal on here is. You know what I'm saying? Is to bring unity with everyone. You know what I'm saying? I'm not discriminating. I'm not segregating no situations or none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? If you got the right goals in your life and or the mindset to try to move forward and not having the victim mindset and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's the only people I just don't get along with. You know what I'm saying? We can make something powerful happen. You know what I'm saying? Might help people that have the victim mindset and all that. Whatever. So that's the whole point. I'm just trying to get people, just like you said, the debunk thing. That's what I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Let them know that it ain't got nothing, like all this stuff don't really matter for real, man. It's bigger stuff out in this world to be crying about than that. About you don't look like me or you don't sound like me. You don't talk. You not from where I'm from. Like dog, what is that? This not. What's the point? It's way more stuff that's way serious than that to worry about. It's
Because
crazy.
that's what I'm
No,
talking about. People can't have a conversation unless they associate from the negative part. Like, oh, you're not from you're not from where I'm from. Okay, nobody said that I wanted to. Nobody said that it mattered. Nobody said that it cared. I'm
Right.
trying to tell you that there is more to life than what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, it's okay to be proud where you're from,
Right.
but are you proud that that's where you at?
right. Yeah.
You know, you're from
It's
here.
like,
Great, great, great. Is it a good story? Is it? You know, did you manage to take advice and find a better way?
mhm. And I think that's what it's coming down to. It's like, even all of us, we're all different races, different backgrounds, different ages. And I think what it's coming down to is we're getting to that generation of we're tired. We're tired of what we've been seeing. We want it to change. We want things to be better. We want people to be kinder. We want things to be, you know, more respect. And like I just said, so I think that's what it is. We're getting tired of what we've been seeing.
I think everybody deserves to be blind for like 5 to 10 days
Man,
so they can learn how to listen a
ex-
lot better.
most
100%, because
definitely,
your other senses come out. Yeah.
most definitely.
But the thing
And some
is
people
that
need to actually, and some people also need to be deaf and just watch.
there's a lot of different shit, but the thing is that I call it the center of criteria. You understand what I'm saying? Like how far, how much can you bend towards people that don't look like the mold that you created in your head? Like there's certain people that have to fit the mold of your own creation. Your prejudice lies in how far or how much elasticity you have willing to go outside of your normal thought of the people that you want to associate. You put yourself in a box by limiting who you speak to because they have to look or sound a certain way. So if you take people's vision away for 5, 10 days, then it becomes a matter of you don't sound like the people that I want to talk to.
All right.
You don't
If you
dress
put
like
yourself
the
in a box,
people.
you're going to stay in a box.
You don't have the same hair. Like you're not tall enough. You're not skinny enough. Like you don't have 20/20.
Yeah.
It's always a freaking problem.
Lady Play be having
Yep.
booty calls and stuff.
It's a big
Like
problem,
Kev,
man.
yeah. And like Kev said, like just I got better. Like there's so many other things that I have going
Yeah,
on, and that's the thing too. Like we come on here and we interact and we have these conversations, which is great on this platform. But people don't really know what we all seriously have going on in our life. Like, to me, if you don't like what I have to say, then just don't follow me. And if you don't follow me, you block me, I really don't care because you know what? When I get off this app, I gotta go make sure my mother takes her medication. Do you know what I mean? Those are the more important things to me. So go ahead and block me because you didn't like that I didn't agree with you.
right.
Because it doesn't bother me.
And this where this topic came from because I actually feeling sad for my boy and stuff. I told him I was mad. I was like, but it wasn't mad because of what we talking about. I said I'm mad because you got this way of thinking, and I know. I mean, I wish so much better for you and all that stuff, but I wasn't gonna tell him that because, of course, he's gonna be defensive. He's gonna think I'm talking about them, or no. So I can tell a lot from a hurt person, especially when I'm been healing and all that stuff. But it's just like I told him I was like, man, I'm mad that you getting mad at some stuff that ain't worth being mad about when it's so much. It literally is so much stuff that's in this world that's way worse than what the heck we've been talking about. Like the stuff that we getting mad about, people been getting mad about this dumb junk ever since we were younger and stuff. Why you looking like that? Why you trying to be like me and all this stuff? But the thing is, the people with that mindset already, I noticed that they already do that competitiveness with their own type of people anyway. You know what I'm saying? All they got to do is take them to their own person to make a mistake, and then next minute they holding grudges against them anyway. So them the ones that I ain't gonna say like I ain't trying to make it a bad situation because some people just gotta grow. It take time for them to grow, but I just rather not be sitting here waiting for them to grow and all that stuff because that's gonna be bringing me down trying to put all this energy or be around somebody that's like that because at the end of the day, like if they ain't got their stuff together, they could be the same ones that poke you in the back. I'm gonna put it that way. Can't say the other word. But they the ones that be able to poke you. They'll be the ones that hit you in the back or turn on you and put it that way because of something didn't go right or you know what I'm saying they didn't agree with them. So
Well, people lack interpersonal skills. Like they lack people skills because you could tell a lot about a person if you challenge them. Sometimes you have to be quiet. You have to pick and choose which method you're going to use to get the truth out of a person. And usually, when you tell somebody something, they'll tell you, well, that's your life and your problem. But this is the same person that wants to use it against you and say, well, I'm from here, and this is why this is the way it is. And I'm like, well, hold up a second. What makes you think that you're going through more than somebody else? What makes you think that,
Exactly.
that's not an
Yeah.
automatic excuse, for you to say why you have not been successful. And then again, successful is subjective.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
True.
That's the mindset that be turning them up. Anybody that got that mindset to think that they the worst of them all, it's like it's hard to talk to them because they think they at the bottom, they the worst of everybody and all that stuff. And there's no way you've been through what I've been through and all that stuff or whatever. So it's just
But that's a fact.
it's like a lost cause for real. That's why I be trying to get people to read. If you read, that's why I can tell the difference between a negative mindset and a positive. But you know what I'm saying, that varies. I can't say that. But I'm just saying that once you like readjust it and thinking about that, it can be worse. That's when you start looking at stuff at a better lens. But if you thinking that you are the worst, you're gonna be looking at everything in a negative type way. Like, nah, ain't no way. And then it's gonna be that competition. Like, and I mean, I don't, you know what I'm saying? It's like I can't hold it against them, and I can at the same time. But it's like I can understand why, because like I said, it takes a lot of people time to grow from that. Some people don't never grow from that, but you know,
But I mean, it also
just
depends on
pray
people's
on that.
experiences too. A lot of people don't go through the same experiences as everybody.
Yeah,
Some
and that's the problem.
people,
That's what I'm about to say. What you just said right there. But even that, everybody been through something for real. But the fact of saying that, oh, everybody didn't go through the same experience and all that stuff. But it's like some people have been through worse and still got out of it. It's just everybody grow at their own times, or they take stuff in different ways, which I'm fully aware of. So, but it's just when it comes to that competition thing and making an excuse of why people acting a certain way. You know what I'm saying? That's just it'll make it no better if you make an excuse of why you're treating somebody bad or why you acting this way and all that stuff. It's like I'm trying to get people to grow from that. Like, man, I ain't no way you experienced what I experienced. No, I just can't. You know what I'm saying? Which I like I said. I mean, like I said, everybody gonna grow when they grow. So
look at
I'm
look
aware of that.
look look at the context of that conversation where it turns into a competition of who had it worse, right?
Right.
But the thing about a competitive conversation about subjectivity is that there is no winner because there's no way to determine it. There's no
Right.
scale or metric. So this is why I'm trying to say this message across a broad scale by telling people, I'm like, look, when you say that nobody has been through what you've been through, you're 100% correct. But that
mm,
fact only belongs to you and nobody else because you didn't go through what other people went through. So the same way
exactly.
you want people to respect you, I agree with you. Guess what? Nobody has been through what you've been through. Your whole experience, your discernment, your wisdom, it all belongs to you, including your DNA, your race, your color, your nationality, your character, your assholeness. All that shit belongs to you. Now, are you going to be accountable for who you really are? Because the competitive nature of a conversation should be not who had it the worst, but who is doing the most to do the best.
To come out of it, yeah.
Let's compete
Preach.
that way, Kevin. Let's compete
Yes.
that way.
Yeah.
Hey,
Right.
I'm doing more than you to get out of this situation. That's a better
I like that. I like that.
conversation.
Like,
I
yeah, let's
like that.
discuss how we can both help each other to get out of the situation.
I
Do you know
like
what I
that.
mean? Let's better each other.
Instead of sitting in that
That's
victim
called that's
In
mindset.
called
that, yeah,
positive
yeah.
competition. Just like
You know,
just like debates are very healthy if they're done with respect, with
Hmm.
class, and with the objective in mind. You feel me?
I actually had a live setup in my little notebook too about that. That competition could be good and bad depending on how you use
I
it. I
just was
guess.
gonna go a little bit late with it, Kev. It's funny because it's when my aunt and my mom get together, it's always like this competition of You know, who did the most laundry, who cooked the most that week, who did the most this, who did the most.
Right.
And I just sit there and we just laugh at them. We're like, you know, neither one of you guys are going to win, right?
Mm.
Like, there's no winner in this conversation at all.
It's an
And
ego
it's
thing, though.
like,
It's an ego. It's
but
just,
it's funny though. I just had to say that because I,
Well, let's
for
put
my,
let's put that
yeah,
cause
together.
that pride is a good feeling.
yeah.
It's a good feeling. I ain't gonna lie.
Forget about pride. Let's take that conversation and combine it. So nobody wins in the conversation, but they win in the productivity because they both try to outdo each other, and a lot gets done.
Yeah,
They always
there you
have their
go.
own life, but yes,
But
I get, yeah.
they not. The thing is, but they not looking at it that way though. When you in a negative mindset, people only care about that feeling I was talking about. That the prideful feeling. That's all they care about. Cause it's just like it's that's an addiction too. Especially to prove somebody wrong. You just feel good. Like, yes, I told you so. Type thing, situation or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, uh. What was I about to say? That feeling is it's just like okay, like that Tupac thing. I can always keep using that though. Like what they be saying, revenge. You know that one song be like, "Revenge is the sweetest joy next to getting punani," right? You know what
Yep.
I'm saying? So like revenge,
Yeah,
that's like
yeah.
a pleasure, right? But it's not right at the same time. But it feel good when you get it. You know what I'm saying? But it's so weird. It's like it's good pleasures and bad pleasures. I'm put it that way. Then it's just some
Of
people just
course.
addicted to that negative pleasure or whatever. So
Like
it's just
chocolate's a great pleasure.
when you could shut somebody down and make them feel stupid or something like that. You know, I mean, everybody done had that probably. You know what I'm saying? Or that oh, I told you so and all that stuff rubbing in your
Misery
face.
needs company. Misery
Yeah,
needs company. There's a
yeah.
different approach
That's
to
so
this
true.
because look, take it a step further, right? Let's say that honestly speaking, in this world, there is some revenge that needs to be taken place. You understand what I'm saying? Like, all right, you can't you can't turn your face and turn the other cheek so that they smack you on your face, and then you turn the other cheek and get to smack you on the other on the other cheek. I'm like, no, I'm gonna stop your attack on me and your abuse on me. But people are not fair about revenge. Like in other words, they not only do they get you back for what they did to you, then they start the next one.
Oh yeah, you go to two
Yeah.
times up or to
I mean,
ten
it all
times
depends on
up.
how deep
Exactly.
somebody's revenge goes,
Yeah, that's how they do.
They
right?
do it a little extra,
Oh,
and
you stepped on my toe. I'm about to cut your leg off. You know,
Yeah,
it always
right?
getting worse.
Yeah.
or you rob me for $100. Now I'm gonna take $300 from you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So that's what I'm
I've never
saying.
been a
Like,
revenge. I can't. I can't accept revenge. I
yeah,
can't
but
do it.
revenge is another form of holding somebody accountable. How about that one?
No, I mean there is holding people accountable to a certain point, but I mean to the fact that I've just never been the type of person that I'm gonna take revenge on you for because like I don't want to. I don't ever. I've had it been done to me where somebody's like violated my things that I've worked hard for, and I just wouldn't do that to somebody. Even no matter how mad I am, I just walk away. That's just my type. I just walk away and I just forget about you if you've wronged me in some way.
Well,
I know that's not always
we talked about
healthy.
accountability, right?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
and a lot
Damien
of
in the
people
building. What's
a
the
lot of
deal,
people
man?
argue with me and they say that you can't hold somebody accountable, that they have to hold themselves accountable themselves. And I'm like, I totally disagree with that because,
Oh, you gotta explain that with me. I'm trying to figure out how do you hold somebody else
well,
accountable.
the only answer that I came up with that, and a lot of people will argue with me, and I will invite that argument. When you have standards, right, and you have self-esteem and you respect yourself, you're not gonna allow nobody to disrespect or oversee or just ignore
Right.
your standards. So if you tell someone, if you don't respect me or my standards, I'm not gonna talk to you no more.
Right.
That's holding them accountable.
Oh wow, I thought that was just holding a standard.
Oh, so I'm proud of myself then. Could I because I held somebody accountable then.
Yeah, because if they're
Mm-mm.
not, if they listen, if they're
I
not
think that's too
gonna,
liberal.
Look, if they're not going to hold themselves accountable to respect you, then you have to hold them
Right.
accountable. Otherwise,
But
nothing's
And
going to
that's
but
happen.
exactly
that's
what I
that's called an
did.
entitlement though. From that point, that's an
That's
entitlement
exactly
because
what I did.
a person don't have to do it though. They don't have to obey by your standards though. Your standards is only for yourself. Just like accountability should be only for yourself. You could put that down. You can say that I'm gonna do this, but that's up to them if they want to follow or be your friend or something like
Well,
that.
that's what I'm saying. But if you impose the consequences, then you're holding them accountable because you're following up on what you said would happen if they don't respect you.
But then Kev's kind of right though by saying that you could do that, but they're not going to maybe follow through what you said to them.
But that's their loss, you see, and you have to follow through.
Uh,
Otherwise, they don't.
But
They
you're
don't.
saying I've
yeah.
still
Uh,
held them
oh,
accountable.
so you okay? I'm gonna put it this way. Let's reverse it then. What about this? You think somebody can hold you accountable?
Hey,
Absolutely.
Adrian.
I look. My thing. The reason why I say I can't. I can't. Okay, I'm glad you picked. So you picked the right
Hello.
time because this. I'm not gonna say the right time. I mean saying like you picked the right person because I don't think you can hold nobody accountable. But you, the thing is, anybody that has choice,
Setting a
right? I think
boundary is very
everybody
hard.
has choice and everybody has free will in life. You know what I'm saying? By us all having choice, I think we can
I'm not. We're
only
not
be
talking
accountable
about
for.
control. We're not talking about control, Kevin. We're not talking about to
But
try
wasn't I
to do
holding?
things that like. Look, the prayer of serenity, says to give me the strength to deal with the things that I can't control. So the only way that you can control this,
Right.
you
So I'm
can't
saying
control the
about it.
behavior, but you can control who you have availability for.
So I
Yeah.
held myself accountable for my standards.
That's a
Correct.
standard. That's why I say I think that's two different things. Standards is just standard. That's all that is.
And it's
I don't
not
think you
just
can hold.
standards. No, there's different levels to standards, man. Because standards belong to
Yes,
relationships, they
there
belong to
is.
the
Yeah.
individual, they belong to society, they
Well,
belong
most
Mm-hmm.
to
definitely.
your budget.
But
Yep.
I don't, cause look, this is another thing I can say, cause everybody can have the same standards, right? Who's to say who held that person accountable because they didn't follow it? Like, okay, I'm gonna say a simple thing like, oh, my standards is you not about to call me a B. It's so many people that got that standard though. So who's to say that who held that person accountable? You know what I'm saying?
Because they didn't because they closed the segue that allowed them to treat you that way. In other words, Kev, if I'm disrespectful to you, right, and you
Right,
tell me, yo, Aunt, I'm not gonna take that again from you, right? And I
right.
do it again, right? Then it's up
Mm.
to you whether to keep telling me to do it or you make a move and protect your standards and your self-esteem, you know what I'm saying? And and and,
And his
and your self-respect.
so he's taking himself accountable for that then.
That's what I'm saying. If I'm look,
Right, he would
if
have
you
to actually right once he accepted that be done. But I like how you did because sometimes I do be saying that myself too. I be saying, "Oh, I'm gonna hold you accountable and all that stuff." But I just be saying it though. But I get what you're saying though. But I just think I'm just like I said, me personally, just because everybody.
did he freeze?
Yes, he did.
He
Give
got
it a
frozen
second.
in the thought.
Yeah. He'll come back. And he'll come
That's
back.
that that's that vino, that
Is I'm
Oh,
vino.
back?
there he is.
Is I'm back?
Yeah, we
Oh,
lost you there for a
this
second.
junk is irritating. As soon as I get to talking, I don't want to freeze me up. I don't even know what I said.
Okay, now do you know what? The reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because if you look at this from a leadership position, right? As a leader, right? A leader has to have a follower. A follower is somewhat of a submissive person in the relationship. So it goes a little something like this. Um, I used to say that either you're going to respect me or you're going to fear me. That's your choice. That's part of the accountability because you know what you're getting into. But if you did something wrong and you don't apologize and you don't change your behavior, you understand what I'm saying? Then you're not being accountable for what what's happening. So I'm gonna do it for you because I'm not taking your shit.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna allow you to disrespect my standards, and I know what boundaries I have, what I'm willing and not willing to do because I'm in tune with myself. I'm not going to allow certain
Right.
people to talk to me or disrespect me. So therefore, if you're not going to check yourself, I'm going to check you. And by me checking you, I'm holding you accountable.
That's why I say
Sounds
I
like a
can
good
get
working
you
idea.
to
Okay.
like that, or I call it making a person aware of their action or something like that. But
I
Awareness
like
is
it
the
I
that
first
too.
part of accountability.
I think
I made
it's
him
like I
very
get it a
aware.
little bit, but then again, I just feel like always just accountability itself has always got to be dealing with self and choice or whatever or something. Somebody have to own up to because you could do it, but that don't mean that they're gonna be accountable for you holding them accountable.
Well, then
That's
if
what I was
they,
saying.
Well,
This is,
that
but
but I
person
that's their
can't
get,
take
choice.
accountability,
I
especially if you
get you
told
though.
them
I get what
already.
you meaning though, but. hmm, I just call that
Environment.
standards. I just think I just call that that. I got my standards and you got my boundaries. If you cross my boundaries,
I see what he's saying.
But I think
It's
the thing
yeah.
is that you can't hold somebody accountable. You can give them consequence. You
That's
break a
yeah,
boundary or
that
you ruin
that
a boundary, I can give you a consequence.
right.
But I can't make you take responsibility or anything else. I can hold you or tell you that you're responsible for it. I can give you the consequence of whatever that action is. That's about
right.
all I can give you.
It's what's weird though, cause I ain't gonna I ain't gonna lie. I had to do the Hormiga, cause I'm looking this stuff up though. It's saying that you can do it, but it's just weird. It just
No,
can't
you
get to my
can't.
brain.
Weird. It's
Google saying
weird
you can hold
because
somebody accountable and it's
look,
giving different stuff, but I just don't get it. I still don't get it.
I
look,
get it because you know what? Listen, I just did it like 2 weeks ago. So I told this person exactly what, I my standards were, what I
You know what?
expected, blah
That's what
blah
I'm gonna
blah.
look up the difference
Then he
between.
still didn't. So then I explained to him exactly what was going on, what the issue was and everything, and I held him accountable. I and
Sounds so
that
funny
was
to
it.
me.
Right? Because
That just sounds
I
too
was taking
funny to me.
accountability for my standards, right? I was
this
taking
Difference
my
this
between
actions.
no, you see, it's
holding.
not an individual thing because it's part of discipline. You see, discipline
Mhm.
is
He
holding
said
people
individual.
accountable for what they do not. You could use discipline to teach someone that there's consequences for their actions if they're not ready to reveal it on their own autonomously.
Mhm.
If they don't step up to the plate and take the necessary steps, which is awareness, apologetic whenever necessary, and then it has to come with a change of behavior. And then you have to be disciplined to be responsible enough to avoid that in the future because you know what the consequences are. If you're not taking those steps, I will take those steps for you. And that's how I hold you accountable.
Yeah, but let's back up there real quick too, because it's not that you. I mean, yeah, you obviously want to have the discipline so it doesn't happen again, but you have to be disciplined and firm when somebody breaks a boundary to stay rooted in being like, no, this is the consequence, and you don't renege on it. That's what a
Correct.
lot of people do. People backpedal. Oh, I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that mean person. Well, sometimes, unfortunately, you're gonna have to be that person. Everybody has to have come. I call them come to Jesus
Right.
talks. We all have come to Jesus talks with people. It is what it is. But a lot of people, what I see happen is they set up a boundary, somebody breaks it, and they okay, well, don't do it again. Then that person does it again. Okay. This is gonna be the last time. Don't do it again. No, see, you weren't
That's
disciplined.
not taking yourself accountable.
That's
You're
not
you're
discipline.
this is yeah, but that's past that already because
Yeah.
you know what another person does. First of all, let's start out by saying that whenever you add another person into any situation, it changes. It's an evolving change. It's a variable. It's not as solid as you are. But when you add somebody else to the equation, it changes the whole mentality because people are not going to do or think the way you do, regardless of what they say. Now, there's people that keep their word, and there's people that don't keep their word. There's people, like I feel that if a person keeps, doing the same thing over and over, not only are you allowing them, they don't value you.
Mm,
Well, that's yeah,
true.
exactly, and that's the thing. Like, it's one thing to make a mistake, right? It's another thing to continue to do it. When you continue to
Right.
do it,
Repeat it. Yeah.
okay, fine. Like you can break the boundary one time, that's fine. You don't get. I used to be like, okay, everybody gets three. No, everybody gets one. You get one time to disrespect me. I'm gonna have one conversation, and you don't do it again. That's it. And if
But
you do it again,
there's
there's the
also
door.
some boundaries that they don't even get that one chance. Once they've crossed that boundary, they don't even get that extra
Okay.
chance to keep.
Okay. So now
Yeah.
let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up. You could be living in or following or embracing a culture as a whole that doesn't take accountability for certain things that you have standards and boundaries wrapped around.
Well, and that's where you have to evaluate. You have to evaluate and understand. And again, it comes with maturity, right? When you're younger, you tend to assume everybody's like you, right? Or me, you got to think exactly how I do, or there's something wrong with it. Then you get older and you realize, hey, everybody thinks different. Then you reevaluate what those boundaries are. You make them more realistic, right?
Right, right.
That's what it is. Once you do that, that's fine. You know what I mean? So yeah, do we already live in a culture that already does that? Yeah, people don't take accountability for things. Everybody blames something. They come up with 5
Okay.
million excuses.
Would you
So
would
Oh,
you
I just
I got a question. Would you say that there are some environments and there's some cultures that do not promote adulting?
loads. There's lots of cultures that don't promote adulting at all.
Exactly. The only way to get out of that is to move on from that culture because that culture only promotes negativity. And this could be music based, this could be entertainment based, this could be trending, this could be clothing, this could be a lot of things. But there are some things, like especially music, for a long time, music promoted the drug dealer, and now music promotes the drug user.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
so I got
So
a
And that's the
question
thing.
now
you you
because I'm
might
trying
have to
to.
leave. You might have to leave the culture if you're trying to grow up from that.
But that's the thing. That's where you have to decide because it takes courage and strength to stand up against the crowd, right? Yeah, I can sit there and I can be like, excuse me, I can be like everybody else
Oh, okay.
and follow in with that with the current culture and stuff, or I can
Right.
choose not to. Right?
Right.
Every day you have a choice, right? We all have a choice to either grow up or we can lay down and do nothing, right? Some people wake up, they try. Some people don't, but they complain.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying?
So I think I
Simple as
might
it.
I'm trying to because my thing is like I do I'll be trying to understand. So I think Mike can understand or me a little bit. So I think it is a difference from holding somebody accountable and making somebody be accountable. I think, and then I would say that maybe holding somebody accountable is making them aware of what they're doing is wrong. Maybe something like that.
You can't force anyone to do anything.
I'm just saying
Um,
making them aware that they're doing something wrong. Would that be
you
called holding accountable?
That's the beginning
No,
of it. Awareness is always the beginning of accountability because most
a part.
people, if they're not, just because
Right.
somebody's not being accountable, it doesn't mean that they're dicking you around or they fucking with you. A lot of people don't even know that they
Yeah.
did something wrong.
Yeah.
This is
Cause
true. Yeah.
I'm trying to, that's what I'm trying to understand. So I think when you say holding accountable is the same, I be thinking about making somebody be accountable. I think it's a difference between holding somebody accountable and making somebody be
That's why
accountable. So I think holding them
that's why I've
accountable
never
is
said
making them.
that. That's exactly why I
Yeah,
stay away
that's
from
what I'm
that.
trying to think on that. That's what I'm thinking. I'm trying to understand more of what you said because I hear it a lot,
You could
and I'm trying
hold
to see
someone
when
to
it's saying
anything. You
you.
could look, if you can hold someone to a standard, if you can hold someone to a boundary, then you can hold someone accountable. This is what I'm saying. Like
I think that's what
when
I'm
you
saying. I
start
think
with
I'm
the
starting to get it.
awareness, look, when you start with the awareness, that is the perfect time to say you could lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. But you need to take a zip yourself as a leader so they know what to do. You gotta stop assuming that they know what to do when you get them to a certain point. You might have to guide them a
I was
little
gonna.
bit further.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna
That
say
is
that.
I
Not
part of
think I
even
holding
get
someone
letting
it.
them
accountable.
know.
I
It could
think I'm
come
Letting
through.
starting to
them
Look,
get
know
it.
why
it
you're upset, or yeah, why you've stopped talking to them. A lot of people don't even know unless you take them accountable and let them know and let them be aware of what they've done
Well,
wrong.
but that's
it
what I'm
has to
saying.
cut. But it
It could
comes
start
with
with the
it comes.
teaching. You could start by
But it
instructing and by
comes with
teaching.
yeah. It comes with leadership and teaching. If you're gonna be able, if you
Yeah.
want to lead and guide people, you have to know how to teach.
Right.
Right? A
Mm-hmm.
lot of people miss
Mm-hmm.
that. A lot of people want to lead and assume that everybody is them. Right? Oh, well,
Right.
that's just common sense. No, that's not common sense. That's
Yeah.
common to you.
Right.
Right? Your
Yeah.
brain thought that, my brain didn't. So we have to, this is where I always say it's very important, right? If you're going to be leading anybody, right? Even if you're just helping somebody out, right? Like, Kev, if I'm helping you, I can't talk to you the same way I would talk to me because you're not going to understand 100% of what I'm talking about. I
Right.
have to meet you at your level and maybe trace out those steps. Some people, you don't have to trace out the steps. You be like, hey, just stop doing that. Okay, cool. Other people, you may have to lay out the steps, the plan. You know what I mean? You got to step here.
Yep.
You got to bend here. You got to do this. You got to, you know what I mean? You literally kind of have to draw it out for them. But that's where self awareness comes in, and you have to figure out what your limitation is. Either you have the patience to do that or you don't. That's
Yes,
it.
that's where
So I
emotional
might,
intelligence
I
comes from.
might, I'm a go ahead because, like I said, I love. I'm not a stubborn person. So the more I keep thinking on this, I would probably say you probably can. Then I would say that then, because like I said, I figured out the difference. There's a difference between holding somebody accountable and making somebody accountable.
Yeah, you can't make
So you
nobody do
and
anything.
I can get because I'm trying to think of the key word of making somebody be aware. Instead of just saying make somebody be aware, might as well say that I'm holding them accountable right there. Instead of just saying I'm
Yes.
just making you aware. You know what I'm saying? Where what you doing is wrong. You know what I'm saying? So or just like you say I'm holding you to that promise or so. You know people be saying that stuff too.
It's almost
Like
the
that
same
don't mean they
thing.
have to do it right. They don't mean they have to.
Right.
You know they just say I'm holding you to it. That's all it is.
Look, experience. Look, Kevin, experience, education, the will, the desire, the motivation will make you a better listener and a better understander of what's going on, Kevin. So when somebody does something to me, the people are mistaken and looking at things one dimensionally or parallel to something linear. There's different ways to handle different
Mm-hmm.
situations, and if you're not trained and you don't have the patience to understand, like for instance, when somebody comes at you, a lot of people will try to match their energy. That's the wrong thing to do. The first thing you do when
Mm-hmm.
somebody comes at you and says, "What's wrong with you?" That's all you
Yeah.
have to do is
Yeah.
question their energy. And guess what? That
Why are you so
conversation
mad?
avoids going left
And some,
big time. But when you try to match someone's energy, what you're doing is going to their level. You don't need to be in their level. You need to be in a higher level where you're more pleasant and you're more open to say, I mean, the way I say it is, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? You understand? Like, what in the fuck is up your ass? You understand what I'm saying? So then that way, they answer you with a, oh man, you don't understand. Now you know where they're coming from because now they either get a little bit more hostile, they become a little bit more explanatory,
Mm-hmm.
or they'll show you the victimization side. That one question right there will answer all your questions if you put them in the position to answer you, Kevin.
yep. And there's different ways of doing it. I took a different approach, and I learned how to. I had to one figure out how to master my own energy when dealing with people in conflict in different situations.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, for example, one thing I'll give you a prime example, right? Because everybody, I feel a lot of people do this. People start getting loud and yelling, and we call it passionate, whatever else. Then next thing you know, everyone's getting loud.
Correct.
No one's listening.
True.
Because
True.
Right.
everybody's
So
matching the energy, which is
they're
the
That
wrong
matching
thing
the
to
tone.
do at
energy.
that moment.
So what I've
Yeah.
learned to do in those situations is I don't get loud, right? I don't yell. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I do not yell. You can scream at me, I'm not gonna yell at you. I'm gonna sit there quietly, patiently, let you get out whatever you need to, and I'm gonna speak to you in the same tone.
Ah,
Hey,
why you so
what's the
loud in my
deal?
ear, AJ?
I know, because I'm
Uh,
screaming right now.
but
What's
that's
the
what I'm
Well,
saying.
what's the
Like
outside of the
problem?
Sunday
you,
Italian
you,
dinner,
you,
then.
ca- you can't be a leader. You see, this is what I'm saying. I'm writing about this right now. You can't be a true leader. There's so many different facets and logistics when it comes to being a true leader. People don't understand what a real leader is. Like what level of competency, level of people skills, interpersonal skills, patience, understanding that you are empowering people through delegation. There's like 10 different leadership styles. You got to be
Hmm.
charismatic, you got to be charming, you got to be you got to have the law of attraction working for you. You have to do things for people to believe in you, buy into you, respect you, so that you can delegate and you can use these people to become better for the overall goal. You're never going to go nowhere if you can't get out of ground zero, Kevin.
Right.
So speaking of that, Hormiga, since
Is
that's
that
great. I love that
Famo
you
in the
read.
building? Famo? Oh,
I love that. I love that you read a thing on that. So my question has been for any time that conversation comes up, can you are you born a leader or can somebody be taught how to lead?
True, because
Everything
you hear that
in
all the
life is
time.
You get
taught.
taught.
Everything in life is taught. You
You
learn.
taught. I was just about
You
to say
you
that word.
stop you stop becoming unconditional towards your parents once you learn who they are.
Yeah.
So then that's the answer for everything. So look, whatever,
Understand.
listen, you're gonna learn things at home, and then you're gonna go to your friend's house, and then those
Respect.
parents are gonna do things differently, right? And then you're gonna go
Hmm.
to one grocery store, and they do things one way, and then you're gonna go to another grocery store. One might have a cat on the bread, the other one might have a
Cat
dog
on
in
the
the
bread.
back that's rubbing
So
his 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 sack, on the floor because it's itchy. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like
he's talking
one
about
you know what I'm saying? But think
the
about it.
cat
Like
on the bread.
one
I
might
got
like
that whole
Boris Head. That's from that comedian. So
yeah.
so
No, that's why I had that whole comedy skit playing in my brain as soon as you said that, where he was like,
so that's what I'm saying. You go
"Yo,
into different
why the cat
stores,
always?"
and one likes Boar's Head, the other one likes Virginia. Like one likes one brand, one likes another brand. You understand? So the thing about it is that the more you know, the more knowledge you have, the more options you have, and the more tools you have on your tool belt, so that you don't use the same technique for every different thing that you go through. Me and Kevin might have a different conversation than me and you, AJ, and then me and
Of
Lady,
course.
depending on the level of competency, depending on your desire to get to a
Sure.
certain point. You understand? And if me and you are on the
Hmm.
same page, we'll get there that much faster.
Right.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that's what makes us. Everybody has their own diversities. There's certain conversations you can have with certain people, other ones you can't. And I don't mean that you can't have that conversation. You can only elevate it so far based on that person and their interests and whether or not that's something that they're versed in or not. So do you think that so that saying, "Oh, they're a natural born leader," is that bullshit or true?
I was just gonna
That's
say
Well,
that.
I
I
BS.
think
hear
I
that all
think
the
I
time.
think
Oh,
what
he
they
was born a
mean.
leader.
I think what they mean by that is that they got it without going through a lot of the gray areas and the red tape. When they say somebody's a natural born leader, it's because at a young age they show signs of understanding things. A leader is a person that is an intellect in certain categories. And those are the skills that you need to become a good leader. And they show that very early in their life.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Understand over respect.
So that's an exaggeration. They're not born with it. They're just showing it at a very young age, some of the traits and characteristics that belong to being a leader.
See, and I love that you said that because I used to have people tell me that when I was younger all the time. Oh, AJ's just a natural born leader, and I'm like, what? It doesn't even make
It's
sense. Like
just a
I've
Somebody
learned
reference.
could
things.
somebody
It's
also
not
could take
literal.
over a room with charisma as well. Somebody
Well,
just
Yeah,
has
no,
that
charisma's
no, no, no.
charisma
strong.
that
I
Charisma's
mean,
strong.
yeah.
well, I mean, I'm an analytical type person. So when somebody sometimes says certain things to me, like I don't, if I can't analytically break it down, I don't understand. Like, where did that even come from? Right? So like, I was like, I don't believe anybody is a natural born leader. I think you're just taught certain things. Right? Like it comes from experience. Like not so
But
many
it
Yeah,
could
people
I
have
think
to
also,
go
that's
through
what it come
but it
from,
could
and I
also
think that's a choice
come.
too.
No, but hold up. It could
yeah.
also come from a natural inclination or an initiative. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
if let's say somebody does something that a good leader would do without them being taught, that's where that comes from. Like, wow, I never showed him that.
Hmm.
He understood that without nobody helping him. So that's where that reference comes from.
Oh,
And
okay.
I think that
Same,
leader
same.
that can be kind of subjective too, because you could be. I think it's actually some people that the same thing y'all was talking about with the that got
A
the quick
leader is not
understanding. I think
a
they could be
leader is
followers
not
still.
subjective. Kevin,
They could be
a
a
leader
reason why.
is
Look,
nowhere
I'm gonna
near
say the reason why I
subjective.
said that though, because you can lead somewhere and follow something else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Leaders don't
but
always have to be leader of everything. You know,
that doesn't make it subjective. You see, that is picking and choosing your battles and knowing when
but
to
you could
play
be
a
a
certain
follower
role.
too. You could be a
No,
leader and a
Yeah,
A
but
follower.
leader knows how to
that's
yeah,
not what
but
delegate.
that's
that's
not
the
what I'm
thing.
saying, Kevin. A true leader knows when to be submissive.
Lead.
No, no, no.
Yeah.
That's the following part, the submission part. A true leader knows when to be submissive.
Mm-hmm. That
And
part.
knows how to delegate.
Well,
Well,
they
yeah, the
know
delegation
the
is.
delegating is part of it. But you see,
Yeah.
everything that you guys are saying, it's all correct, but it's only part of it. There are so many different responsibilities and facets to a true leader. You
Well,
understand?
because that's
But
yeah, because
reason
That's so
why,
that's
true.
what it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kev.
no, you go ahead. Cause I'm about to explain what I was talking.
No, no, no. Go ahead and explain. You're good before you lose
Oh
it.
no, because the reason why I say that, because I think everybody has the capability to be a leader in some type of way. It might not be a leader in our book, but it might be a leader to somebody else. You know, it's even leaders that might be not our type of leader that we want to follow. You know what I'm saying? It's people that still following people that don't seem like that should be a leader. You know what I'm saying? People, just like we was talking about people that got the mics and stuff that don't deserve a mic or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I was
Like
saying it's
cult
subjective,
following.
because it could be a leader can be anything to anybody. Just because they're not a leader in our book, that don't mean they're not a leader to somebody else. That's what I'm saying.
True. True.
Well,
Well,
that's like
that not everybody that leads is a leader, Kevin. So you have to understand
yeah.
that
But
there are
that's what I mean
certain.
about
That's
subjective, because
true
that
too.
your definition it might not be, but to somebody else they could
No,
be a
no.
leader. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, there's a difference, Kevin, between a leader, someone who leads, because you could lead through fear or you could lead through respect. I'm talking about there's a difference between a leader leading and a true leader. A true leader follows the blueprint. There is a blueprint on being a true leader. Now, we all
Hmm.
lead through parenting, through
I was
teaching,
going to say
through
parenting.
enabling. You
Right.
know, it's a lot of things that you can lead, and it doesn't necessarily make you a good one unless you understand what a true leader is, Kevin, a real leader,
Yeah.
I think the
not
And
best
just
now
a
the
example
only
of that
title.
would be the parenting would be the best example of that.
Parenting
yeah,
is
but like the only thing,
one way.
one of them. But the only thing that differs between those true leaders, like in whatever aspect that they're in, is just the philosophies behind it. That's all it is. The philosophies,
That's what I
their
The
believe.
disciplines and
philosophies
things like
work.
that.
The philosophies work. That's
The
why
philosophies
Yeah,
it's
work.
not
it
Yeah.
work.
it's not subjective, right?
I
When
swear it
something is
is.
solid, you know what I'm saying? When something is solid, it cannot be subjective because there's no room for feelings. You see, a true leader
I get you.
shuts their feelings off. You understand what I'm
Yep.
saying? Because they're focused on the goal and they're making sure that they are monitoring the tasks that lead to those goals. As charismatic as they can be, they don't allow feelings and opinions to get involved with the blueprint. So they monitor it, they entertain it for a second. I understand what you're saying, but right now, can we just focus on this? Just sound like the
Hmm.
directive and their focus doesn't allow you to dwell on shit that's going to delay or procrastinate the task.
Yeah.
Mm,
Like,
mm,
cause like one of the things that I learned recently, or like realized recently, right, is when you're leading people or whatever, I call it more for me. It's more guiding, right? Because I ain't really gonna tell you what to do. Like I'm just gonna light the
That's
path,
part
and
of
you
it.
can either
That's
follow it or not. But it was that part, right? It was the part that you can give and you can try to delegate and tell somebody what what they need to do or so on and so forth, get them to focus on it. But you have to be okay with the fact that they may not want to take that, right? It's like holding somebody accountable. I can hold you accountable, right? I can do my best to, but that doesn't mean you're going to take the accountability.
Right.
So let's say, so
right,
how am I going to
right,
do that?
right, right. You see, but now if
See
we're
what I'm
talking, Lucy, look, if we're talking about the workforce, then
saying?
the way that you hold someone accountable is by making them aware, just in case they didn't read the handbook or the policy of the organizational, you know what I'm saying, whatever rules and
Hmm.
regulations. If they didn't, you don't pay attention, then you might have to get HR involved, or you might want to say, hey, you know what I'm saying? That's not something that we agree with or we allow. So that's
Hmm.
something that you're going to have to work on as soon as possible because otherwise the consequences
it's
this
going
and
to be a
that. You feel
problem.
me?
Yep.
Yeah,
And even
yeah,
with
that's
that
true.
though, like people that don't, even if you want to make somebody aware, that don't mean they gonna be aware either.
They
Because
don't
they
have
could.
to be,
Well,
It's
but the
people
That's
that go to
true.
consequences
jail that
That's
will.
keep
part
going
of
back
it.
to
Yeah.
jail back to back and never learned nothing or never been accountable for what they did. They might have got held accountable for the moment, but they ain't never really
That's just they're not learning
made
from their
themselves
mistakes.
accountable for what they did though. So that's why they keep going through the same cycle. Just like these failed relationships out here. They never held themselves accountable. You know what I'm saying?
well, at the end of the day,
But by them
at the
breaking up with somebody, they got held accountable because they broke up, right? But they don't know
Exactly.
why. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying about it with that situation too, though. But
Yeah.
you can hold
I
it,
mean, I
but that
think
don't mean they're gonna be accountable.
Well, and I think that's
That
the other thing too. I mean, there's a lot of different factors, but when you're leading people, you have to be able to look at what those factors are. What can be contributing to this person not wanting to do this? Now, either if you're working in the corporate world or you're working, you're a boss, a supervisor, whatever, you the problem with those types of industries is they give people false confidence into thinking that they can lead when they're not leaders themselves. You're just a tool at that point,
right,
right?
right. You see, there's
There's
a
a
difference
I know a
between a
lot of
difference.
leader and a
supervisors that
I
manager,
haven't
don't,
even
though.
been
You know what I'm
leaders.
saying?
and
There's a
this too
difference.
funny because I'm trying my best, but this the one I just can't. I guess I ain't gonna be able to crack on that one, dog. Because I gotta stick
What?
with that one though. With that being subjective, man, for real. Because I think that we putting our own definition of what we want to make a leader be. Because I understand that too. Like I do want to be like, yeah, a leader got to think the way we think and all that stuff. Or they got to make sure they lead people to the. But it's people that lead people to
Look,
crazy
look at
stuff
the
and they
leaders
still
in the
considered a
military,
leader.
Kev.
You know what I'm saying? It's churches, it's some pastors out here that be leading some stuff, but they still
That's
make it happen. They make movement, but it ain't the movement that we like. So just because it's not the movement we don't like, that don't make them not a leader. That's what I'm the
No, no,
point
no,
I'm
no, no.
getting to.
I'll
There's
explain. I'll explain what I'm talking about. I'll explain what I'm talking about when it comes to working in like corporations. You have people who are natural born or not natural born leaders, like true leaders, right? Those are
mhm,
the people where if you take away the blueprint, we'll still figure it out. You have
correct.
people who also sit in those positions. You take away the blueprint, they don't know what to do.
they don't. Yeah, they're not gonna know what to do.
They don't know
Right,
what to do. They drown
right.
every
Yeah,
single time.
That's right.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about somebody who's just leading
A,
people on TikTok down the wrong path. I don't
a
care.
right.
true leader,
But
look, a
isn't
true
that
leader,
our
listen,
definition though? I'm saying all this like at the end of the day, this is our definition. Because if we look up the
no,
definition of leader,
Kevin,
that has nothing to do with
No,
what we
would
talking
you
about.
really call
Kevin, you
somebody
need
a
to go a
leader
little
on
further.
here?
You got to go a little further than just Google. You have to go into
I ain't even gotta
business.
Google that. I just know that I just know that leader itself has nothing to what we explaining. We
Okay.
want to make it out to be
If
that way,
listen,
right?
if we're looking at leading in plain English, right? There's a lot of different ways that you can lead someone. I'm only focused on what a true or a good leader is, Kevin. There's a
Positive.
big
They got
difference
a
between a
definition of
good and
true
a bad
leader.
leader. Yeah,
Because
a
there's
true.
negative leaders.
I
There's
can,
always
I
They
can,
got
negative
a
leaders out there.
definition of
Yeah.
negative leader. All this stuff I'm saying, we
So
throwing
hold
it.
on,
I'm trying to
hold
get
on.
y'all to understand how we saying this stuff. Like the reason why I'm saying this junk is subjective because
Okay.
we can make up all the definitions we
It's
want to,
not.
I'm
But
but
not making
it's
you
not
leader
anything
is
up.
subject. What
leader.
I'm
They
talking
never
about.
got true
Okay.
leader in the definition. They don't have negative. They
What
don't
I'm
got
talking
positive
about
leader.
is not. But what I'm talking about is not changing a definition, right?
Okay.
Corporations and everything else put words there, right? Oh, you're in a leadership position.
Right.
What does that do? Because it's not a true leadership position.
I just thought about another. That's why I
That's
love.
what I'm talking
What
about.
about a coach, right? What about a coach,
Look,
right?
That's part of
That
Okay, I
that
was just
that
gonna say
that
something.
can't get
So
their team a win. That make him not a leader because he can't help their team win.
that's not what
You
you
know,
leadership
guys said
is.
that
That's not what I'm
there's a
talking about.
I'm just
blueprint to
saying he's
being a
still a
leader,
leader in a
right?
way, right?
But there's
He
a
they got a
blueprint to being a leader, right?
huh?
There's a blueprint to being a leader, right?
No. I'm not gonna say that. That's what I'm saying.
Isn't
No,
that what?
that's what AJ said. I'm saying that
Okay,
that
so but what I'm
a
saying
leader,
is,
right?
so
I'm
in the
I'm just trying to explain.
military,
I'm just trying to explain why I'm saying what I'm saying because I hear
Okay.
everything what we saying though, but
go
it's the
ahead.
reason why I'm saying what I'm saying at the end of the day. It's a reason why. I'm just saying like just like I said, I used the coach situation, right? And I'm pretty sure he's considered to be a leader of the team, right? To you know what I'm saying. Or you can have a leader of the team that's the sweetest player. They might call him that, and they do. You know what I'm saying. But just because you're a leader, I mean you're gonna lead them to the right path or to a win or something like that. But that don't
You
make
know,
them not a leader because they didn't win. I'm gonna put it that way. That's what I'm meaning by that.
Okay, but I think
That's my
I think you keep misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that these people sitting in leadership positions aren't leaders. I'm saying there is a difference between somebody
yeah.
who is a true leader, which means you are a strong leader, and people who are not.
yes, Kevin. What she's saying
We
is that there's a
live in a
difference
culture.
between you. Listen, Kevin. A true leader is a leader that empowers, which is effective in what they do in a positive manner. That's a true leader. I don't care about the false leaders, the corn dogs, the ones that don't put in the work, the ones that make believe that they're leaders, the ones that have hidden agendas. A true leader empowers people to be the best they can be so that everybody could chip in and buy into the program. You understand,
Agreed.
Kevin?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
Yep.
thing is, that's what I'm saying. I understand everything y'all are saying because, in my point of view, yes, I'm gonna say the exact same thing you saying, but I think about it in a worldwide type way. You know what I'm saying? Everybody don't look at what's a
Okay,
true
so
because
if we're gonna,
in other people's
so
views,
then,
some people is a true leader to them. That's what I'm
okay,
saying. But
okay,
in
okay,
our
okay,
point of view,
okay.
of course, because we a little bit more,
So if we're
we
gonna
think
look
a
at
little
it,
different. Put it that way, right?
okay, so if we're gonna look at it on a worldwide perspective, okay, before we even get worldwide, let's look at this country first of all, right? And the reason why I'm using the working
Trump.
world is because every single person in here has either worked a job or is working a job, right? We're gonna make it tangible, right? Right now, if we're going to be 100% honest, because of discrimination laws, quote unquote, there's a lot of people sitting in positions that they are not qualified for.
Exactly.
Facts.
So, with that being said, everybody can be a goddamn leader right now.
Exactly.
They can sit in that position,
Entitled
right?
and
It's
entitled, but
the
not in their
entitlement
actions.
to, that's exactly my point. The entitlement to that, right? Oh, well, I got this position because I paid for my degree. Well, yeah, you're in debt. Okay, cool. I went to college. Now I'm sitting in this position, but I don't know how to do this job. I don't have the
Right.
qualifications for it,
Mm-hmm.
right? We all can recognize that there is a difference in education, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can all
Without
recognize that,
without a
Yep.
doubt.
Yep.
right?
Yep.
A difference when it comes to schools, right? So if you go
Yep.
to a shitty school that teaches you how to do something, right? They don't teach you the correct way of doing things. And then versus somebody who say went to Harvard Law, right? Would you want the lawyer that went to Harvard Law or the person who went to community college representing you in a court of law?
Right. And
I
let
probably
me
want the one
piggyback.
from
Let me
community
piggyback on that.
college.
Oh, I got
Hold on, hold
another
on,
one for y'all.
no,
I got a whole list because the
hold on,
thing
Kevin.
is, once
Hold on,
once
Kevin.
my
Hold on,
mind on
Kevin.
something, I got some stuff for sure. This
Kevin,
one I'm not gonna
I
budge on,
want
but
you
I got
to.
another one for y'all.
Kevin, hold up a second. Hold up a second. Check it out. I want to piggyback on what she said, and then I want to clarify something.
Okay.
There is no place on earth or no situation on earth that's going to change what a true leader is. A true leader does what he does in any situation that you could come up with parenting,
Mm-hmm.
teaching,
Right.
business,
Right.
personal, environment, financially, emotionally, doctors, all that. We're not saying that people in leadership positions do their job. Only true
Yeah.
leaders do what they're supposed to do because they've learned what it takes and what goes into being a true leader. I could lead you and enable you. I could trick you. I could do a billion things, Kevin. But at the end of the day, true leaders are successful because they either know what they're doing or they don't have the ego and the pride to stop them from finding out what is necessary to finish the job, to get it done, Kevin. That's a true leader. Look, you could be a true leader and have this conflict within yourself. I'm a true leader when it comes to myself, and I am a true
Mm-hmm.
leader when it comes to exterior people
Right.
too, because
Right.
I know their skill level, Kevin. I know what they qualify and don't qualify for, and where they need training, and what they lack and what they don't, and I know how to present it to them in a way where they won't be offended. And if they are offended, then this is a person that needs even deeper rooted help than the task at hand. You understand what I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to tell you, Kevin? So, like when me and you have a conversation, Kevin, and I see that you don't understand something, I say the same thing and I change the words. I change the words because there might be a word out of the 5 words that I say that you're comfortable with. And it could be because you may not have heard the word or you don't use the word or you have heard the word in a way that you don't like it. You understand? So
Mm-hmm.
that's what I'm trying to
Mm-hmm.
tell you. That a true leader will find a way to make it work and find out where the discrepancies or the problems is coming from. A lot of people that are in leadership positions they don't do their job well. And the thing about Harvard and community colleges is that a person that goes to an Ivy League school gets the complete information. A person that goes to a community college or a smaller college doesn't get the entire complete information. You understand what that means, Kevin? Like
Mm-hmm.
that's the difference. That the reason why the difference between those schools, and they have a lot more access to information. They have a lot more history of context based on whatever it is that they're trying to facilitate in their teaching, capacity. I know that's a lot I just
Mm-hmm.
said, but
Okay, go ahead, Kev,
I,
because I
I'm
can see you're just dying to talk. He's just
No,
crossing his
I'm
arms.
trying to hear. I was hearing what he's saying.
Okay, go ahead,
He's
I'm,
Kevin.
I'm
processing.
But what
Oh,
was
you
similar
already know
though
I
to a
do this.
true
You know what I'm saying? I
true leader
love it. I
too
love it,
also
man. That's the
want to
only
see
way we gonna
everybody
all.
succeed.
But yeah, I love it. I love it though. I love it.
What were you saying, lady?
Cause I ain't gonna lie. I did think about four things at the same time.
everybody's a leader, Kevin. Either you're a good one or a bad one. How about that?
And I feel that, and like I said, good and bad, that's subjective too, because we can, even that. But
I'm gonna disagree with that, but
and
I'll
I
No,
tell
feel
you.
you on that because it's our
Kevin,
calling. We're only humans. We only say what we call it.
No,
That's
no,
why I'm
no,
trying
no,
to
no,
get
no,
people
no,
to
no, no, no,
expand
no,
it.
no,
it's
no, no,
not
Expand
a
no,
it.
no.
human
That's
thing,
not what.
Kevin.
That's not why I'm disagreeing. That's not why I'm disagreeing. The reason why I say not everybody can be a leader, because at the end of the day, you need tools.
You right. I'll
You
get you
need
on that
You
though.
leaders.
need
You
I'm
skills.
need
You
saying
need
not
people to
everybody's a
skills.
follow
good
you.
That's like saying
leader.
everybody
If
can be a boss.
Because
No, you right
everybody,
everybody
about
hold
could,
that.
on,
again,
hold on,
everybody
hold
could
on.
lead, but let's
If
just say everybody's
everybody
not a
is
good leader.
leading, if everybody is leading,
Who following?
who's following?
That's true.
Yeah, I
Okay.
got you. Yeah, I
Okay.
feel you on that.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm not gonna sit there and say, "Oh, everybody's a leader." No, everybody. If you want to be a leader, you could try to be. That's great.
That's true.
You
And
right.
there's some people who are happy
But
not being a
no, not
leader.
every. I blame participation trophies. Not everybody can do all the same shit.
Right.
They
We
lead is
can't.
something though.
You know what I
So I know.
mean?
But all right, now it's my
Yeah.
turn now.
Kevin, this is why C students are the one that hire A students. The C students are the one that runs the businesses because they hire A students.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
This is true.
So you already know when
They
Mega
already
brung
know.
his
Yeah.
fire out as it's my turn now.
You're
Go ahead,
fire. That's
Kevin.
cool.
So so now the more I kept thinking about that, now I don't even think the term true leader, right? I don't even think that's even made for a human, right? I don't even think that's made for a human. Because if we want to say true leader, I'm gonna just say our maker is a true leader. So I don't want to get spiritual and all that stuff. I would say that first. Be- So this another thing. Or if we wasn't trying to say that, if we was talking about a human, if we say true leader, it should be only one person on this earth consider that. Because I'm gonna put it this way: say if and I was thinking about the another thing is like say if I would say that maybe a leader is somebody. It depends on how they impact something. A leader can be how they impact, make an impact on the followers. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. So we can call that a leader. Maybe something like that. And another thing I was going to say is, um, say if okay, if we want to say true leader, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say if you okay, for me, you say you lead something or whatever, or maybe you lead something better than me, right? Do that make you a true leader and me a false leader?
No,
Because
no,
you
You're
did
just a
no,
something
different
no,
different
leader.
or you made
no.
a different
Listen,
impact
listen,
than I
listen,
did.
listen. The difference between a true leader and a false leader is a true leader understands what goes into it, the skills, right? Put the
Right.
work in, understands the task at hand. A false leader is a leader that has a hidden agenda. You understand what I'm saying? A false leader is a person that makes believe that they know what the fuck they talking about, but at the end of the day,
Hmm?
you know what I'm saying? They're about to get caught being phony because you could only go but so far being a false leader because
But
you get
one of their
And a
exposed.
intentions
false
was
leader
to
only
be
thinks
phony
about
though.
themselves.
They
But
led them to the
So
right
wait,
agenda
hold
that
on.
they wanted to do, right?
right,
If
So
they
right.
hold
if
on.
their agenda was to make it to become phony or make their people or mislead
Wrong.
people and stuff,
Okay, hold on.
right?
A
Hold
leader
on.
does not have personal
When it
agendas,
comes to
bro.
leadership,
Yeah.
right? There's a difference between, right? So if you want to say false leader, a false leader is thinking only of themselves and their agenda,
Mm-hmm.
right? A true leader, quote unquote, is somebody who's thinking what is best for the people that they are leading, right? It's not about them. It's
Right.
about
And they
those
want the
people,
best for everybody. Yep.
That's a
right?
good leader.
Now, with that being
Yeah.
said, right? You can have multiple leaders that are all true leaders, because we can't master everything in one lifetime. There's going to be things that you are better at than I am, that you can lead on than I can, because I can't live every single experience on this planet in my one lifetime.
Right.
Neither can you. True leaders can come together and still collab, because it's not about ego. It's not about,
Correct.
well, I have more followers than you do. I've got this many people and this is my track record. No, we can collaborate, work together, right? To figure out what's going to be best for my herd and yours.
Yeah.
That's the difference. It's not, oh, I'm better than you. It's never about that.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that.
And I would
That's
never think there's
Yeah.
any evil
that's
on here. That's for
well,
sure.
all right.
A
Yeah,
true
Yeah.
leader, a
That's
true
all I'm
leader
saying.
I
will
feel
know
you.
how to keep things in unison, Kevin. A true leader knows
I feel, and
how to make things
that's what I'm
functional.
saying. This is what you feel though. At the end of the day, this we speaking
No,
of what
no,
we
no,
feel. Us
Kevin,
humans
Kevin,
feel should
Kevin,
be
I'm
a true
sharing.
leader.
Time out, Kevin. I'm not gonna allow you to debunk this because I'm sharing with you what
Mhm.
I was taught at a high level. This,
Yep.
Right.
what
Same.
I'm sharing with you is what's shared with the strongest leaders in the corporations and people
Okay.
that are successful in their life.
Which is humans.
Yeah, no, but you don't understand what I'm saying. Look, there is a solid foundation for a true leader. This is not something that I'm sharing with you because I think I'm telling you this because I know this. This
I
is
think
not
in
a
order to,
subjective conversation. This is
yeah,
objective.
it's,
This is
yeah.
objective all the way, Kevin. And you cannot make it subjective because you could share what you feel about it, Kevin, but unless you're speaking the same language, you understand what I'm saying? Then you will not know what a true leader is.
Yeah, only reason I'm gonna say that is because we all humans and talking, right? We all can make our opinions about what we want to make our opinions about, right? So
Correct.
I don't think it.
Right.
Like I said, I'm. That's just gonna be. This gonna be one of the situations where you know what I'm saying. I just maybe I'm gonna think different on that one. It's like it is
I
what it is.
mean,
But I just
You're
think
I
about because I
feel,
entitled to
never
do
think
that,
nobody
Kevin.
being superior to nobody, right? And I
because,
think that all
no,
of us
it's,
have the.
so
All of us
correction.
can mislead at some point because we only going off the information that we getting.
But we
You
Of
haven't
know,
course we
said
we
can,
only
that.
going
because
off what
Yeah,
we
we
learned
haven't
at the
said
end of the
that's not
day.
true.
so
Huh?
hold on, hold on with that.
Just like you.
Hold on with that. Hit the pause button for 2 seconds. Okay. Somebody who is in leadership does not mean that they are more superior than the people who follow them. They work together. You need both, right? You need both of them. That's the problem. The problem with people today, right? It's not, that's where people put their feelings in it, right? Oh, I'm a leader. That means I'm more superior than the next person. Nobody is more superior than anybody else, right? It's not about superiority. That's the thing. What me and Hormiga are sharing is based off of education that we have had, right? Now, with that education, right? Of course, we're going to translate it differently because we are two different people. I'm good, right? For example, right? Me and Hormiga have different strengths, even in conversation. I can make things very tangible, very relatable, and I can break things down. So can Hormiga, but he's going to do it differently. He's going to do it more and make you put you more on your head about it. He's going to make you think and start those fires. That's the difference. That doesn't mean that he's better than me. Doesn't mean that I'm better than him,
Not at all.
So
right?
if somebody is better than you, right? That's what I'm trying to open the book on that situation. That don't make them more truer than you because they think about something different from what you doing and they plan might work better than
No.
yours.
And nobody's saying that. And nobody's
That's
saying
what
that.
I'm getting to. That's why I'm
Kevin,
saying
remember when I
it's
said,
subjective because it depends on
Kevin,
the levels. It's different levels to this situation, right? We only
It's
going off of what
subjective.
we know. At the end of the day, y'all gonna realize what I'm talking about if y'all when y'all take the time to
Kev,
think about what I'm saying.
Kev,
Though it's like we only going off what we know, and I
Kev.
understand everything y'all saying. That's the thing. I understand everything y'all saying, but I'm just saying when we talking human wise, and just because our brains grew a little bit more and all that stuff, I try to think in a way as in we can say true, but what's true to us ain't true to everybody else, right? Or it's some people that's even think even higher than us. You know what I'm saying? They probably like y'all thinking so much littler than you know what I'm saying? It's so much different levels, and who's to say what is true or not? That's what I'm saying.
okay,
Right?
but
I know
that's what
you
I'm
said
saying.
you mess with
Okay.
the corporates or something,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, but Kevin, unless you do the research, Kevin, unless you
Okay.
yourself do the research, and you find out, because if I can't get it through to you what a true leader is, that there is actually a solid way of looking at a true leader, if you can't see it from my perspective, which is the perspective of being educated on it, then you're going to have to do the research, Kevin, because otherwise you will never identify with it. This is not an opinion. When it comes to true leadership, that means that there is a certain criteria, Kevin, that it has to fit. And there's no arguing or denying on what the criteria is for it. It's not, I think a true leader is this. I think a true leader is that. 100 people can
Nope.
have a different opinion about it. It doesn't change the fact, Kevin.
Facts are the facts.
There,
And
there,
all
Okay.
of that,
But
believe it or
Kev,
not,
so
those programs that those programs that we both had learned from, those are backed up by tons and tons of research. Those are
okay.
backed up by tons of research, either through psychology, sociology, whatever. Like I studied this, you know what I mean? So did I study it probably all the way to the degree that Hormiga has? Probably not. I'm still there. I'm still working on it. Right? But that's all I'm saying. The only time it starts to get subjective is when people are putting their feelings in it and throwing their opinions in. That's the only time it gets subjective. Other than that, if we're talking about this, the true scientific fact from it, that's not subjective. That's all it is.
So is it that part that you're having difficulty with, Kev? Like
No, I'm not
understanding
having
there
no.
actually
I
is a
got look.
I
scientific.
Like
don't
I
think he's
said, we
having any
think different ways.
difficulty.
That's the thing. I realize.
Yeah.
Of course, we think different ways
Okay.
and stuff. That's just.
Right.
I literally thought this out for real. It's nothing. Like I'm still thinking on it, but I'm just saying I thought about it enough, and I think I got some key things in my mind already to reason why I'm probably not gonna agree with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm probably just not gonna. It's just one of the
but
situations,
but
whatever.
that but I respect. You
But
see, I respect that
And we
because
can
it is
respect
your
that.
choice. I
yeah,
respect that you. I respect that you have your opinion about it, but it doesn't change the fact
yeah.
because
Everybody
we're
got
adding,
opinion.
we're adding, but we're adding opinions and we're adding feelings to something that doesn't have room for that.
Mine ain't no feeling at all. It's facts that we are all human. That's my facts. Ain't nobody no guys on this earth, so I'm gonna put it. That's my fact about my situation. So
And I
Okay.
see that point of
Yeah,
it too.
and that's
When
fine.
you say it like that, I see that, right? Because of course, if we're gonna
everybody can make
really come
mistakes. That's
down
what I'm
to
just
it,
saying.
but not
Everybody
everybody's
think they doing
gonna
right can be doing
agree with
wrong.
us.
So
Yeah, not everybody's
Yes,
gonna agree
and
with us on
yes.
that either. That he should be the only one who's the true only one leader, right? Not everybody's gonna
No,
agree
no,
with
no,
that.
no. A lot of people can be true leaders, but you have to put the work in and understand what a true leader is and take the steps necessary to become that effective leader. You understand? Like, for instance, I'll give you an example, Kevin. A true leader will never ask someone to do something that they wouldn't do themselves. Does that make sense, Kevin?
my bad. Say it
I'm
again.
gonna
I was
take
in the
a
middle of typing. My bad.
Okay, okay. A true leader would not ask someone to do something that they wouldn't do themselves. That's a true
I
leader.
feel you.
That
A
there
true
too,
leader
yeah,
leads by example. A
yeah.
true leader does not expect people to understand things the way they understand things.
mm-hmm.
Right? Because
I
when
feel
So,
I'm
you on that,
when
but
I
just
teach
because
when I
us
teach
being
people at
human
work,
it can be hypocritical, because I think all of us got hypocrite in us. I mean, like, I know I'm not perfect. That's the reason why I'm saying that. That's the only reason why I'm thinking this type of way, because I know nobody on this earth is perfect. Everybody can make a
everybody
mistake
has
at one point.
no,
prejudices.
and
Everybody
nobody's
Kevin,
can end
Kevin,
up being a
Yeah.
follower at one point, right?
Kevin,
They
Hold,
can
hold
be.
everybody
on.
has
Hold on.
prejudices.
Hold on.
Who
Listen,
they say is
Hold on.
true?
not
Everybody's talking
everybody.
at
Time
once.
out, time out. Not everybody is a hypocrite, Kevin. Everybody has prejudices.
Okay, and that's another
Everybody
thing I'm
has.
gonna disagree on that
Kevin,
too.
listen, but listen to me. Everybody has prejudices against different things, but there are some people that actually live that life and are not a hypocrite.
Okay. If you
Proof's in
saying
the pudding
humans
to
are
the
not
proof.
hypocrites, that I can't.
no,
That's
that's not
another
what he's saying.
disagreement.
He's not
Nobody's.
saying humans
No,
aren't.
that's
He's
not what
just
he
saying
was
not
saying.
all humans.
Yeah, every human is a hypocrite, and I'm sticking with
No, no,
that
no, no,
ten
no, no,
toes.
no, no, no,
I
no,
can
no,
care
no, no,
less
no,
about that
no,
situation.
no.
I
Hold
totally
on.
disagree with that. I totally disagree
Hold
with that.
on.
Okay,
Hold on. Hold
all right,
on.
because
No,
we've
Hold
done
on.
I
things
Hold
actually
that
on.
we
agree
done
with
told
Kevin.
people that not to do.
Hold
Hold
on.
So
on, Kev. I actually agree
So the
with
thing
Kevin. I
is,
think we've all been a hypocrite once in our life.
And we can still,
At
and
the
we
end of the
still
day,
susceptible to being a hypocrite
I
again. That's
mean,
the
I'm a
point.
hypocrite. I mean, I've
okay,
told my
with
kids
the
you can't
at,
have that cookie
I'm
before
not
dinner, and
perfect.
then I've
I'm
gone and
never
ate
gonna
that
have that
cookie.
perfect type mindset. That's
okay,
one thing. I
at
know
the
I'm
end
not
of the
no
day,
God. So
Nobody's perfect. I do
at
agree
the
with
end of
Kevin
the
on that
day,
one.
at the end of the day, right? Being a leader is not being perfect. You're gonna
I'm not
make
saying
mistakes. That's a no shit. Everyone knows that. And yes, you're gonna
Correct.
be hypocritical from time to time. But the difference is, right? For example, if I'm talking to somebody and they're struggling on their healing journey, right? And I'm giving them information, I am giving them shit that I've actually done. The proof is in the pudding. There's nothing hypocritical about it. I'm not saying, go do all this shit and I haven't done any of it. Everything that I have done up to this point, I have walked you down every single thing I've done. These were the mistakes I've made. These were the things I tried. This is what I did every day to get to this point. That is not being hypocritical if I'm going based off of my own experience of what I just did. I'm not talking
I
about
feel you.
the next 10 steps. That's
I feel
at the
you.
end of the
I'm
day.
I'm
So
trying I'm
the
trying to
thing is,
understand something, Kevin, because I
do
think
that. Yeah.
I think something there's a little bit of a gap here. Kevin, are you saying that everybody has been hypocritical at some
They
time in their life?
have been and they will
Okay,
be
okay,
at some
Yeah,
point.
okay. So
Unless you live a
let's take
perfect
that. Let's take
lifestyle, they
that.
will be.
yeah, and I
Let's
agree
build
with
on
Sean.
this.
I,
What about okay, here's the question. What about this? We have all been everything at one point or another. But what if you have taken the steps not to be that person anymore? Are you still considered that person?
you no, you don't have to
Yeah.
be that person at
No,
home. But
no, not at
when
all.
you what's the word? I'm trying to say
Is it possible
susceptible.
to say that you're
You
not that
still
person
possibly
anymore and
basically
you
I'm gonna put it
used to
that way.
be?
Huh?
Is it possible to say that you used to be that person, but you're not that person
Yes, because
anymore?
we grow,
I
we
can say that, but
understand
I can say
more.
you could always go back to being that person too. I mean, it's just like that. That's how humans
Absolutely.
work. That's just what happened. I can say that I can not
Yeah.
get mad or not cuss somebody out, but
I mean, we're
it
not
can
going to be
get to a point
hypocritical when we're
sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
younger.
So I'm just leaving myself open to being a human. That's the thing. I know
Mm.
I can mess up. I know stuff I had to work on, right? I know stuff I have to work on. It can come back up at any point. I'm not gonna say like that because I did a turnaround in my life that is not gonna happen no more. I just can't do that because I'm thinking human wise.
Hold
You know
on.
what I'm saying? I'm just thinking human.
I think the part where I'm confused though, right? That's just where I'm confused. Um, what does being hypocritical have to do with being a leader though? If I'm leading you and I'm say for example I'm leading you, I don't know, in work, right? We got to unload like 30 trucks or some shit. What the hell does that have to do with being hypocritical? If
No,
I'm leading a
I
team to do
use
that.
okay. I use hypocrite, right? I use that as in the fact. The whole thing was is that it's going back to me saying that that's subjective, and I'm just saying that we're going off our way of thinking. And like I said, I understand why y'all thinking the same way, just like I would think the same way too. But like I said, I open up a little bit more to think about other things of being led and all that stuff, and it's people that might be lower than me that might got the same intentions as me but don't think as much as I do. I think the same way I do. You know what I'm saying? And maybe it's somebody higher than me, and my thing is to say who is really true, because I know that what I feel might can work, or that I feel to my heart that's positive, it can be negative to somebody else, right? Or you know what I'm saying, or what's negative to some people can be positive to somebody else's life. All we doing is is we giving advices. We trying to live to our best of our opinion. I mean our best of our right, even our opinions. We try to it's really opinions though. And we try to do the best that we can for real, right? That's what we're really trying to do. But who's to say our best is really right? You know what I'm
You are.
saying?
You
But
are.
it's up to people if they want to follow it or not. That's what make it a leader. If they want to follow it, what I'm saying. It is what it is, and if it work, it work. You know what I'm saying. I can say stuff that work for me might work for somebody else. It can with a lot of people, and it cannot. You know what I'm saying. But it's just me
So let me
for
let
what I
me
feel that might work, right?
okay. Let me ask you this. Do you think leaders don't ever make bad calls from time to time?
Exactly. Of
Is that
course
not
I
part?
do. I said I
So so
know.
so hold
I
on,
don't
hold
think
on.
I know.
So hold on, hold
But
on,
who's
hold
to
on.
say who's true?
So hold on. So hold on. So with that being said, that we know that leaders sometimes make bad calls. That I guess to me, I don't understand. If we gonna make bad calls, right? How is that not being human? But how is that person any less than a leader?
But that goes back to Kev saying nobody's perfect. We're not
Nobody's.
perfect.
But
That
that's
true thing is what get
but
me. Probably it's that true stuff.
but that's the part that I'm talking about, right? We're getting lost in a word. You're getting
Exactly
lost in
right.
the
That it
true
means a
part,
lot when you say true. It
right?
do. That one word do means a
So
lot than
this
just saying
was
leader.
so this was the reason why I said what I said. I'm not going to do true leader. Okay? There are leaders and there are people who try to lead and can't, right? Because not everybody can be a fucking leader. You
Right.
need
Okay.
people to follow, right? You need people to be able to follow, and otherwise, if everybody's leading, there's nobody. So let's
Right.
let's lose the true portion of that, and let's just look at leadership as a whole. If we can make mistakes, because duh, we're all human, right? Everybody makes mistakes. Leaders make bad calls. It happens all the time.
Right.
That I guess I don't understand why we're. I guess I don't understand the relevance.
Because maybe
Is
the
where I'm at.
word, maybe you see, the thing is that there is such thing as a true leader, but maybe people do not have like they don't resonate with the word true. All I'm saying is
That part.
that look, there's good leaders and then there's bad leaders, Kevin.
I know
Okay.
words are
Hmm.
words for a reason. That's one thing I know. I know
Well,
everything is
we talked about
words mean
that.
something.
Hmm.
Pick whatever word works better for you,
It's like
Kevin.
saying a positive or negative. You know what I'm saying?
Right. There's a positive leaders and negative leaders, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
But
All right.
that's
There's
all.
good leaders and there's bad
That's what
leaders,
I
right?
was meaning about subjective. That's what I'm meaning about that. But the fact to say that's a fact that or you saying it's objective, right? That's what you're saying, right? And that's when that true came in after. Like I said, all this stuff is I've thought this out. It ain't just the word; it's everything that added up to it. So I thought it out, and I'm like, it sounds like that it's just a flat out stamp that is such thing as this, whatever, this type of person or peoples that you say or whatever. And I'm like, who's to say who is true or not? Who's to say who is uh um
Because it has characteristics, Kevin. They have
and that's off our
characteristic and
judgment,
traits.
ain't it?
That's why.
Right?
No,
So
it's
hold
not
on, hold on.
judgment. It's
Because
not judgment,
because
Kevin.
So
everybody
so
don't
It
hold
have
is.
our
on.
same mentality. That's what I'm trying to get
So
to.
yes, but it's the same concept, right? It's the same concept of the conversation that you and I had where we were talking about how it's pointless to try to have to reword something over and over and over again to keep people out of their whatever the negative connotation or getting them lost in one thing so they can actually follow what it is, right? Just like there's no difference between if I say the sky is blue and the sky is fucking blue,
Right, 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 right,
right?
right.
Somebody is going to
Yeah.
run and be like, "Well, you said fucking."
Fucking
Did it
yeah.
did it
Th-
change what I
Yeah,
The
said?
one
but this is
word.
different though. This is
But
different.
no,
I'm
this
going
is my
on
question. But
actual
no, it's not
definition,
different.
right?
It's
Mine's not
not
off.
different.
Mine's not off feelings. Like when you
How is
use
it
a
different?
word, right? I'm literal. I'm literal, right? That's a difference
Okay.
between being literal or getting affected by a word, right? I'm not getting affected. I'm using your real word that you're using, right?
But
Exact,
it's still
right?
getting lost, but it's still getting lost in the context
It's not getting
and the
lost
semantics
when
of
you
the
use that
word.
word, and I'm calling you out on your word that you use, right?
No, no, no,
That
no.
don't
Hold
have
on.
nothing to
Listen
do
to what
with
I'm saying.
feelings or
No,
any
no,
of
no,
that,
no.
or
Listen
tone
to
or
what I'm
anything
saying.
like that.
I'm not talking about tone. Listen to
I'm
what
just
I'm
saying in
saying.
general.
We
Okay.
said whether you're saying leader or somebody says true leader, right? What is the difference? Other than one
It's
has
a big
true in front of it
difference.
and the other one doesn't.
There's a
It's
big
the
difference.
same
There's a reason
thing.
why I said true in front of it, right?
Yeah, but you could use the word
Can't be the
official,
same
Kevin.
thing.
You could use the word official. You could use the word honest. You could use the word positive.
Coach,
You know what I'm saying?
positive
You could
leader.
use any word you want, but the only way to
Yes.
distinguish a phony leader and a real leader, okay, which is called a true leader, is someone who follows the code in order to do what is expected of a leader. We're not talking about stuff. Anybody can lead anyone. I get that. But in order to be an honest leader, an official leader, a leader that reaches results, right? A leader that does his job, there's a certain
Hmm.
characters and traits and responsibilities that this person understands and empowers people with. I'll give you another example. When you scale a business, Kevin, This is the difference. You can sell something at the highest price and try to make a profit out of these small items that you have, or I can give you guys all a piece of it and empower all of you guys and teach you guys how to do it, and I'll make more money selling more
Mm-hmm.
product with you for than I can selling it at the highest profit. Does that make sense? So what I'm doing as a
So
leader is that I'm building you guys up so that you guys can make more money, which makes me more money. Now that's a true leader.
that part.
And I bet you too, if you look up the word
It's weird
leader
because
and
I'm
and
starting
any
to get
hold
that
on a
same
sec.
mindset my cousin because my cousin used to do the same thing to me, but I understand what he doing. That's because I think because me being more a little bit more open. I'm not well. I ain't trying to say it that way, but I'm just saying I feel like I'm just it's. I think too dang on hard. That's what it is. And like
I
I said,
think yeah.
I hear everything y'all saying, but
Yeah,
it's just like I'm trying to try
overthinking
my.
now.
It's like because I'm thinking
It's
so
okay.
much.
Yeah.
You're
Uh,
okay.
it's weird because it's like because
Well,
I don't
well,
want
well,
to. I don't never set no stamp because like he even asked me. My cousin used to ask me questions like, "Who's to say what's right or wrong?" and all that stuff. And he made me actually think on that too, because like it made me realize that we say this stuff, or we
Yeah.
say like, "Oh, true. Oh, this is true. This is oh, this is
What's
wrong. This is
normal?
right," and all this stuff. But it made me think on this like this is all coming off our opinions or how we feel because like if we was like to go to our maker, right? We go to our maker. To him, you know what I'm saying? Everything we do is wrong, you know what I'm saying? We not him, right? Oh, or him, it, she, you know what I'm saying? Whatever made us, or whatever. Because we just think so high of ourselves, especially when we get smarter all of a sudden and we get educated and all this stuff or whatever. We just feel like we top notch when it get to a certain point. Like, no, you know what? If it don't match with this can't be that. But it's like I have got to a point, and that's the reason, only reason why I'm saying this stuff because, like I said, I understand what y'all saying, but it's just that I got to a point to, and that's the reason why I said subjective because because like we can say what's wrong or right all day, right? We can say that as much as we want though, but somebody can say the same thing to us that's a little bit higher than us or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because there's so many different levels. So that's like it's it's man, I wish I can really explain why the
Basically,
way
I
I'm
get what you're
thinking,
saying.
man.
Yes,
It's so
everything is perspective. Everything is
yes.
perspective. Perspective is reality. But at the end of the day, when it comes to say what's right or wrong, the reasons why we have rules and things like that, right, is because you live within a society. Those are societal norms. Those are things that people, multiple people came to the consensus and said, hey, let's not do this. That is why you have that, right? So, yes, everything is subjective. We can argue that till the cow. There's no arguing that. We all know that, right? But it's not about the problem is that everybody looks at words like leadership, leader, things like that. People cling to that, right? Because they think it's going to give them some sort of superiority. There's no superiority. Matter of fact, to be
Right.
100% honest, the leader, the person who's sitting in that leadership role, is the most selfless person there because they're not really gaining as much as everybody else. Yeah, they may seem like they're on the top, but they're not. They're working with everyone else. They may have to
Right.
take ideas from the guy at the very bottom because maybe he has a better idea. Oh, hey, that's a good idea. Okay, then fine, let's collab. Let's do this. Let's do that. It is what it is.
I got it mixed.
And
I
I
just thought
think,
about that though, because this is what I forgot I did talk to my cousin about this one.
yeah,
So I'm gonna say right and wrong. That's subjective. My bad. That's subjective. I think no, good and bad is subjective. That's what I meant to say. Good and bad
good
is
and bad is
subjective,
subjective. Yeah.
Yeah.
but right and wrong is objective because it's a right way to do things. It's a wrong way. That's why I had to tell my cousin because I thought about it. Because I was like, it's a right way to play basketball. It's a wrong way to play basketball. That's how that works. Or it's a right way of living. It's a wrong way of or how to live healthy. You know what I'm saying? It's just stuff like that. Especially when you're trying to do something like say if you is just like we was talking about the rules and all that stuff. It's a right way to do this, a wrong way. But I think that that is. But I think the way
Who's to
people
say
use
what's
it be like
normal?
subject. But yeah, but it is a right and wrong on
That
that
part.
situation.
Yeah.
What's the deal, Damien? Welcome back. I see you in here, man.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Yeah.
But
That's all it
yeah,
is. I mean,
that
That's why I
That
was
one
like,
right
huh?
there, yeah, yeah. I mean, you got me on that. What's that? The holding accountable though. But yeah, the other one, yeah, I guess,
I mean, we can
hey, it
agree to
is what it is.
disagree
It's
on
one of the
that. That's
ones.
perfectly
Yeah, that's agree to
fine.
disagree for sure.
But I'm just simply saying, like, a lot of the time, it's just wording.
It is.
That's
Yeah.
all it
I
is.
was actually gonna, I was actually gonna say, I bet you if you looked up the word leader, like just Googled it, say leader or whatever, and you put a different positive word in
It's
front of
so
it, say strong leader, whatever, I bet you every definition will come back to just like a true leader. A true leader will
it's
be in there.
actually when
So
it
it's that
come up,
word
it's just
true.
it's gonna be very subjective when you look it up. Because I don't think there's no
Well,
such
no,
thing
no.
as
If
that in
you
the
look it up,
dictionary.
yeah, if you look it up like that, it's going to be subjective because it's coming up with different definitions, and that's the
It's
problem
gonna
with
come up
Right.
with
Yeah.
Yeah, but
words.
just because there's different facets to something doesn't mean that it's
Does
subjective. It just means
yeah.
that it's incomplete. This is the point that I'm trying to make, that there are some people that are stronger in certain areas and certain subjects than others. You understand? So
Hmm.
for those that are schooled in certain areas, the people that are not as schooled or have the experience about a certain subject are going to want to impose how they feel about it instead of being rational and asking the right questions like, okay, what is the composite of a true leader? Instead of saying, I don't like that word because that word makes it subjective, ask the right questions. What is the difference between this and that? What makes it that? Instead of, oh, well, I don't think this. Well, you're thinking before you have the information. So this is already emotional based.
Yeah, because the word leader in and within itself is a blanket term. There's multiple different types of
There
leadership,
you go.
right.
Look,
That's what
look.
I'm
A
right?
saying.
leader is the
Right.
So when it
And
ability to
comes
I'm glad
to
you
motivate.
said it. And you could and
so
multiple can have their own true leaders, right?
no, but
Right.
no. They're different. It the word leadership is a blanket term. There are different types, right? Yes, you can
Yes.
have true leader as one. You can have, I don't know, this type of leader. At the end of the day, tomato. It doesn't
What
matter.
about the
The
Russian dude,
point
right?
is that we were taught. At the end of the day, I'm going to look at the one common word that's being used, right? True leader, leadership. Okay, we're talking about leadership. Okay, cool. Let me go based on that, and then we can break it down into the other ones.
Trump. He's
Everybody
a true
else,
Trump's a
leader
bad leader.
everybody,
to us, but he's a
everybody.
true leader to his people, though. That's my point.
He ain't a true
Well,
leader to
that's the
nobody.
whole.
It's
At
He
the
all
thinks
end of
he's
the
about the
day,
impact you
see
put on
he
somebody, on
thinks he
your
was born a
followers. A
leader.
leader has followers, right?
at
That's what
the
No,
I'm
end
saying.
of the
he thinks
well,
he was born a
aren't
leader.
we all?
He's
We
yeah.
can say
Well,
what we want about somebody that's opposing us, but it is what it is at the end of the
If
day.
you are
That's
live
all
on
I'm
this app,
saying.
you have now been entitled into thinking that you are a leader. You already have your cult following. I explained this yesterday.
I
If
don't
you
think
are on this
anybody's a
app and you have
leader on
1,000
here.
followers and you can get into a box, you have a cult.
We
That's a
did say
cult.
this yesterday. Yeah, we did. We were
We
talking
did
on
say
this
this
yesterday.
yesterday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
most
We were
So
definitely. I
talking
at
on
feel
the
this
end
that.
of the
yesterday,
day,
But I
AJ. You did make a
but,
point that we were all in a cult. Yes.
but okay, I'm gonna put it this way. What level you gotta be at to be considered true?
it's not
What's
about it's
considered true or false?
Because
it's
you can
not
you just
about
be a regular
being
or when can you become true?
Read the comments, man. Some of the comments are on point. Read the
are
A
on
comments.
leader is
point.
the
Yeah.
ability to motivate
Read the
people to
comments.
do their
Leaderships and
duties.
leader is different
It's
topic. Okay.
different
Cause I'm
topics.
done
Leaders.
talking,
Okay.
and maybe if you hear it from somebody else, you'll see that those are two
Oh
different
no.
subjects.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm back from last night.
Hello.
Leadership and leader are two different
Hey,
things.
Damien, welcome
What's
back.
up, Damien?
Hey, y'all.
Anybody can be a leader, but it takes a certain type of person to provide leadership, Kevin.
Takes a
And
certain
what's
That part.
that? Let me
individual to
know
be a
that. Let
leader.
me know
Yeah.
that. What is that? What type of person it takes?
A person that is
He just explained
actually
that.
a person
Well,
that
we
is
went through it.
actually giving leadership is a person that empowers people, all right, to learn from the mistakes, help them build self-confidence, and is not afraid of somebody moving up, you understand what I'm saying, in the
Being better.
rankings.
Yeah.
Because the more you help people rise, the more everybody rises together, Kevin.
Right.
You're only as strong
Okay.
as the people that follow you.
Exactly. I like how you said that though, but I'm just gonna leave it like that. I like how you said that though. But yeah, right.
But if your followers are weak, then you as a
Oh, some people
leader
follow.
need you as a leader. If you're advocating leadership, you will find ways to help them excel, Kevin.
I okay. Let me go. I'm gonna
So
go
that
back to
makes a
this one
good
again
leader.
about the sports, right? So, is a true leader is the one that lead them to a Super Bowl?
I think that
The
everybody in a team has their own leadership
Yeah.
qualities that need to combine. You know what I'm saying, Kevin? Now, the true
Mm,
leader in a team would be the coach, the one who's calling the plays,
ex-
the one, you know what I'm saying?
exactly.
That, yeah, but now the thing is that there are other factors when it comes to competitive sports, Kevin, that
Yeah,
may
there's a
not
lot of
reflect
steps to
on
that.
leadership skills. You know what I'm saying? Like there's momentum in a game. There's freaky things that happen that could change the game. Like, oh shit, a
Yeah.
squirrel just ran across the field. That can change the game. These are things that you have no control over. You know what I'm saying? Those are
Yeah,
Mhm.
those are two
but
different
Yeah.
things.
you know,
Now,
you
my
don't see my point.
example,
I
hold
used that
on,
was my
Kev.
best one right
Hold
there.
on.
Was
My
that
example
sports
was
one
going to
though?
be the
Like that's what I
military.
mean about subjective on that. Cause like that was my best one right there. Because all of them have the same thing. They leading. They trying. They basically.
It's
I
not,
swear
it
that's my
doesn't
best
make
one right
you,
there.
at the end of the
It,
day, leadership isn't about winning or losing.
Or,
Okay? It's
yeah.
not, it's
right.
not about
I
that.
like that,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm trying to get to
But
about
okay,
that.
but
Right.
hold on a
It's
sec.
my
I
whole
So
want to
who's to
bring
point.
up the
say
whole thing about a
it's all
leader in
about
the
impact? Right.
military,
That's what
though.
I would have thought. Right.
Hold on.
But
What are
hold
you
on,
saying,
in the
Lady Play?
military, it is about winning and losing and being a good leader and leading them. And sometimes you are leading them to the wrong spot. And some of
Right.
the leaders in the military are not good leaders, let's face it. So the military
To us.
has everything that we've been talking about today, good, bad, you know
Yes,
what I
but
mean?
with that
Right?
being said, the person who's leading them maybe to the wrong place got orders from somebody higher than them.
Right.
Can
Again,
I
you're
That's the
trickling
point.
down
can
the
I butt
order.
in?
Go
But
ahead,
Yes, please
Can
do,
Damien.
I butt
Damien.
in?
go ahead.
You mentioned military. That's the main reason why. When I just was hopping from live to live, and I've heard leadership and leaders, and both parties made very interesting points. As in, a leader is more personal. Leadership is more of a group of leaders. You're in top. You're in charge of all these leaders. That's leadership to make them do. You kind of push the agenda or the orders to different leaders to perform their duties. But you as a leader, not leadership, as a leader, you're more closer to the people that works for you. You have to know who you're working with and what they are capable of doing. And there's a difference between leadership and leader.
Okay.
Now, it's the same thing with marriage or friendship or however. You can all
Mhm.
break down to the same thing. Leadership, you're in charge of. You're the one above. You're in charge. You're the only one. You're in charge of all the leaders. As a leader, you're more personally close to whoever you want to promote and move up to become to where you are. And that's only me speaking on the military side of.
So do that make them okay? I like how you said it. So the leadership is the one that. So is that would that be considered a true leader, a leader that lead leaders?
Well, a leader will become a leadership. It will become yes, it'll still be a leader.
Well, like that saying, right, Kev?
So
The
as
teacher, the
long as you
student will
lead
become the
leaders, which
teacher.
make them become followers, right?
No, 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 no,
No,
no,
because they
no,
have
no, no.
multiple. So,
Look, look,
in my
look. Leadership
mindset,
is a process. Leadership is a process. A leader is a person. You understand?
Okay,
Leadership
I
is
get
the
that. I get that.
process of
I get that.
leading. And if you lead the right way and you know what you're doing and you do things the way things are more prone to succeed and the way that you attempt. See, I like the word that you use, Kevin. The word that you use about like you used the word, I don't remember what it was, but I liked it. The impact, right? The impact that
Right.
somebody has and the influence that somebody has.
Exactly.
And, but that
Influence,
all
yeah.
comes from, look, you can use different leadership styles in order to get the job done, right? There's
Right.
different types of leadership styles. You need to pick the right leadership style, Kevin, in order you to for whatever situations at hand, so that you know how to handle it. So a true leader would know that you can switch up your leadership styles in
Right.
order to provide excellent leadership.
Okay, here's a perfect example, right? My work right now. I have two bosses over me. They are the leadership. I'm not in charge. I'm not a manager. I'm just a regular coworker to my coworkers, right? I'm nothing. But I provide them with leadership. Or I'm sorry, I'm a leader to them because I'm a senior mechanic, senior electrician. So I provide them with guidance, and they see me as their boss. It was not a choice that I did not want them to do that, but they see me as and they always call me all the time. So they see me as a leader, but I have to answer to my leadership, which is my manager and my hire manager, if that makes any sense.
So I thought about this though.
Yeah, that's like the military.
So I thought about this was another thing I thought. I'm glad you said that too though. So how about because I know some jobs where they have a leader over the leaders, right? But I think some of the leaders are more of a leader. The ones that's lower than the leader be more of a leader than the one that's over them. You ever
You
seen
just
situations that was
Yeah.
like
Kevin,
that?
you
So for
just
instance,
answered Kevin, you just answered
Yes, sir.
your entire question
yeah.
right there. Listen to what you just said. Leadership and leaders is not a position, Kevin. Just because somebody is higher than you in the rank
Doesn't mean
doesn't
they're
make them a leader. A leader can be the person
Right.
at the bottom of the
so
totem pole as long as they're doing leadership quality things.
so listen, like in my
That's what
job,
I
So,
was
we have
saying.
people, we
but
call
look,
them,
hold up,
hold
no,
on.
I got another one. Hold up, I
Hold
got
on a sec
another
though,
one. Now.
Kev. Like at my job, we have what we call the blue vest, and they're all our supervisors and everything like that. Now, a lot of them don't lead by example either, so that's not a good leader to me. Do
Correct.
you see what I'm saying? Like, a lot of times we'll be like, well, he won't do it. He doesn't even know how to do that job. So how can he lead us on how to do that, to do the job? You're not going to
It
look at
goes
that
back.
person as exactly as what we were saying before, AJ. Exactly,
Here's
right?
here's another
That goes
example, Kevin.
back
Here's
to
another
exactly what I said.
Oh, y'all about to
here's
get me
look.
bundled up. I had some in my
Yeah.
mind.
Kevin, check this
Y'all
out.
just
Check
got
this
me.
out.
Sorry, Kev.
Here's
Sorry,
another
Kevin.
example, Kevin. Here's another example. A person is new at a job, right? And he's gonna work a machine at a job. Now, is it necessarily the supervisor or the manager or the trainer or another person that actually knows how to work that machine?
That's
That
what I'm about
person
to
could
get
be
to.
just like you because you're getting a job just like that person. But since the person is so good at that machine, they'll have that person train you because he's good at what he does. Now he's leading you. He is using leadership to get you to understand this as fast as you could so that you can catch up to everybody else. And if he's not an envious or a jealous person, he wouldn't mind that you go through the ranks real fast because you might appreciate him teaching you and you will take him with you.
Listen, I'm a trainer at my job, and you know how many people I train that are above me
Exactly.
and go above me, but I still have to train them, right? But I don't get mad. Oh well, because you drive the rig and I only drive the forklift. I'm not going to train you. I can't do that. I have to, I have to be like, I have to be clear minded and treat everybody differently as well because they all learn differently as well. But yeah, you got to look at everybody differently when you train.
Okay, so from the host, I would like to hear your opinion, or your question.
Yeah. Um. So I'm glad he kind of reminded me when Mika said about the. So I like that. So it goes back to what I was saying again, once again. So like I said, it depends on the agenda, right? It depends on the agenda, which means and it go back to what AJ said about everybody basically everybody is good at what they know, right? You might know something, somebody else might know something, and just like I said, that you can know something better more than your boss might know or something like that. You can lead in that. So and that's what I'm meaning about that being I'm not gonna say that word again, but I'm
It's
just
just
saying
not. It's
that
not
it
a
depends
rank,
on the
Kevin.
agenda of what you lead in that, right? Or how you and I would stick with that impact part, which I thought about that one though,
I
is how
like
you
that word,
impact the
Kevin.
certain situation, how you put in that work in or what you do more. Oh, in that situation, how much of an impact you put in that certain agenda or whatever, and that's what I'm meaning about. That can go for anything though, because it depends on everybody what they want to be led in. That's what I'm
Right.
meaning
But
about
What
that's
that.
but
I'm saying is, Kevin, don't limit it to just a rank. A leadership is not a
that part.
rank. It's not you. You're looking at it as the structure of supervision and management. Stop looking at it that way. Leadership can come from anyone in any position. Don't look at it as a hierarchy. Look at it
Exactly.
as an action, a course of action, Kevin, that only certain people can do well because they understand what goes into it, Kevin.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I brought up corporations in the first place, because we all have felt that if you've worked a job. You may have a
Have you ever
boss
had
who
a
is
bad
terrible at
manager,
their
Kev?
job. They don't
Huh?
they don't follow what they say, right? Oh, they delegate. Oh, you need to do this, you need to do that, but they don't do anything else. And sometimes some of the best leaders, some of the people who have helped when I've worked jobs and things have gone absolutely wrong, were not people in management. There were people that were working beside me at the time. So it
Right.
has nothing to do with rank, was the point I was making.
Right. I don't know where that came from either. That's what I'm saying. All this stuff y'all telling me, it's nothing I was talking about. I didn't say nothing about no rank or anything like that.
But at the
I'm
same
going
time, the
back to this
point,
truth stuff.
but
That's my main thing I was getting to
but
about
my
that, which
whole thing, but my
is
whole
getting switched
thing.
over because I never mentioned none of that
So
stuff.
ho- so here so
That
here so here's my thing. Okay, when it comes to being a true leader, it's not trying to get everybody to follow you. People are only going to follow what they resonate to. That's it, right? There's somebody probably on the internet right now talking about, for example, losing weight. I'm not somebody who needs that advice. I'm not going to follow that person. Does that make sense? Because it doesn't pertain to me. People are going to follow what they're going to follow. So yes, as far as the follower is concerned, then it is subjective on the leader that they're following. Leadership, and what we're talking about, leaders and leadership, that's not subjective. That just is what it is. That's the difference. That's how you separate the two. That's
Yes.
all it is.
so leadership, right? So what is like? All right, what you got to have multiple multiple
Skills.
You got to have
skills.
a
It
lot
got to
of
be
different types
multiple. It
of
got to be
skills.
more than just one, right? To make you
Absolutely.
leadership,
You need
right?
communication skills,
So
personal
so if
skills. You
somebody is one or two above you, they more of a leadership to you, and they just debunk you to a leader.
no, that means
No,
that
you're
listen,
ranking it
listen.
again.
Let's say again, let's go back to the
Dog. Now I'm
Batman
getting
tool
more
belt.
confused,
Let's
bro.
go back to the Batman tool belt, right? The best leaders that provide leadership have more tools on their belt. Like in corporations, Kevin, there's such thing as having a black belt, a green belt, a yellow belt, and an orange belt. Okay, so for those that learn more about leadership, they go up. You understand what I'm saying? They go up in a different class. In other words, they have these three things. This person has these five things. This person only has one. Everybody has to learn these traits in order to move up to that. You understand what I'm saying, Kevin? So there are leaders that are better than others, believe it or not. There are leaders
Right.
that are better than others based
Right.
on how they push leadership, based on how well they can get the people that they're trying to lead or the impact that they have on them, Kevin.
Right.
So,
It
Kevin,
just
can I
has to
ask you a
also do
question?
with the amount of also with the amount of tools that they have.
Right.
If you're a leader and you only have one thing and the other leader has five things
You,
that they're
you,
skilled in
you're not strong as that person. The
versus
more skills you have, and it's not just the skills, Kevin. Understand this, because
I know
you
that.
could know a
Right. All
billion
this stuff
things,
I
but
know.
if you don't know how to apply it, it makes the same shit. You understand? Like you could have five
same.
things that you
Yep.
know, and if you don't know how to put it into play, then it doesn't make any sense.
It's funny
Kind
because
of like
y'all
I say
literally
all the
saying the stuff
time.
that I'm telling y'all. It's fun. It's like y'all telling me back the
No,
stuff I'm telling y'all, and y'all not understanding what I'm saying. This is so freaking funny right now. You just don't see it, and that's what I'm meaning about this. Like I said, everybody can have multiple. I know that. That's what I'm saying though. It's like you really repeating what I'm already saying, and I literally done said this earlier though. This will make it funny though. It's all this stuff I know that. I'm just saying about the. I'm just trying to man, I know why that's so hard though.
okay. What is the question so we can understand what you're confused on? What is the question?
I just don't get how y'all not understanding where y'all don't how y'all don't see why I say this is subjective. I don't. It's weird, and I use a bunch of examples. I literally use a bunch of examples. I
It's
even when you said that you gotta have multiple skills, right? And that's why I was saying that some people do have multiple stuff, but who's to say who's true or not? Because at the end of the day, if we talk about truth, somebody would have to be literally God-like. That's what I'm saying. They would literally have to be
not
God-like where
true.
they don't, where they
That's
You're
know
not
how to
true.
lead
taking out the word
everything.
true. Take the word true out of it, Kev.
All right, but otherwise we gonna if we ain't taking okay, if we take true out of it, we already answered that already. I've been answered that a long time ago, right? I've been answered that, so we have to
So if
go
we're
back to the
talking about
true part
true,
because
so
that's
a
what's being
true, okay,
said.
so for example, a true leader is somebody who is constantly working at those things, right? So whether they have one thing, two things they're good at, three things they're good at, or five things they're good at, they are constantly working to gain more tools to put in their belt.
Right.
That is the definition. That is the difference. It has nothing to do with being godlike. It has nothing to do with rank. It has nothing to do with anything. All that has to do with is the amount of tools that you have or your ability to get there. Whether you have one to two things or you have five to six things. That's all it is. That's it.
But who make that call? That's what I'm trying to get to. Who is the one that make this call? Who
The
gets to
people
make
who
that
did the
decision and say that,
research.
oh, because
Of
you
what a
The
work
true
this
people who
leader
hard,
did
you
the
ain't you.
research.
I feel like you're a true leader, so I'm gonna stamp true leader on you because I feel like you're that way.
No, no,
Ain't this
Kevin.
our
It's not.
Everything
It's
opinion?
is
not.
true.
It's not a stamp. It's a checklist. It's not a stamp. It's a
It's a
checklist that you have.
It's our
checklist.
It's a
human
Okay, but
checklist.
checklist.
who made
No,
this
it's not.
No,
It's
checklist?
a
it's a
business.
checklist.
It's a
Who
business
made the
and life
checklist?
checklist.
Okay,
I'm
It
going
is.
to explain who made the
I got
checklist.
you.
Who made the checklist are the people who did the research into figuring out what were these things that they had, right? They saw somebody who had five skills. Why is it that they are very effective at leading and doing this type of leadership, right? What is it about them? And they went and they figured it out, right? They figured it out, they broke it down. Okay, a true leader, quote unquote, is going to have these things. These are the checklists, these are the things that you have. If you meet this criteria and you have these things, you are considered a true leader. That is where that came from.
Okay,
Does that
so
make
now I
sense?
think I am understanding Kevin a little bit because I'm trying to get it to like who's to say what is a true leader or who's to say that like who's to say and
Hold
who
up here.
came up with those points to say that those are the points that make a true leader.
The
Those
people
are
who did the research.
that is the qualifying criteria and what you the metrics. Those are the metrics that have been determined when you have a
And how
certain
far back are we
skill set.
going on this? How far back are we going on this criteria? Like how far back was this research done?
Well,
Like
I've been
years?
studying leaders since the days of Jesus Christ.
Okay. I'm just saying, I'm trying to kind of see where Kev's coming from and what he's trying. Like, I'm trying to get. I've been sitting and listening, and I'm getting like both points now. But Kev, have you ever worked for a company and you've had two supervisors? Can Kev hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Were you saying something, Lady Play?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if
What
Kev
happened?
heard me. I don't know. I heard him say
Yeah,
shh.
he said he heard you.
I thought
I'm
he
waiting
said
for
something.
I think he could hear you, the two supervisor analogy. Hold on. example.
Yeah,
I would
Kev, if you're
like to.
talking, we can't hear you.
I think he told me to wait a minute.
I would like to hear more from the whole from his experience, so that we can before we jump in every very.
Yeah, but the thing is that by denying that there's such thing as a true leader, and it's not just something that's a consensus that social
I
media or the
But
back.
you
general
have to see
population.
it from. You have to look at it from his point of view. From his point of view, you have to look at it from his point of view before we jump on him. And I'm not trying to
Oh, nobody's
take
jumping
from.
on him.
We're not jumping on him. We already
No,
said that
this is
we
just a
Well, that's
debate.
what
respect.
it sounds like to me. That's what I mean. Even myself, I
Yeah,
mean,
no, 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 no. It's not. It's. Believe it or not, it is a friendly debate. We
It is. It's
we
most
oh
do
yeah,
definitely
We've
though,
been we've
but
been at
it,
this
this
now for
this
like a couple
it's a
hours.
lot of passion.
Yeah.
So
oh well,
don't
I
take
this
it
is
just
what
as
happened when
come
you
on,
put
don't
like
take it
four
as
powerful.
you
I'm
got
just
four
going
powerful
live.
mics
I
in
don't
here.
know how long it's been. I could have shut this
Yeah.
conversation
You're
down
good.
a couple hours ago. I would
Yeah,
like to
no, no,
hear
you're good.
from
But
his.
I can see. I already know that it's gonna be like that because we both, all of us, is strong in our point of view. That's what it is, and it's of course gonna be people that agree with us that don't agree with us at the same time though, because it's just the way, you know what I'm saying. We true leaders. I'm talking to. But yeah, it's just like I said, everybody. It's different point of views. That's all it is for real.
But I
But
would like to hear from your point of view. What do you
yeah,
between a leadership
yeah. Well, I
without
was, yeah.
every sentence everybody jumps in and cuts you off? I would like to hear from your point of view.
Oh
What you
yeah,
that's all.
yeah. Yeah, that I was just what I was basically saying. What I was basically saying is that I guess the argument is that they were saying that true leadership basically is they saying objective. I'm saying it's subjective because I say that everybody, what I'm saying, just, and I think that a lot of stuff is coming from our point of view at the end of the day. That's what I'm saying. And I can say, and like I said, I truly agree why they're saying what they saying, right? Because I understand why they saying what they saying. But, I try to take stuff an extra step and I try to think about, other things like people that's getting led that has plenty of followers that's making impacts, right? You know what I'm saying? Who's to say they're not a true leader to in their book? You know what I'm saying? Because everybody got their own definition of a true leader. You know what I'm saying? We looking at it in a positive way. Like if you not doing nothing to help somebody grow and all that stuff. And I 100% agree with everything they saying. But I'm trying to think about it in a very wide type way. You know what I'm saying? I try to think about it. I try to, you know what I'm saying, because we can say it all we want. We can say what we want, but the thing is, I think about it as in that all of us are humans, and what we think could be right, it could be wrong to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Or what's wrong to somebody else could be right with somebody else. So that's how I look at it because we all human at the end of the day. I try to think. I'm trying to just think about, which I know they saying, but I'm just saying. I think about it. I try to leave room for that. We all make mistakes. Leaders can make mistakes and all that, but you can lead somebody and it might not, you know what I'm saying? It might impact them, it might not. You can have a big following and some like these big followers on these pages, you know what I'm saying, that we don't agree with. But who's this? How can I tell them that if they're a true leader or not? At the end of the day, it's gonna crash back in their face, but it could be helping people. You know what I'm saying? These little trauma dumper rooms, all that stuff, they doing their whatever. You know what I'm saying? They might be a leader in their way and all that stuff. It might be helping people, but it could be hurting a lot of people at the same time. But who's to say that that they not a true leader in their book? You know what I'm saying? Because we could, like I said, I'm trying to look at it from a bunch of point of views, and I know we only know our opinions and what we know. That's all we know. You know what I'm saying? We studied a lot of people. We might have been like Hormiga was saying, he been around a lot of leaders and all that stuff, and he been, you know what I'm saying, that's why he came up with what he came with. But the thing is, everybody ain't been through the same thing he was, or it's people that's higher than him that been through the same thing that can say what he's saying you don't know what you talking about. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like to make it seem like that nobody know what they talking about. So that's why I try to put it in a fair type way thinking, right? To put it to where that anybody can have that type of mindset. It's all about the mindset and stuff. And I know that everybody don't have the mindset I don't have. I have, because like I said, it's I mean, I might be on a whole other level, but somebody that's lower than me could be a true leader, right? To somebody else that don't know that much. You know what I'm saying? Everybody be needing help or need to be led in certain things or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Even if we was talking about the five, or if somebody got five skills or they always grinding to have this, it's other people that's doing 10 times better than them, right? So who's to say that they're less of a true leader than another leader? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm getting to. It's different levels, and it's just our human uh opinions about this situation, or that we want to call it a fact. But I feel like this is mostly our opinion because this is our way of thinking. But I try to think beyond that because I know people is better than me. I know it's people worse than me. So that's why I be trying to think about it in that way. That's all it is.
So yeah, which I understand where you're coming from, Kev. But the thing that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out what the baseline, right? What is going to be the common consensus on this conversation? If we're going to say everything is subjective, then yeah, everything is subjective. We can argue. There's no need to argue that. We all know that, right? But what me and Hormiga are saying is that there has been a carefully researched checklist that has been done. That is what that is. And if you check those boxes, then yes, we can argue that that's subjective. We can argue that till the cows come home.
Mm.
It's just a
Tomato,
matter.
tomato.
It's just a matter of.
It's just
It's just a matter, Kevin, of like, okay, like a person that's been a student of leadership, right? A student. This is where the follower and the leader comes from. A student of leadership will arm themselves with as much information as possible
Right.
about how to be more successful in a leadership role or a leadership position.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a difference between a leader and a manager. Not all
Mm-hmm.
managers are leaders, and not all
Right.
leaders are managers. You understand?
Right.
All I'm saying is that there is a definitive calculated measurement that is used to determine how far more advanced somebody is in a leadership role than another person.
Yeah.
And I
So,
think that's sorry. I think that's where I was trying to get with the question, Kev. For you, have you ever never been in a job where you've had two supervisors
Right.
and one was good and one wasn't?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like they're in the leadership position. Doesn't mean they should be in that position though,
Yeah. But if they go to
right?
some other job, they can be do a heck of a better
Well,
job. You know what I'm saying?
that's not
You know what I'm
what's being
saying? That's
said here
that's what
though.
that's how I look at it. You
Because
know what I'm saying?
yes,
absolutely.
They could be a
Maybe in
better
that
leader than
in
yeah.
that
somebody else. That's not what's
environment,
being.
right?
But that's not what's being said though, Kev. Because they could go to another
No,
job and absolutely be a better leader there, with
Exactly.
something with
But
they're more
that sounds like a
knowledgeable about.
moment thing you talking about. So you can only be true for a moment.
no, it's not that you could be true for a moment.
No.
Everybody has different skill sets,
Right.
right? If I
Yeah.
took a leader who is good at, say, I don't know, standard operations, right, and tried to put him over a financing department, and that's not going to be the best
Right.
decision sometimes.
Exactly.
Because if you
Right.
don't understand finance and you did not equip yourself and you're not skilled in that, you're not going to make an effective leader in that role.
Right,
I
Yeah.
mean, that's
right,
like me. I'm
right,
not
So
a
right.
good
You have to
debater
have
because I'm
certain
not good
skill
at.
sets in order to lead in
Yeah.
certain things. That's why I
yeah.
said there's different type there's different types of leaders. There's people who have strengths in different things, just like we all do,
Exactly.
right? But
Mm-hmm.
not
Right.
everybody is a leader,
I got you on
right?
that. I
There's
got you on that
some
for sure.
people, right, who jump in and think that they're a leader, but they're really managers. Those are the people.
Right.
If everything goes to shit, right, and nothing is going according to plan, they don't know what the hell to do because they
Mm-hmm.
did not
Whew.
equip themselves.
Trust me, I've been around a lot of
They
those.
don't know how to think outside of the box. They're tools,
Mm-hmm.
right? These are people that are like, well, it's supposed to
Not
do this,
even
this, and
like a
this,
toolbox.
but it's not doing
But I
this,
like
this,
how
and
you
this.
said that though.
What do
Now
I
I'm about to
do?
use that. Now I'm about to use that. Remember we were just talking about leaders can make mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
sure. You
you
can
Anybody,
miss.
so say
anybody can
if
make a
We
say
mistake.
if
we have to
and I like
disagree
how
with
you said
that.
that. So wonder if that person you was talking about just had that day, right? They had or maybe many of times that they thought their plan was going to work, but it just ended up backfiring. It didn't happen. So that make them not a true leader anymore?
Well,
But
No,
shouldn't
what's been
no,
you,
said
hold on, hold
though
on.
as a
is
Let me,
they
let
leader,
could
me,
be
be
let me, let me, hold
experienced?
on. Let me chop this up real quick. Check it out. Look, Kevin. If in any place, whether you're having a family intervention or a meeting in a business, right? You have what's called cross functioning. Cross function is that you pick the strongest people in different areas: accounting, finance, human resources, project management, right? You pick the best. Now you are in front of a group that can offer their expertise in where they're at. That has nothing
Mhm.
to do with leadership. That has nothing to do with being a leader. Leadership
Has to do
person
with
would
skills.
know how to take people in different skill sets and have them function together.
Delegate.
You
Yes.
understand?
Yeah.
Like for instance, Kevin, there's certain let's talk about these skills, Kevin, so you can understand a little bit. You have to have good
Okay.
communication skills, good personal skills. You have to have critical thinking skills. You have to have emotional intelligence. You have to have prudence. You might have to know a little bit about budgeting. You might have to know a little bit about certain things, but the more you know, Kevin, the better you can be a true leader. A true leader learns from the mistakes. They rarely make the same mistakes twice. Their calendar is their Bible. They're very time managed. They manage time well, and they know what it takes to get the job done. And they can admit when they're weak in a certain area, and they do what it takes to get better at it.
That part. I'm not talking about somebody having a bad day, like, oh, everything just didn't go according to my plan. You, we can all tell the difference between somebody whose plan just went to shit and somebody who cannot think for themselves because they have no idea what to do, right? Which means they're not doing anything. They've kind of just thrown their hands up. Well, I guess it's going to shit. There's nothing I can do. And then the next week, right? They fix the situation. The next week, something else goes wrong. They do the same thing. They keep doing the same thing. That's what I'm talking about. There are people who think that they are leaders when they are not. Not
Right.
everybody can
Yeah.
be a leader. Not everybody is good at finance. Not everybody is good in IT and so on and so forth. We all have different
Right.
skill
Like, don't
sets.
put me behind a desk. Like, you put me behind a
I used
desk
to
with a
say the same
computer and
thing, but
numbers.
look at
Yeah.
me over here in IT.
Really? No. Yeah. No.
If you're a true leader, you better know how to do everything.
I do know
You
how to
That's
do
what
not
I'm
you don't.
everything because
saying, Kev.
It's not about doing anything. It's not about doing everything because it's impossible
Everything
to know everything. But it's just to learn as much as you can, Kevin. Be based on your
about,
capacity. You understand? Like
especially about what you want to teach everybody else. Learn what
at the end of
everything that you
yeah, at
possibly
the end
can before you teach anybody else anything.
and at the end of the day when it
anybody who thinks
comes
they know everything, they don't know shit, bro, Kevin.
that part.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the
That part.
thing.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there's different skill sets and things that I have. Yes, I work in IT, but I also have a background in business and I also understand finance. At the same time, does that mean that I necessarily work in a job that gives me all three and puts me over all three of those things?
Right.
No, I don't.
See, and
I
for
work in
me,
IT. I code things for a living.
yeah,
That's what I
I'm
do.
more
I
front
code.
end. I'm more
It's
front end.
Like,
Like, I can
it's
run
just
it.
it's
I can
Kevin. It's
teach
the
people how
same.
to run
Kevin,
it,
it's
but
the
I can't
same.
do the books.
Right, Kevin. Look,
Sorry,
it's the
go ahead.
same thing as you know who to call in certain situations because you know that they're better fit to handle
Right.
whatever it is. So that's all it
Mm-hmm.
is. You know who to call or who to get in contact with for certain things. I'm gonna call Olmiga for this. I'm gonna call Kevin for this. I'm gonna call AJ for this. I'm gonna call
yeah.
Damien for this. I'm gonna call Lady for that because that's their thing. That's their specialty. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Until we find
Right.
Mm-hmm.
somebody that's more equipped or more advanced than them, because if you keep learning from the same person, you're only going to learn what they have to offer. But if you learn from 10 different people, now you're equipping
Mm-hmm.
yourself with different skill sets.
That part.
That's all it is. It's not easy, man. Leadership is
It's
not
not.
an easy task.
No,
I
it's
know
It's,
that.
not.
it has a lot of skills that come with this,
Right. And
and it starts with you. If you don't have the right attitude, the right mindset, and you're not a people person, turn around. Don't even try it.
oh, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
because if
again,
you're
like
going
we
based
said,
on just like the leadership side of it, it has nothing to do with being good at different departments or whatever in a job or anything else. It has to do you have to have
right,
interpersonal skills. You have to know how to talk to people, right? You
right.
have to know how to
Now,
motivate people. You have to have some form of people management skill to some degree in order to be a leader. You have to be able to talk, right? Public speaking. That's not the same thing as just talking to your friends, right? Those are two different things, right? People management, public
Oh my
speaking.
God.
You got to know, you got to
Now,
be,
for me, being a
self-motivated. You got to
trainer,
do a lot of things and you got to be hard work.
yeah,
You got to know how to train. You have to know how to break things down step by step, forwards, backwards, up, down, every direction possible because you never know, right? But
and
that's
see,
the
for
thing.
me, I was a
But you
trainer
Kevin,
at
keep
my
learning.
job, and
Kevin is
I got
better.
essentially,
another
Look,
good one for you as soon as y'all get
Kevin,
done.
look, check this out,
okay,
Kevin.
go ahead.
Kevin, you are a better leader today as a host than when you started because of the information that you got from these lives.
There you
And
go.
that's my point, right? And I can still get better. The more I keep getting, I'm gonna get better and better. So
But you're
who's
never,
to say? Who's to say I'm at my true
you're not a
form?
master. But you're not, but that's the problem. A true leader isn't somebody who's mastered that. They're still continuing. There's no such thing as a
You're right.
master.
Right.
You're no there. You can't master anything, right?
Or
You can't
everything.
master anything or everything.
Or everything.
You, you,
But
That's the whole
you,
thing. You're constantly learning.
listen,
I'll put it
experience
another
is going
way.
to
Just
help you.
because I call somebody true, that don't mean they true to everybody else. I'm put it that way.
Based
If
on
you
his
have your
If
own
behavior.
everybody
criteria,
else,
look.
everybody might not see trueness in somebody else, as I see true in somebody else. That's
All
what
right,
I'm
so
looking.
then,
That's how
so
I
then,
look at it.
so then, so then, let's break down what that word in front of any other word represents. When you say that somebody is true, you're saying that somebody is honest. You're saying that somebody is official. You're saying that somebody is the real deal McCoy, that they're not phony, that they're not a hypocrite, that they don't say one thing and then do something else, that they live that life. When you're saying that something is true, you're saying that
Mhm.
it's a fact.
Hmm.
Would you even put the word loyal?
But I had, I like that though. But I'm glad you said that too, though. What about this then? I know a guy, a leader that's at my job. He got all that stuff, but he can't talk to people, right? He got good. He can, but he know how to operate everything. He know how to work. He know how to manage money. He know how to do all that stuff. But then you say communication, right? It's part of it, right? But
That's the
he don't know
big
how to
part.
talk to his customers. He don't. I mean, he don't know how to talk to his workers and all that stuff. He talk. He talk reckless. You know what I'm saying? He I don't even think they want to come back either, too, bro. But
You know what it is?
what do we call that situation?
He made the company money.
Well, I had a similar
He made the
situation with a
company
trainer of
money.
ours. He was great
You
at
say making the company
everything.
money,
Made the
Hold
right?
company,
I
on.
would
What
say,
was that, Damien?
That's the
he
bottom
made
line.
the company money.
So,
Because I'm not sure. I hope my boss is not on live right now. Listen to me.
bro. That's why I didn't want to say mine.
Because let me make sure he's not on live right now. Okay. So yeah, he makes money. He makes money for the hire man, for the whoever the CEO, the shareholders. And I work in the oil field, so I know all about that shit. But they will still keep him in his position, right? Even though he cannot talk to his worker or his supervisor or peers or whatever. But he makes company money. Or when you break it down, it's about money. Now, when it comes for him to talk, they will send a fucking goonie out there to speak. They will speak for him. But he's doing his job. He makes money. He keeps the money straight, the record straight, the receipts, no audits, no all that bullshit. He's doing his job. And I've seen a lot, I've seen that shit everywhere.
Lots
Even
of
where
those
I
guys,
work,
yeah.
seen that everywhere. I'm like, they could not speak
So,
anybody on public and give a good speech. And
yes.
he still move up. I'm like, how the fuck did you move up? I can do this.
Hmm.
How the fuck did you? But they really like him.
Because it's,
Kiss his ass. They kiss a compliment man's ass, and they fucking just go to dinner or whatever it is, whatever it was. But I know more than him. And one more thing before everybody comes on here, right? You have multiple layers of leaders, right? It's a funnel. It's a funnel effect, right? It's a funnel effect. Everybody's trying to move up to be that one man that controls all the leaders, to be the leadership. of all these leaders over here.
Right.
So you are a jack of all trades, but you are the master of none. Not about
Right.
not what you know, it's about who you know. Well, then again, I'm sorry. It's
Yeah,
about
you're
who
right. That
knows
happens at
you.
my job.
It's about who knows you. It's about what you know is who knows you.
I can't wait to address
It doesn't
this. When
matter
you
who
guys
you
want to,
know. You
what?
know everybody, but who knows you? That's all it is. That's all
Okay.
it is. Whole game. It's like,
I'm gonna let you take this one, Hormiga.
Can you
Mhm.
go
please
ahead.
allow me
Okay,
six?
okay.
Can you when you're done? Please allow me 60
Yeah,
seconds
I
to
go on
address
mute.
that.
I go on mute. Sorry. Go ahead.
All right, check this out. The culture of a business, right, can have different things in it. It could be about favoritism. It depends on the corporate culture of a business that determines how people move up in the ranks. And this is what I'm going to tell you. I offer a service to different businesses and corporations where I go in and I act like I just got hired, something like an undercover boss. And sometimes they hire me to motivate and uplift the workers because it's a proven fact that if your workers are
I love
happy,
that.
if your workers are trusted, if your workers are if you actually treat them as human beings, they will be more productive. In certain businesses, they drop the ball and they don't create a consistency in order to reach a sustainable level, but it's all about growth. If your company's not growing, if it's not adapting to innovation, you're soon to fail. You are not you're not taking advantage of how much more you can do because you're not resonating to how this actually works. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is this. There are businesses where it's about who you know. There are businesses that's more about what you know. When you go into a job or when you go into a career, you're supposed to learn about the corporate culture, their mission statements, and what they stand for. But most people just get a job just to get a job. If you do your homework, it's public information that you could find out what kind of a corporation or business that you're going into. So, yes, all that exists, fake leaders, fake managers, people that make believe that they're for the people, but in reality, they're selfish and they're for themselves. We're not talking about human characteristics. When it comes to leadership, you're going to do whatever it takes, and it has to trickle down from the top. Now, if the top people, the CEOs, and the top brass are a bunch of assholes and all they care about is money, then people are more expendable in that job than other jobs. But if you go into a business that cares about their employees or has a different system of their corporate culture, you'll see what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Some companies are that's why they have a list of the best companies to work for, because a lot of that information
Hmm.
comes from surveys that you ask the workers if they're happy
Yep.
anonymously where they work. So they're dropping the ball in these businesses. And that guy that you're talking about that doesn't know how to talk to people, at the end of the day, the bottom line is that as long as they're making money, they don't want to change that. They will be scared to
That
do
part.
something different because they don't want to, because with change, there's going to be losses. With change, the stocks are going to, they're going to drop. The mergers are going to drop in the beginning, but when you work at it, it's going to be better at the end. Some companies are afraid to change and they're scared to change their corporate culture. So yes, there are some shitty careers. There's some shitty businesses. There's some great businesses. There's good
Look
and
up
bad
Costco.
everything. You know what I'm saying?
So hold on.
Look up
So
Costco.
hold
It's
on,
one of the
hold on, hold
best
on. I
companies to work
wanna
for.
I wanna piggyback off of what Hormiga said, right? It does depend on how big your company is and where
That's
you
one
work.
factor.
Yes.
That's correct. That's
If
one
you are
factor.
working for a small business, then yes, it is very much going to be the people at the top is going to tell you exactly how that's going to trickle down. If you
Hmm.
are working for a gigantic corporation, right? The people at the very top,
Don't
they don't
care
know who
about you
you
at the
are.
bottom. I'm
No, they
just a
don't know who you
number.
are at the end of the day.
No,
So
I'm just a
where
Yeah.
that
number.
disconnect happens, okay? This is where the disconnect happens. The disconnect happens in that mid-management level, right? So what
100%.
mid-management is going to do, right? Because shit rolls downhill, right? The CEO, they're not making the amount of money and the projections that they want up here, and it trickles down, right?
And
So
they
the
push us
reason
at the
why that
bottom.
guy is sitting in that position, right, is because one, this is where you got to pay attention to economics. They can't afford to pay somebody qualified to be there in that role. But the fact that he can do multiple things saves them money.
Correct.
Does that make sense? He
They
can
don't have to
train
hire three
on
people to do
multiple
that.
things
That's correct.
because
Right.
now you don't have to hire somebody to train on this equipment. You don't have to hire somebody, okay, you can train them on this and this and that. We have one person for that. And yeah, he can't talk to people, but that's perfectly okay
Yep.
because he
Right.
can train whoever he needs to.
Right. And
And if they
sometimes
make
you got
it,
to look
they
at it
make
as the
it.
greater good. Sometimes,
That
sometimes
part.
you're not going to make everybody happy, but you have to do whatever it takes to continue to have that business succeed and be consistent.
Yeah.
That part.
Yep.
Now, as you grow and you move up in positions, right? You keep moving up. The closer you get to the top, you will start to see the changes. You will start to see where the breakdowns happen,
Oh, of
right? Depending
course.
on
Yep.
the company or everything else is where you're going to start seeing things. Most people don't see it. Most people only see it from their level. So if you're working on an associate level, you're only going to see it on that level if that's all you've ever done, right? Oh, well, why is everything so crappy, right? Like when I worked in warehouses, right? Like the
That's
amount
yep.
of times we were working with the wrong PPE all the time.
Oh,
And why?
if I
Because
could
there was
only
a
tell
breakdown
you.
amongst management. There was a breakdown, right? And that's the whole thing. It's the culture that goes into it. Plus, there's also a lot of embezzlement and all sorts of different types of stuff that happen within business that I ain't even gonna get into, right? There's a whole mess of shit that goes on in your job and within that corporation and everything else. The best thing that I can ever give anybody advice to, okay? Make the job work for you. Get what you need out of it and move the F on. That's it. We are not designed, the job market anymore is not, I'm going to sit there for 40 years, right? There's no point to that because you're not getting pensions. There is no retirement. They just raised the retirement age to 70 and so on and
That's
so forth.
right.
People are not happy staying
Did
there
they?
anymore.
That's right. Yes, yes,
Yes.
they did.
So
And the average and the
Is
average
goal,
lifespan is 77 in the United States.
Was
yes.
that
And
just
they
in the
just raised the
States?
retirement age to 70.
Yeah, so that
Yes.
means that you work for 40 years only to enjoy seven, and that doesn't mean that you're going to be in the right health
Wow,
to
I'd be
enjoy
pissed
that.
if
And
I was 64 right now.
now let's really break that down though. Okay. So the amount of money, right, that you're paying into that retirement or social security or 401k or whatever the hell you have signed up for, right? With constant inflation and everything else, and as things get more and more expensive, that's the reason why people aren't retiring because they can't afford to,
That's right.
right? You have people who are in their 60s and 70s now who saved up, and back then $40,000 a year was a lot of money.
That's right.
Today, forty thousand
Listen,
dollars ain't shit. That's $20 an hour.
I live in the third most expensive city in the world, and our minimum wage just went up to 16.75. Now you tell me how somebody who works minimum wage, because at a minimum wage you're either working part time or you're not getting full time hours. You're getting like maybe 25 to 30 hours a week. How they're gonna live off of that, and their shifts are maybe even only 4 hours, 6 hour shifts, not even a full 7 8 hour shifts a day.
But then do you have to make a life assessment decision? You see, like,
Mm-hmm.
look, I'm gonna give you an example. When you look, most people when they they get a job because they need a job. They get a job and they'll
What part?
take the job because they can't afford to wait. So they'll take the first job, saying that offers them a position, and they don't go into this job trying to find out who's who. Sometimes you're over
Nope.
trusting.
No.
Sometimes you start
Mm-hmm.
talking to people who could be the person that could be setting you up. The same person you cool with could have a reputation for being this company snitch. You know what I'm saying? So nobody goes into a job saying who's who and what is what. What is it do I need to do in order to move up? No, you go in there, you start being friendly, and you don't know who you're friendly with. You don't know who actually runs shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're just there to make money and go home at the end of the day. Most people do not want to advance and put the right work ethic into it to get there.
I
Well, and
agree.
that's the other thing too. But this is the reason why I say it's very important No matter where you're working, whether you're getting a job just because you need it or anything else, to pay attention to what all is happening within corporations. The reason why everybody gets screwed all the time, right? Especially right now in America, they are pushing everybody to go back into the office for a reason, even though they know people who work from home are way more productive. The reason why they're doing that is because they're losing money on real estate. The real estate of
Yeah,
those office buildings have sat empty. And they may be
Oh,
locked
for
into
sure.
5, 10 year contracts. That's a lot of money. That's your raise. That's your bonus. That's hiring the right people. That's the reason why you're understaffed. If you are understaffed, they're not hiring. They had to lower the standard, right? And they did that so they can pay people less, right? If they're trying to hire somebody who can actually do that job, that is skilled, that went to school, did everything they needed to, they're going to have to pay them more. They don't want to do
correct.
that. So they're going to lower the standard. They're going to put
So,
somebody who may not be suitable for that position. They're going to stick them in that position,
That's right. And this all started with
right?
outsourcing. This is why
Exactly.
you hear a
right.
lot of
Yeah.
foreign people with the customer service jobs, even though we don't understand what they're saying and there's a language barrier, right?
Hmm.
And there's a lot of things that can go wrong. They rather pay they rather get five people to work for a regular salary and do a mediocre job than to get the one person that could only do one job. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's
Exactly.
it's a game of numbers. They're trying to save money, but at the same time, they're lowering the quality of their product or service. You know what I'm saying? So
Yes. Now,
So
it's a
the
with
thing
that
game,
is, I'm
also
man.
not
being
saying too.
said, what they're also doing, right, is this is why I said what I said. You have to be careful with the way they word things, right? They're putting things like leadership, project management, things like that's not actually, sometimes that's not even what that job is,
Correct.
right?
Mm,
We're
true.
attracting
Yeah.
talent, quote unquote. That's not talent. You're attracting skill set, right? I don't have a talent for finance. I just have skills in it. I don't have a talent for IT. I just have skills in it, right?
Right.
My talent is in music and in education and things like that's where my talent is, right? But I don't work in that because I don't. That's my
But
own
but
personal
but but
decision.
that's why we have so many
But it's skill set.
displaced workers. You know what I'm saying?
That's the point. That's the whole
And that's
thing.
why I have a
You have
big
displaced
turnaround
workers
too at
because
places.
they've changed the names of things. That's why I try to tell people look at the context of the word, right? Because they're gonna put funny, stupid words in front of other words, right? They're gonna put, oh, we need a IT project manager. Project management is project management. It's all pretty much the same shit. At the end
Correct.
of the day, it's all the same shit, right?
Correct. Correct. They're
It's the
diluting
same
everything,
thing.
man.
Procurement is not what procurement was 10 years ago.
Yeah,
It's
that's just
something completely
that.
different.
Yeah, that used to be purchasing and obtaining sources. They still say now it's some other
It's
bullshit.
no
You're
longer
100%
like
right.
that. Now they bring you in and they say, hey, you want to do procurement? Guy had a procurement contract like my last 2 contracts ago, right?
That's right.
I didn't go in there and was doing that. You don't know what I was doing? I was in there trying to figure out how I can save their bottom line because they were losing money. That's not procurement.
Look, at the end
So
of
you
the
gotta
day,
be
Kevin,
careful.
at the end of the day, Kevin, in order to be a good leader, you have to learn how to lead yourself. You have to learn as much as you
That
can
part.
as an individual, Kevin, so that you know how to deal with certain situations. The more you know in a job, the less expendable you are. You understand what I'm saying? Like
That part.
True.
the more
Yep.
information you know and the more you demonstrate how many skills you have, that's gonna secure your job. It's going to
Yep.
secure your job because you're like, wait a minute, he does so much here. We can't afford to lose him. We can't afford to lose
Hmm.
her because you're putting value in yourself to become a more assertive and a more productive person. And those are the people that they look for so that they can become true leaders. You know what I'm saying? If you look, how are you going to fix? Remember, I talked about how you're going to fix the village if the individual stuff. How you give advice to somebody about cleaning your house and your house is a mess. You understand? Like
That part.
shit like
But
that.
Yeah.
well, and that's the thing. If you're looking at it, and that's the reason why, like, I hate when we talk about leadership. It's the easiest thing to run to because it's the most relatable is to talk about like a workplace and a corporation. That is probably the worst example. 100%. That is the worst example to use anymore. It's the worst
So
because
Dame,
most people that I know that work in finance can't balance their own checkbooks. Like their
that's
finances
Right,
are shit.
yeah. Yeah.
right.
Like,
So Damien, your
terrible.
thing there, a leader equals a jack of all trades. Not necessarily, because we said leaders not necessarily can lead everything
Well,
or anything.
we could push that towards leadership.
Right,
If
leadership.
you're good if you are good at providing leadership, right? Then you have to be kind of the jack of all trades because there's many facets to being a true leader. You understand? There's a lot of skills that
Yes.
come with being that person, and again, that's communication, that
Right.
is empowerment, that's charisma. Sometimes you have to use a leadership style that includes rewards and punishments. Sometimes you have to include a leadership style that includes um, perception change. Sometimes you have to lead by example. As a true leader, you need to pick and choose from your assortment of skills which one fit the situation at hand.
You've made a very good
Oh,
point right there when you said reward and punishment. You made a very, very good point.
Hmm.
And that goes, I'm retired 20 years in the military. And here I am in the civilian world. And my peers consider me as a leader. They would not call my boss. They would call me first. They'd be like, hey, Damien, I got a problem with this, this, and that. They would call me before they call my boss. And, it's same to me. I would forget the military. Forget the military. Just me in the oil field. They would call me first. I'm like, well, I'm not your manager. I'm not your boss. I'm not paying you. Why are you calling me? But I kind of fell into that role as to be a leader to my coworkers because they look up to me. I'm not sure how it happened, but it just did.
shoot, if they're not paying
Well,
you to be their
But let
trainer
me
or to teach them, then
Your
no,
form, listen,
yeah.
bro, your
Let me
foreman,
let me
your
finish.
your foreman or your supervisor is smart because he picked you to do something that he doesn't look
No,
at to go
no,
to
it
his
was
boss.
just no. It was because my leader and my leadership does not know what I know. They're just being placed in a position to be this
But
manager
that's what I'm
level.
saying. You're the go-to
But
person at a
yeah,
lower level because he
yeah.
doesn't want to go higher in the hierarchy and look stupid.
And then
well,
why pay somebody to actually do it when they got you to do it for free?
Exactly. There's
right.
many
So I'm,
facets to
I'm
what's going on
doing
here.
right. I'm doing manager level work
Right.
when I should not be doing that. But to me, it's like I'm still getting paid. Right? I'm still getting paid very good money. So I'm like, yeah,
Well, your job could be in jeopardy if you decide to make that statement. If you decide to
And
say that's not my job, you could be putting your job in jeopardy because now
and then
you're
also
getting
And
rid
too,
of your
that's
own
that
value.
other
oh yeah, I
person
would never do
too.
that. No, I
So
would
you're
never do
actually
that.
a liability to them when you're training somebody else, and you're actually not a trainer by them. You're actually a liability because if something happens to that person and they say, "Well, Damien told me how to do it," that's a liability to the company
Okay, I
if
mean,
that person gets hurt,
It's, it's,
right?
it's,
So they
yeah,
got
but
to
it,
be
at the
it,
careful.
same
there's a lot of risk involved,
I
but at the end of the
mean,
day, you got to position yourself in the best place that you can to secure your job.
my
but
You
you
feel
best
me?
place is to gain hours, to gain my 3,000 hours that I need to be a master electrician.
There you go. You have a goal.
At the end of the day, as long as I gain hours, I would teach the lower level workers to gain their level. I cannot qualify them to. I can train them for their tests every couple of years, but I cannot hold their hand. But what I was trying to say is that they would ask me a question about instead of asking the manager, the master electrician, but they would ask me a question. I'm only a journeyman. I'm like I'm nothing. Like why are you asking me a question? Like you should ask a homeboy over there. You know that's gonna grade you on your tests, on your hours and whatever. Like why are you asking me?
They
Well,
want
that's a
But
that
good
money
that's a good
though.
leader, though. Look, that's a good leader
right,
because you're
and that's the
directing
thing.
them.
Exactly.
You
That's
are
the whole
redirecting
point.
them where they need to go. So that's a good leader.
Exactly. That's
yeah.
that's what I'm trying to point out between a leader and leadership. My leadership would not. I'm not sure that the workers, my peers, are afraid of the leadership. I don't know. I really
It's not.
cannot tell you. I don't
I
know.
can honestly tell you. I can answer that. So what tends to happen is when, because that used to happen to me all the time before I got into management and did what I did, right? That used to happen to me all the time. Everybody would call me for everything. AJ, this is going on. Oh my God, I'm freaking out. Okay, well, why aren't you calling our supervisor? Why are you calling me at 3 in the morning? Like, what is going on, right? But then I had a situation where I tried to call my leadership and they could not give me the answer. They could
Hey,
not give
man.
me the answer to things,
Yep. Yep.
right?
That's
Like,
right.
for
That's
example, when I
right.
worked
Yep.
in when I worked in security, right? I worked in security. I worked at Coors Field in Denver. They have problems with their elevators. Sometimes they go down. I had an employee that was stuck in the elevator, right? I didn't know what to do in that situation, right? Other than to shut it down and call Kone, but at this call the company for the elevator or whatever. But the person that was in there was having a panic attack and they were freaking out. Okay, well, what do you want me to do at this point, right? So I'm calling my supervisor like, hey, do you know how to call the phone and this thing? No, I don't. You're just gonna have to check this book. What book? There's no book in here. There's no. I had to figure it out on my own. I had to spend 30 minutes to an hour figuring it out on my own. Once I did that, right, and I tried to show him how to do it, I'm like, hey, in the future, hey, this is where this is. Now all of a sudden, every time that happened, everybody blew up my phone. Hey, AJ, how do you do this? AJ, how do you do
Because
that?
you
AJ, how
became
do you
the
do this?
go-to. You became the go-to
I
person.
became that go-to. Yeah, and that's all it is. And that's why they will run. Employees 9 times out of 10 they will run to each other before they run to management because 9 times out of 10 management doesn't know the answer. Most people who are sitting in a management position don't even really know how to do your job. Most of them. Like if
You're
you
That
call
right.
right
out
there.
sick,
Yep.
they
You're
can't
right.
do
That
your
right
job.
there.
That's
I'm a trainer, and
exactly.
half of my management doesn't even know how to use one of the machines that I know how to train everything on.
Yep.
That
You're
That's it.
right
right.
there.
Yep. You're right. And they were like, well, I don't know how to do it. And then you had to call someone else for the actual manufacturer. So you had to call, like, I mean, all fair, right? So I had to call the actual person that created, or the company that created a machine or panel or whatever to ask them a question. I'm like, well, you're a manager. You should know that shit. I mean, you should know that. I mean, why are you a manager if you don't know how to operate this equipment? But now you're
Because
telling
at the
me,
end of the day, that's why. It's because they know
you're
how to
telling
talk.
me, well, I'll figure it out. Just go call this number. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like, come on,
I have some of my
really?
crew that said have never even picked a day in their life. They were just hired right off the street into management, and they're
Ooh.
trying to tell us how to train somebody at picking, but yet they've never done it.
Those are just bodies. You see, that those
Right?
are
Those are
just filling
bodies,
in.
yeah.
Those are
Yeah.
called filling in slots. So let me give you an example.
Yeah.
I used to work. I was hired at the lowest level at a newspaper printing press, right? So I was hired to feed the machine, right? Now you stand there, you feed the machine, you rotate. You know what I'm saying? So that people are not standing in the same machine for 8 hours. So you rotate. There's like 50 machines, right? 50 different papers, 50 different magazines. Okay. So I didn't just want, I was bored. I felt like I could contribute more. So instead of just feeding the machine, then I started learning how to adjust the machine when the papers got caught, and then I started realizing how to unpack things and how the whole system works and the stuff in the back and then the warehouse. And I've learned as much as I could so that I could contribute and be more valuable. And that's how I ended up becoming a foreman. You know what I'm saying? Of the Teamsters Union. You know what I'm saying? But I decided not to take the job as a foreman because I know what comes with it. And because I was in the union, you can't force me, you know what I'm saying, to move up and say either you move up or you move out. The union was what saved me. And then what I started doing was little by little stop doing so much because I set a certain level of expectations because of all the things that I knew. So they would call me in, I would get extra shifts, I would get overtime, I would be placed at the choice of place when I first came in. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you want to
Mm-hmm.
work at today? I think that I would be most productive going to the back and bringing in the bulk. I would think I would be more production in the ink department. You know what I'm saying? So We need to learn as many things as we can as a multitasker to lead yourself to a position where you can make a difference.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I did to become a
And that was the
trainer.
thing.
Yep.
That's what I
Well,
did too.
how?
That's how I've gotten to where I've gotten. It's literally, I wouldn't say all of it, except for the IT thing wasn't really coincidence because I kind of invested in myself on that. But at the end of the day, the reason for that is that's job security for me. As long as
Yes.
technology continues to
Yep.
go, that's job security for me. So why would I not
There you
invest in
go.
that? And I
This
still
this
have
this this is a
4 other
dog eat dog
certifications.
world, man. This is a dog eat
You know what I
dog
mean?
world.
And
Straight up.
that's the whole
100%.
thing, right? So when I first started working, I worked in warehouses, I worked in logistics, right? That's what I did. I picked orders, I counted things, I did inventory, I did
Oh, you were
everything,
warehouse. You
right?
warehouse. Yeah.
I learned how to do
Right. Yep.
that stuff, right? That was my very first jobs was doing that. Oh, we just need you to come in and count things. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fucking easy. I can do math. All right, cool. Right? But then I started breaking down that operation. I figured out, okay, well, this is what receiving does. This is how they receive the trucks. This is the system. I learned that system. Then I learned how to do the ordering. Okay, so this is how they order everything, so they know what to bring into the warehouse. Okay, this is how they route the driver, so they know where. You know what I mean? I ended up learning that entire system, and within I think 2 years, I was damn near to the top. I had raised that
There you
high
go. Yep.
that quick,
Wow.
right?
Wow. Wow.
And that was where it was. The only reason why I had learned all because I took the time. I figured if I have to work with all these other departments and we constantly keep having issues, I'm gonna fix the fucking issue.
Yep.
Okay, you ain't gonna have a problem on my shift, not with my shit,
Right there.
right?
That's
And
awesome.
that's how I rose. I
Wow.
kept rising, kept rising, kept rising, right? But then technology started happening, and I started noticing machines started taking over my job, right? Now they don't necessarily need me to count things because pickers can do that as they're scanning and
Right.
counting
Yep.
things, they now took that away. You see what I'm saying? And
You
now
Yep.
gotta
I've
be
moved out of
careful.
logistics because I now understand that eventually all of that's going to become automated.
Yeah.
Okay, Amazon is doing that currently. They're
Yeah.
working on that technology.
Yep.
Now I'm looking and I'm like, okay, well, we need coding. We need people in information cybersecurity. They need people in medical, on the medical side, tons of medical stuff, whether that be billing to coding to everything. They need those types of
Yep.
people. So guess what? I'm going to go do all the certifications on every single one of those. I'm going to spend the money and invest in that. I have job security since I have to work till I die anyway.
Right. And
Fuck
now
it.
Like
you're at
me,
now
I'm
you're now
looking to
you're
go
ahead of
and
the
be an
game.
investigator
Way
now.
ahead of the game.
That's
Yes.
awesome.
Now
I'm,
you
I'm,
can
re-
do.
I'm really
That
proud of you. I'm really proud of you.
that's
That's awesome.
Yeah.
exactly what I'm trying to tell you. If y'all
I'm really,
heard what
really
I said
proud of you.
correctly, I was working at a newspaper printing
Mm-hmm.
press. Newspapers
Yep.
are becoming obsolete. So I
Yeah.
knew that because they didn't want to jump into innovation and they didn't want to do the website thing yet, and they didn't want to keep up with what's happening in the trend, that there was going to be jobs lost, right? And I'll give you another example. I got so good at what I did because I learned so much that I realized in a union job you get paid by the project, but in reality it's broken down into hours. So you get paid a certain amount per hour, but as long as the project is done and you're scheduled for 8 hours, you get paid for those 8 hours. But if you finish the project in 3 or 4 hours, guess what? Everybody goes home. So
Right.
I found ways to expedite without ruining the quality, without diminishing or watering down the quality of the product. I found ways to expedite things because I started motivating people. Hey, don't you want to get out of here? You want to be here all day? For some people, they're like, it don't matter to me because I'm working a double. I'm not gonna feel sorry for those people. If you have to hang around for 3 hours or 4 hours because you have a double, you're gonna do things slow because you're trying to pace yourself. I'm trying to get the fuck out of here because I'm on one shift
Right.
and there's another 50 people that I could work with and motivate them by example. See me sweating, see me losing weight, see me moving
Mm-hmm.
around, learning new things. And then that's what started happening. They had to change
Mm-hmm.
shit because they felt as though the workers were getting over and all they were doing was working harder. You understand what I'm saying? That this is what I never
Right.
understood, but take that example,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my
And that's the
example
same
was
thing I
when
did
I
when I worked in retail.
yeah, like when I started out at a school, I became a travel agent. Well, that's when everybody was going to travel agents. Then, of course, I got
Right.
married and had my kids. But then when I wanted to go back to work, travel agencies were starting to become extinct because everybody was doing online themselves now.
Website.
Everything was
Right.
becoming right. So I had to look at something else. So I was like, well, what am I gonna do? So then I was like, well, because I'm a visual, I'm a learner, I'm always hands-on. I was like, well, I've always wanted to be a hairdresser. I was like, well, everybody always needs their hair cut. There's never going to be a time where hairdressing's ever going to be extinct. So I
Correct.
decided to do my second career, and I've been a hairdresser since. But now I've done other jobs along the way and stuff like that, and I do hairdressing on the side now and stuff like. But still, I had to switch up what I had to do because you have to look at changes and how to change yourself and how to grow with your and like you said, put yourself in positions to succeed,
Yeah.
right?
You know how amazing it
Yeah.
is? You know how amazing it is for people that don't do their homework and they take jobs and they go into professions or careers and they don't even know if it's going to be obsolete or not. You know what I'm saying? Like if there's going to be
Right.
something else that's going
Especially
to take their place.
nowadays.
You know what
All
I'm
the
saying? But it's like
time.
what AJ did. Like what AJ did.
Every
She
day.
knew what was going to happen, so she got the certifications that they were going to need, and she was ahead of the game. And it's a
Right.
no-brainer. But people are just like there with their head up their ass all day. Just hey, I'm
Look
just
at
here to do my
these
job and go home. You know what I'm saying?
look at these self
I became
checkouts
the
we have now.
GM.
How many
I
jobs did
became
we
the,
lose with all these self checkouts? Self checkouts. Sorry, Jay, go
and
ahead.
I'll put it this way. I'm 30 years old. I became the GM of that warehouse,
Wow.
right? The general
Good
manager of
for
an
you.
entire warehouse
Oh
when I was
wow.
22.
Yeah.
Oh
I
wow.
started
Wow. Good
working
for
there
you.
when I was 19
Hey, if you
to
could do
be
the
the
Wow.
GM.
job, if you could do the job, then
That
that's
was the
great.
thing,
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
right? And the reason, but the reason why I was able to propel so well is because I can speak. I can talk to people. I know how to do people management. I know how to do those things because I seeked out early, right? I seeked out mentors that were good at those things. My mom at the time was working in hotels. This was way when I was younger, right? This was like right before the 2008 when we had that recession, the travel recession or whatever, and that whole thing went bust, right? And everything else. But she had this GM that was there, and he taught me everything I need to know, or everything that I have used thus far. He gave me the blueprint in people management. He gave me the
There you
blueprint
go.
in that type of leadership. He was like, look, at the end of the day, when you train people, it doesn't matter where you are. If they supersede you, that's your report card. Always keep that in
Yeah.
mind. You did a good job.
That's why I say it's better to have people and interpersonal skills than to actually know the job. Because if there are
That part.
people that actually know how to do the job, they're not gonna let you fail because they like you. They're not gonna let you fail. They're
That
gonna
part.
step up to the plate because you are a good person. So and
Person.
if you're paying
That
attention, you
part.
could actually learn from the people that you're supervising or the people that you're managing. That's how it works.
Yeah, but it doesn't
And
always
that's the
work
whole
like that
thing,
because
right?
see now I work for
No,
unions. So it doesn't work like that, right?
No, not in unions. Absolutely not.
not in
No,
unions,
yeah.
It's
no.
it's about it's
But when
about
you're,
tenure. It's about tenure in unions.
it's about tenure in
No,
unions.
yeah,
It's
for
not about
sure.
anything. It's not about that.
And you know
But
what?
like
This
for,
has been my sorry, go ahead, AJ. Go ahead.
oh no, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say this is like my first union job, so I haven't been used to that. I've always been used to being a hard worker and getting up the ladder that way. With this union
Yeah.
job, it's been so tough for me because I just can't grasp how
It's a
so many
different,
people get,
yeah.
oh, it's so different.
Yeah,
So
it's
different. I don't
different.
like
It's
it.
different. But what I did, so like I understand how unions work, and I also understand how what I did worked, right?
Right.
Because at one point, like I had worked, like two jobs or whatever, 2 to 3 jobs sometimes or whatever, or I'd pick up side hustles on the side, make extra money, whatever I wanted to do. And one of the side jobs I had was working at UPS as a loader, right? So I would work my night job, and then I would go like a couple hours right before I had to be doing there, and I'd go work my little five hours at UPS loading trucks, and you're in the Teamster union, right? And if you just actually sit down and talk to your what are they called, the
Union reps.
your
Union
union
rep.
rep,
Yeah.
right? If you talk to your union rep, right, especially if they've been there a long time, they can break down how that union works,
Oh
like
yeah.
to a T. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, you just need to do this, and this." Right?
Yeah.
But in those jobs, you also have to assess because a lot of people, right? So like the union for UPS, it only works if you're like loading or unloading in those warehouses. If you become a supervisor, you're no longer in the union. It's a whole
Right.
That's
Or
how
separate
it
or,
thing.
works
or
in
for,
ours
for
too.
foremans. Yeah, foremans are not
Or
Yeah.
unionized.
foremans or
Yeah.
anything.
All our blue
So
vests are
you
not.
have
Yeah.
to, yeah. So you want to evaluate if it's better for you to switch to that position or stay in your union.
It's
I
not.
lost my
It's
tenure doing that.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
for us either. Like unless you
that's
want
the
to
whole
be,
thing.
unless you want to
And I
go
lost
that path.
benefits, and I lost
Yeah.
representation because there was no shop
Yes.
steward that could protect
Yeah.
me. Um,
Yeah.
Hmm.
there's a lot of decisions that you have to make, and people don't make decisions. Sometimes they go after the money, but they don't look at what they stand to lose. They don't look. They don't make. This is what life is all about. If you do not make the right assessment, you are risking loss.
Mm.
And that's for
But
life.
I think
That's
that.
work, life, relationships, money, kids, parenting, all of that. If you don't
Mhm.
find the right balance, you're in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
But I think that's the thing. Like Hormigo always says, and ask the right questions.
Correct.
Don't
Right.
jump at something and feel like you need to make a decision right that second. It's okay to
Right.
sleep on it, right?
Oh, for
And
sure.
once you
Especially when it's
gain
a
those
huge job.
skills, right? Like once you gain those skills, kind of like Damon, right? He's gaining
Mm-hmm.
all of those skills, right? So once he gets the
Right.
certification, everything else, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is how you have to flip it, okay? This is called hustling yourself, right? Because at the end of the day, we all
Right.
have to be corporate prostitutes to some degree, right? You have to know how to put yourself out there correctly, right?
Yep.
What I do now, right? When I come up, because like I do contractual work, right? Any
Mm-hmm.
job I have now is all contract. It's all contracted in. It's done that way on purpose, right? So with that being said, I don't put all my cards on the fucking table,
Mm-hmm.
right? I bid between these contracts, right? These contractors sometimes bid for me. Oh, well, we're gonna pay you this, but we're gonna pay you this. Okay, cool. Right? Now I can jump at the money, right? Or I can
Right.
get it to work for me, right? So if I jump at this
Mm-hmm.
contract, say over here, and it's an IT contract, but it's gonna get me into a certain program, right? Where I need sponsorship from a job, but it's gonna pay less than the other contract, I'll go jump over there because there's more to learn.
Yep. Well, you
Because
got to look at the
the
ones
program
that's
that I
best
need
for
right
you.
now, yeah, and the program that I need right now, because I know how to do everything on the business side of tech, I don't know how to do anything on the medical. So in order for me to do the medical, I need to go through this program called Epic. That program
Hmm.
is anywhere from $500 to 5,000. Right
Oh,
now,
wow.
I can get you know what I mean, but I have to have a job sponsorship, right? So I have to have a job. Yeah, we're
Okay.
gonna send her over there, right? Which
Okay.
is fine, but do I want to pay that out of pocket or do I want to get the company to pay for it? This is where you got to
Well,
get
this,
clever.
yeah, exactly. Well, it depends on what company you're going for too, right? This is the thing a lot of
I'm
people
not
forget
planning
too.
on
When you
being
go
there.
for an, yeah, yeah, a lot of things people forget too. When you go into an interview, yeah, you're the one getting interviewed, but you're also interviewing the company as well.
Correct.
If it's
Exactly.
a good fit for you, right? Because not every company
Yeah.
is a good fit for everybody, especially when you're looking for a job that you want to stay in for a long period of time, or even get that experience. You don't want to get into a dumpy job just because you want to start off, right? Because that's they're going to probably teach you
Uh,
the wrong. They're probably going to teach you the wrong way to do the job. So you
Yeah.
have
sometimes
to
if
do
it's a
your
way,
research.
but
Yeah.
if it's a way for you to get your foot in the door,
Yep.
But still, though, not every
you may
good
not have a
not every
choice.
good dollar is a good dollar.
I'm not saying it is, but I'm
Yeah.
saying if it gets your foot in the door, you may not have a choice,
Well,
right?
no,
You may
Mm.
have to
no, and
go
I
through the
agree with
shitty
you
company.
because my
Yep.
daughter is not
But you
working for the greatest company right now, but she's got her foot in the door to get her experience. So
exactly.
Yeah.
So you gain
I
your
agree with
You
you.
experience
will
I
have
do
the
agree with
and
option
you
you.
to move
move.
up. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
no,
She's
no,
just
no. So
trying
the
to
whole
get her
point is,
experience right now.
yeah,
Right.
and the
That's
whole
that
point
that but that's
is
the
just,
point. Nobody's in the
yeah,
position to do that because when they usually look, for the most part, when
yeah.
people take a job, they take it out of necessity. They don't
Hmm.
they have to take this job because they're falling behind. They don't usually have money saved. They're not
Or
in the position to
experience.
have options. They don't have the experience. They don't have the skills. They don't have the education. Look, it's the same thing
Yeah.
as this. Let's say somebody is working from home, right, in a virtual job, and then another job
Me.
offers them a position that gives them five, six, seven, 8,000. They might look at that as the come up, but they're not understanding. Now it's an hour traveling, an hour coming back.
Right.
Now it's
Right.
lunch money, you have gas money. Now,
Oh.
now,
Hmm.
now it's all these things
Babysitting
that
money.
it's gonna cover. You're gonna need more money to cover the extra expenses that come from you going to work, but you made that decision based on you're going to get paid 5, 6, 7,000 more. That is a
Right.
horrible leadership decision. You know what I'm saying? You're
Mm-hmm.
not leading
Mm-hmm.
yourself to a better place.
Mm-hmm.
You're fucking yourself up.
Yep.
Yep, and that's the other
Yep.
thing too.
And a
You
new
also got to
tax
pay attention
bracket.
to tax
Exactly.
brackets.
Yep.
If you and a lot of people don't know
Man,
how to hustle that either. You
bro,
got to know how to
I
like
know.
at the end of the day, you got to learn how to hustle.
Your
Right? At
W
the end of the
four will
day,
fuck you.
everybody wants to I know so many people are like, "Well, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to do this. I don't want to hustle the system." The system is hustling you regardless.
Right. We get hustled every day from the system.
Okay?
So yeah.
Figure it out. Pick one.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, you have to get clever. You have to do what you have to do because at the end of the day, the system doesn't care whether or not you're homeless or not. It does not care. It doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. It can,
So at
Damien.
the end
Yep.
of the day, you got to figure out and understand, okay, is it worth me going into a higher tax bracket by working all of this overtime?
Mm-mm.
But if you're working all of this overtime, understand you're going to get taxed more. But now you pushed
And
yourself
that's
into a
what
higher tax
I tell
bracket.
people this all the time at work. I'm like, you take all these 4 hour overtime shifts, and then yeah, okay, it may look good on your check, but do you see how much taxes they're
They
taking
don't.
from
They
you?
don't. They don't. They don't see it. It's better. It's
They don't
better
see it though.
not
No,
to. Because what you're doing is that you see. It's about balance. You know, you might be getting a little bit of extra pennies, a couple of bucks on your check, but look at what you're doing to
no,
yourself,
sir.
with your body, your brain. Look what you're doing
Oh,
to your
I can't.
spirit. You understand? Like
Exactly. That's what I said. Some of them just go every 4 hour, 4 hour, 4. I'm like, you guys are killing yourself for what? And for who?
to
The company
retire
doesn't
at
care about
70.
you. We're
To
just a
retire at
freaking number
70.
to them. They don't care about
Like I'll
us. And you're breaking
so
your
like
back for what?
so like one thing that I did right when I was working like, like just jobs to get my foot in the door or whatever, right? I would laugh at all my coworkers that were taking all of this overtime, right? And I'm like, oh, that's
Yeah.
cute. They'd be like, oh, I made more money than you. Look at my check. Ha ha ha. Ha. I'm like, that's cool because I have a side hustle and I
Mm-hmm.
tripled that,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
I learned how to do landscape. I learned how to work on cars. I learned how to do home repair. I learned how to do all of these different skills, these different types of jobs because they're all side hustles, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the summertime, most people don't want to be out there mowing their grass and pruning their trees. You learn how to do that, that's money.
Right?
They pay people for that in
Not
certain neighborhoods.
nowadays.
You know
Yes,
what I
Try
mean?
to
Oh,
find a
I want
kid
to put
go
a
around with a
sprinkler
lawnmower
system.
nowadays.
Right? Let me tell you the easiest thing.
another thing that people don't know is that what Damien said. When you first start a job, you fill out a W-4 and you talk about the dependents that you have and the allowances, right? Some people have to
Yep.
make a decision that they need the money now or they need the money later. So basically, if they take
Mm-hmm.
taxes off of you, you should get some back, right? But if they don't take
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
taxes off of you now, you're gonna have to pay that later.
Mm-hmm.
That's a decision that you may need to make based on your current situation, and
Actually,
it's okay to
I
switch it.
always get
You know
more
what I'm saying?
taxes taken off my checks. I always, when I fill out my form when I'm hired, I always get them to take more taxes
That
off.
depends on your
And
I'm
needs.
gonna
speaking of
give
which,
you.
taxes are due.
Well, our tax season's already over.
Oh,
Unless you
is it?
filed
Ours are.
extension, which I hope you did. Yeah.
Oh
Well,
no,
the
ours is
tax
still
season
So
is on the
April.
18th
I'm
on
gonna give
Tuesday.
you. So I'm gonna. Yeah, unless you. Yeah. So I'm gonna give you. If you're in the U.S., I'm gonna give you a cheat to that. Okay. I only suggest doing this maybe only once or twice, and do it during peak season. Okay. Do it during your peak season. What you're going to do, right? If you're going to go work all of that overtime, right? You want to go work that 100-hour week, whatever you want you choose to do. What you're going to do is if you have access to changing your W-4s, you're going to change your dependents on that next check to 10. And then as soon as you get that
Huh?
check, you're going to change it back down to whatever you need it to. I have done that for years and have never once gotten audited, never once done anything, and I got the money I needed at that time. And I saved it. I did not wait to come take it for them to come try to give me my taxes back and everything else because it was going to push me into a higher tax bracket anyway.
You know what that's called? That's called a that is a self-assessed pyramid.
Yep.
Because why do people do pyramids? Because the person that actually invents it is the one that needs the money now. So they're usually the one that gets it first. And then what they're doing is getting an interest-free loan and they're paying back $100 a week. It's the same shit. So these
Yep.
are the things that people don't understand how to finagle. And these are the same people that cry victimization, the same people that have excuses. They debunk everything. They don't want to learn. They want to argue. They want to share their feelings. and their emotions. And because that they're in their feelings and their emotions, they never learn shit because all they want to do is express how they feel instead of shutting up and listening and learning something new to add to their skills. All these information, all these golden nuggets, these are skills that help you as an individual so that when you master being an individual, you can now take that same approach to your career, towards your relationship, you know, saying towards travel, towards saving, towards financing. It's the mindset.
Exactly. And this is where learning how to be clever comes in. I'm not doing what I'm doing, one, just for job security. If I do what I do, if I keep doing and keep running down the path I need to, I like to travel. I like to go places. I can't afford to always do that. But if I can work worldwide where it does not matter where I live or what I do, if I want to go live in Cuba for 3 months, guess what? I can do that. If I want to up and move and be like, you know what? I don't feel like Cuba anymore. I want to go live in Japan. I go live in Japan, but guess what? My pay is not affected. None of that's affected because I am worldwide remote. That is the goal. That is how I've hustled and figured out how I can travel, live where I want to, study the cultures that I want to, because that's my true passion, is understanding cultures and understanding how actual people live around the world. I love that study. That is how I've hustled to figure out how to do that. I
So
didn't sit around and
finally,
cry about
so we finally go
it.
back to the main original question for this post or this media.
Where is the
Which
host, by
grade?
the way?
So
Here.
we just
Asleep.
Completely
now
lost, Kev.
we just now finally got back to the original question. We kind of went off way off topic, but it was great information. I mean, I appreciate all of you. I'm
Yeah.
not a host, but so let me ask you a question for you guys. All right, my mother is Canadian white, and my father is black Haitian. So what does that put me at? Like,
Oh, you mean
where
we're
does
going
that
back to
put me?
the original topic, you mean?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, yes,
I thought you
yes.
meant the original question of what we were talking about.
Uh huh. Yeah. Yeah,
Well, what
Oh,
like I said,
Kev's up. Kev's
I'll
up.
say it
He
again.
laughed.
I'll say it again.
Kev's up.
that
My
depends on
mother is
how that
white.
depends on how important it is to you.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say it again. My mother is white Canadian from Canada that speaks French. She only speaks French. She don't speak English. She don't speak
She
nothing
from
else.
Quebec?
Yeah, Montreal. Montreal. Yeah, Montreal. Which I do. I
Yeah,
do.
I don't speak French, man.
Je
I'm
parle
in West
français.
Coast.
Yeah,
I'm West Coast.
je
Leave me
parle
alone with
français.
that French shit.
Yeah, je parle français vraiment bien. I
I
do
grew up in
speak
an
French,
Italian household. I didn't learn no
but
French.
my father is from Haiti. My biological father is from Haiti, and he speaks Creole. Même parle Creole. So I've learned French. I mean, obviously, I was born and raised, learning French. I moved to Brooklyn, New York, on Flatbush and New York Avenue, learning English and Creole. And obviously, I speak English because I am speaking to you. So I'm black and white, but I'm not black
Kev must be up.
African. I'm not black.
So
I'm not white.
what's the
I'm not
question?
white American. I'm a white
Yeah. What's
American. So
What is the question though?
it's more of a statement, I guess. It was not.
What nationality you are
What's the
is wherever you're
statement? What's the
born, right?
statement?
It's a statement.
Oh,
It's more of
okay.
a statement. It's not a question. It's more of a
okay?
statement. Yeah, that's all it was. Yeah.
Well, I guess you. I mean, you did ask. You were like, "Well, where does that put you?" And I'm like, "I guess wherever you want to be put." At the end of the day, because I mean, I could say the same thing. My mom is from Palau, which is in the South Pacific, and my dad is from Tennessee, who is African American and Native American.
Damn.
At the end of the day, I stand wherever I want to stand. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me,
So you a
right?
mutt like I am. You a mutt.
Yeah, I'm
No,
I'm
don't
very
say
nice.
that. I hate that word.
Like,
I
That's
hate
I'm like
that
I
awesome.
am
I
word.
like it. I
very
like
nice.
it. Yeah, I
But
like it.
like at the end of the day, the thing is that we need to get away from okay, well where do I stand? Right? Like we need to get away from
Right.
the racial gang shit. That's exactly what I'm going to call it because I swear it's on some gang shit. What are you claiming? I am all of these things. I can't be one more than the other. Okay, if you want to talk about in the connotation of race, I am all of these things, right? But where I stand, where my value systems are, the practices that I choose or choose not to do, that's completely on me. That has nothing to do with anything else. It's just where I decide I feel like standing. At the end of the day, as long as I am all of these things.
So, where do you stand versus where do you fit in?
Well, if you want to talk about fitting in, I don't technically fit in anywhere if everybody is playing the gang shit. I fit in with open-minded individuals who can see past that, right? If I don't like you, I don't like you
Right
because of
there.
a certain race. I just like you. I don't like you because you're a shitty person. At the end
Ooh,
of the
that
day,
right there.
I
Yeah,
don't
Yep.
like shady.
Say
yeah.
that again for the
Like,
people in the
right?
back.
Yeah, I was
But
like, if
If
I don't
you're a
like you,
shitty
it's because you're
person, I'm
about,
gonna
shady.
treat you like a shitty person. I don't care
But
but if you
for
never,
me,
Hold on
where
though,
you
but hold
come
on,
from.
hold on.
so if you're asking me
Fitting in
where I
doesn't fitting in
stand,
have to do doesn't fitting in have to do with your comfort level,
that's
versus
my point.
someone else.
That's why I'm saying. That's what
right?
I'm saying. It
Because
to me, fitting in is wherever I feel like standing because if you're trying to put me into a mold, I'm never going to fit that anyway.
Correct. So
Right.
isn't it better
Because I'm
to
an
isn't it better
individual.
to isn't it better to fit into more places than one?
That's my point. Gives
Yes,
you
but
more
you're not always
perspective.
accepted in those places.
Well, for
because
the but why but if you're not accepted in certain places, then those are the places that you shouldn't be trying to get
That
into
you shouldn't
because
be going exactly. And those are the places I don't go.
Exactly.
because a
Exactly.
relationship is about acceptance. A relationship, regardless if it's culturally based, group based, gang based, whatever the case may be, there is no relationship without acceptance. So if they don't
Hmm.
accept you, then that's not where you need to be. And you keep
That part.
you keep forcing the issue to be a part of something that we want to be, but that's not good for us. Hey, those are bad decisions.
no, yeah, you're right.
Well,
You're right.
now, also with
I
that,
was thrown to New York. I was thrown there. I have no option. I did not have a choice to be thrown out there to the wolves, and I
yeah,
had to find a way to be accepted. I had to prove myself, as in I will not say which side I picked, but I had to pick one side because I
yeah.
was
But if we're
thrown
talking
there.
about, but I think that comes with growing. That comes with that healing, that healing journey and everything else. When you start to realize that even if certain people don't accept you, like if I'm 100% honest, my father's side does not, they don't acknowledge me. That doesn't make me any less black. That
Sorry.
doesn't make me any less native.
Right.
If we're going to talk about it on that connotation, I am still those things, right? I just don't fit in with them. That's fine.
No,
I don't need to fit in
because
with them. Right? I'm all
you've
these
had
things.
because you have your struggle and you grew up to be able to
But but
understand how the
but
world
my
works.
But
but
Damien,
my
at the end
point
of the
is
day, though, like you
is
also did
that
have
that
the
is
choice
not my
to.
identity, right? My identity isn't being a Pacific Islander. My identity isn't being black. My identity is not. My identity is me. You're not gonna find
Mm-hmm.
another person like me,
Exactly.
right? I
Yes,
am who I
I
am.
never
You're an
asked you.
individual.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
was
mean,
like, it
me and
doesn't
you are in
matter.
the same boat, but I never
Yeah,
asked you where you're from or whatever the skin color.
yeah,
I don't care about that. All
of
I
course.
said was I was from there, and my mom, my dad, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah. I
Right.
was thrown to the
yeah,
wolves, and I mean, now I know where I stand at. I know I agree with you. I truly agree with you.
yeah.
I
I think
know
like
where I
the
stand.
only time
But when I was
I think like
younger, like when I was like
yeah
14 years old, being told to the wolves, my mind, was very young. I'm like, well, what the fuck do I fit in? Like, it was conflicted.
yeah.
What do I belong
Well,
to this group or this race, or do I belong to this skin color? Like, what do I belong at? And
and that's
someone
the
and someone really asked me a good question yesterday. It's like, what music do you listen to?
Correct.
Like, yeah, someone asked me yesterday a very beautiful question. What music do you
That
listen
was
to?
me. I asked you that.
Oh, did you? Okay. I appreciate you for your question.
Yeah, I was like, that's a Hormiga question, I could
You
tell.
got
Right? I remember that.
you
I
gotta
remember
And
that.
listen.
I
That's another
remember
good
him for different
quality
reasons.
of a leader is being able to ask a question that's relevant to to
what's
get the
going on?
message across or to get the entire information. You see what I'm saying? Those are skills,
Hmm.
interpersonal skills, communication skills. Why I ask that? Because then there's another point that comes behind that. You know what I'm saying? Like what you listen to, who you listen to, how you walk, where you walk, who you walk with, who you walk behind, who you walk in front of, tells a lot about a person. And so say I judge people
Hmm.
based on their character. People say, "Oh, we shouldn't be judging people." I'm like, well, if we shouldn't be judging people, then why do we judge people all day and even including ourselves? It's something that we're going to
Right.
do no matter what. So why not, instead of fighting people and say you shouldn't be judging, because the same person that's saying you shouldn't be judging and putting shame on you, they're a judger also in their own way. So if you're going to judge naturally, why not be good at it? Why not have quality judgment? You know what I'm saying? Like judge someone from their character and the things that they bring to the table and the value and the equity instead of what everybody else is judging. Culture, nationality, color, height. Yeah, come on, bro. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. For
No,
real.
you're right.
Not bad.
You're right. So let's say you apply for a driver license or application for a job or a
Hold on,
sex
Damon.
club
Before
or
Damon, before you talk, hold on. Cosmo, do you have anything to say? Because you've been in here for a while and you haven't spoke yet.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, but I'm family, so y'all good. I'll wait till y'all get it all the way through.
Oh, I didn't
No,
even
you
Yeah.
can
see
jump
it.
in at any time. Yeah, you can jump in any time. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to see if he had anything to say. Go ahead.
no. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. If you speak your
Now I
mind.
don't want to mess up the flow of the conversation.
Oh no,
Y'all
no, you
You're
good. You
good.
good. I done wrote.
Well, look,
let's
all
make
I
it
all I
go.
want to
You
say is
good. You
this.
good, brother.
Look, I'm about to step down, but I just want to say something. I want to say something that's very important. Check it out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The decisions that we make are based on the capacity of our discernment, our experience, our wisdom, right? The more you add to your knowledge, the more options you have. The more options you have, the better chance that you could expand on that. Because if you do everything the same way, you're always going to get the same results. So for an ever-changing environment and an ever-evolving world, we have to learn that diversity is a necessity for innovation. Innovation is going to continue, and if you're not diverse and you start adding shit to your regimen, you're going to lose. You're going to be at the bottom of the totem pole for the rest of your fucking life. So the more that
That part.
you, the more options you have, and that's where confidence comes from. Ask yourself how you feel when you don't have the answer to a question, when you draw a blank. Now ask yourself how you feel when you get that answer. That's all I have to say.
Beautiful.
Yep.
You
Clarity,
coming?
man, clarity.
You coming back, Hormiga, or what?
I'll come back. I'll come back tomorrow, but I just want to take a break because it's been a long day. I think I've learned so much from this conversation, and I'm not writing it down, so I'm not able to make space in my brain for more information. So that's how I make
Hmm.
space by writing things down so that I could remove some of the elements. I don't know if that makes any sense.
No,
No,
it
it
made
does.
total.
Hmm.
It
No,
made
No, it
I
total
does.
say,
sense.
yeah, no, it does.
I would love to
I do
talk to
that
you
too.
one on one on live. I would love to talk to you one on one.
Whenever you're ready,
Would
make it
love.
happen.
Hey, I
That
will
part.
make it. I will invite you. I create a
And I
live
love.
just for you.
So I love.
Let
I
me
love
let,
that
let me
Hormiga
know
said
ahead of
that.
time. I'll do it with everybody. AJ knows how I do
No,
this. I will
seriously,
do this with
I'm
anyone,
not
man.
Oh yeah.
joking. I am not
Oh, a
joking.
thousand percent.
I am
Yeah.
not joking.
But I love how Hormiga said that because I feel like a lot of us forget to do that. We consume so much information within any given day, especially on this app, and with we're in the information age. It's important that you empty some space in your brain. Okay, you
Yeah,
can't
you have an
fill an
outlet.
already full bucket.
Correct.
I'm gonna say
Correct.
that
That's
again.
Yep.
that's
You
drowning
can't
in a teaspoon
fill
of
an
water.
already
That's
full
correct.
bucket.
That
Exactly. It's okay to like take a break and just kind of just
this conversation helped me right now. I'm writing a book right now. It's called Live Above the Norm, and it has 15 different chapters. You know, and it's not your typical self-help book that usually talks about presence or the future or how to deal with the past or how to deal with relationships. It's everything. And a big
Hmm.
chapter that I'm writing about is leadership. So I find it amusing that we're talking about leaders and leadership. When I'm finished with this book, I would like for you guys to read it, and you'll see exactly
Absolutely.
where I'm coming
Oh,
from. You understand? Like,
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm
you,
definitely down to read it. 'Cause,
Yeah.
And
ooh,
if you need help,
I think that would be interesting. Yeah, very interesting to read.
if you need help to give you ideas, I would love to help you for your book.
well, look. What I'm doing is I'm picking a selected few, right? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna offer every single chapter to whoever wants to be involved with this. You get to pick
I'm
one
down.
chapter, right? Read the chapter and then give me your feedback. And then I might use that as an affirmation in the book.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea.
Nice.
I'm down.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm a
So
thousand percent
that
down.
that's what
Yeah.
So this
I've
Yeah.
subjects.
never known
Look,
a writer to
it's
do that.
I'm gonna give you the chapters. Check it out. Levels, energy, motivation, honesty versus dishonesty, judgment, awareness, growth, health, discipline, relationship maintenance part one, which is love yourself first. Relationship maintenance two, which is everybody else. Balance, total wealth management, and discipline.
I called dibs on the awareness one. I'm
Wow.
I
down
want
I was thinking
all
energy
day.
for me.
I want the total wealth management. No.
As
That's
soon as
that's
you
the
said
last
energy, I
chapter.
felt it.
Yeah,
I'm calling Deb on dishonesty.
That's the best one, I think, because without that,
I will call Deb on that because I've been dishonest with a lot of my soldiers and my coworkers. I will call Deb on that. Yes.
well, look, man, it's a very simple thing when it comes to honesty and dishonesty.
Yes. So yes,
Honesty is only one thing, but there are
I
many
will
ways to
call
be
Deb on it.
dishonest. You understand?
Yeah. Yes, I will call Deb on that one. Yeah.
So you could all pick the
I'm,
same ones, but that's what I'm trying. If you're really interested in doing this, please send me a DM because I'm working on chapter 14 right now. It's already done, but I'm doing the editing and I'm making sure that the flow is good, that there's no run-on sentences, that it's not redundancy involved, and I hit quality points with facts. So this will be done within a week or two.
Oh
Um,
man, that's too
yeah,
early. I will give you all. I mean, for me to tell you to type my story would take more than for you to write it out. It would take more than a week or two to for
well,
you to understand the
No,
facts
it's
of the
not about your
story.
story though. It's just
Oh,
you reading the
no,
chapter on it and then you giving your
I'm
opinion
not.
to
I'm
it.
not a
Yeah.
book writer. I don't know how that works. I don't know.
oh no, no, you just
I
I'm
don't know how
asking
that
you.
works.
You read the chapter, right, and you give
Yeah.
me honest opinion. Hey, it sucked.
Oh.
Hey, it's
Oh.
good. Hey,
Oh. Okay.
I
Okay.
resonate with this. Hey, I feel like you missing this. I feel like you didn't touch
Hmm.
this. Now, if you come back and you say something like, "Hey, I wish you would have talked about this a little more," then I would tell you I did in another chapter.
Oh, I'm not a person for you. I'm sorry.
No, everybody can do this.
I'm
There's no
sorry.
such thing
I'm
as
not
good
a
or
person
bad.
yeah,
for you. Yeah, I'm not a
It's just
person
giving
for
your
you.
honest opinion about a
no, it's
chapter.
just giving your opinion. That's it.
Yep.
There is no
Yep.
good or bad. There is no good or bad.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm not looking to get great reviews from everyone because
Oh, okay.
what I'm looking to get is the truth. You understand? Like,
feedback. Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you
Yeah.
wanted me to add to
Mm.
your book.
Well,
Mm-mm.
you can't
To
add to
your
the book, and
okay. I'm sorry.
you
I
can't add to the
apologize. I heard
book
you
until
wrong.
you realize whether there's something missing or not.
Oh, I heard you
Yeah.
wrong. I apologize. I
Hmm.
No, no, no.
apologize.
There's no. It's
Yeah.
all
I'm
good. It's all
sorry.
good. No, no, no. It's all
Sorry.
good. Trust me. You want to write a book? I can help you write your own autobiography. You want to write a book about certain subjects? I can help you get there. I put the work in to understand the structure of a book. You know what I'm saying? I increased my vocabulary. I
I'm gonna take
increased my
you up
reading
on that,
comprehension.
Hormiga.
You know
I
what
was
I'm saying?
gonna say, give me about another 9 years and I might start mine.
Oh no,
It,
I'm ready now.
that's
I've got
Oh, I'm
ideas.
not.
that's up to you. I'll be around in
My
9 years.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
about
ready
And
as
wanting
well.
to tell the
I'll
story.
I'm ready
I'll
as
DM
well.
you Hormiga or whatever because I've got ideas for books and stuff. But I know I've
Good.
been working on my
I'm
thesis.
looking to collaborate, to help sponsor, to put someone in a good position to explain to people, whether they know it or not, what it takes to write a book. You know what I'm saying? Like the
Hmm.
mindset, the focus, the information gathering, the structure, the the tenacity, you know what I'm saying? Like the perseverance,
Yeah.
because there'll be times where
It
you
takes
don't
a lot,
understand.
yeah.
You can
So I
go,
have
or you can go 2 or 3 weeks without wanting to write because you're not inspired to do so. Life has its moments, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
My
several
book took
that's
me
questions
gonna
three
for
be
years
you.
to
fun.
write. You heard?
I'll
3 years.
send you some stuff. I was like, I'll DM you because I need more people. That I'm probably gonna need to send when I'm because I'm almost done with this thesis, or at least on the social the social media portion of it.
Nice.
Um, that whole chapter. Yeah,
Yeah,
Kev,
I
it's
you
gonna
don't
all
be
blame
around?
fun.
you.
Listen,
I
you
don't
guys
Is
blame
need
you.
Kev around?
any kind. If you guys need any kind of help, this is the way I work. If I can't help you personally, I will lead you to a place that can. I'm not the type of
There you
person,
That's
go.
perfectly
because
fine.
that's what a hypocrite is. When a person says, I
Yeah,
got you, or I can help you, and they're not being specific, because here you are expecting me to directly help you. And then all of a sudden, next week, I'm like, yo, I got the perfect guy for you. But like, hold up, I thought we were working together. So I'm a very
Right.
clear and concise person when it comes to assistance, you know?
yeah.
But we could work on
Oh
this,
yeah,
man.
this
Like
is
I said,
dope.
I can't wait for this book to come out because it's gonna cause so much controversy, and I'm ready for all those debates. I'm like, yeah, right.
That's
You
what
know what I'm
this
saying? Like,
thesis is gonna do.
you
But
know, so
That's what
can I
this
ask you a
paper's gonna
question?
do.
Can I ask you a question? In this day and age, could it be audio, video, audio book?
you can actually go and read some of it on my YouTube channel, which I have it in video podcast form. But
Okay.
I'm gonna
Hmm.
come out with a tangible book to offer a little bit more clarification and a little bit more roots to the things I'm talking about. You could only get what I'm offering right now through the book. If you want to get a idea or a synopsis of what these chapters are, you can go right ahead and listen for yourself. But I guarantee you, the extra work that I put in to offer the book purchasers or the book readers, you're not
I
gonna find
love
it
to
anywhere
read
else.
books because I'm old school. I love to read books, but the younger generation, would it be
I'll,
possible to make it on like some sort of I guess
Digital.
audio,
look.
video,
I already have.
audio,
I
video,
already
like
Yeah.
look.
to see it because
Yes, look. The podcast is
we
set up.
all right. We old people, right? We are
Right.
more accustomed to seeing and listening. We're not accustomed to reading or go to Barnes and Barley and buy books or whatever. We're not
Mm,
Oh,
used
I
to
the
do
that.
that
younger
weekly. I'm gonna shut
generation,
up.
I'm my
Yeah.
generation, we went to the library. I had a library card.
Yes, yes, that's our generation, but the younger ones.
Okay, I'm on mute because I feel like I'm getting called out. I mean, because I still do all those things.
No,
I'm
it's
on mute.
okay. Yeah, it's beautiful. No, it
It's
is
okay,
beautiful
AJ. It's okay.
because we you are in the same generation that we are right now, as of all of us. But I mean, as in a
A
general
millennial.
population.
It's like my daughter.
Yeah,
She's in her early 20s and she loves books.
Oh,
She wants
nice.
to be a script writer.
yeah.
I
Oh
got
wow.
something
Oh
for
wow.
everybody.
Oh wow.
I got something for
Oh
everybody.
wow.
Every generation.
Wow.
It's I don't it's being translated into Spanish now. It's gonna be different languages. It's gonna be podcasts, audio books. It's going to be motivational speaking. It's going to be a lot of lives that I'm going to do in different platforms to talk and promote about, to promote the book. So the discussions are going to start right away. And trust me, I invite all controversy. You know what I'm saying? Because people will find out that the controversies that are going to be caused are going to be within themselves, and it has nothing to do
Hmm.
with the book. It's more about self
Same.
reflection and being able to admit
Self-reflect, yeah,
when
some
you're
sort of.
wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm. Hey, Burrito. Yeah, I'm
So
still up.
with that being said, I'm gonna
We
politely
lost
tap
Kev though.
out. I do appreciate the
I know, me
conversation.
too. That's why I was asking if Kev was still
Y'all have a
here.
good night.
Kevin's sleeping. Believe me, he does this all the time. He leaves us up here when he's sleeping, and then he might wake
It's
up in a little
okay.
while. You know.
I was gonna
Yeah,
drop
we're
too
still
too.
here.
I ain't
We
sleep.
Well,
keep it live. Okay.
hey, if you guys have the strength, keep it going. But me, I'm gonna tap out because
I got it.
I'm a gym rat. You understand? And I need to go to the gym. That's another part of being a true leader. If you ain't eating right and you ain't working out, you will never be a good leader.
Hmm.
So true, so true.
You
So
just started a conversation right now about eating right.
Yeah, I've been up here for quite a while too, so I'm gonna drop out of this one. So
Have a good night, everybody.
Good
Have a
yeah,
good
night.
night,
you
guys.
too.
Good night, brother. Have a good night.
All right, you guys have a good night too. I'm gonna drop too.
You too, lady.
all right.
Okay, good night,
Lady player.
guys.
Good night, good
Nah,
night.
later. Like,
Good night.
Uh, Fairy tale, I'm doing all right. Still just hanging in there, but this is a perfect distraction. You know me. Um,
what's
what
the
was I thinking
deal,
about? Yeah, no, that
Empress?
thesis paper is gonna be fun. Hey, Empress. Yeah, that thesis paper. I can't wait until I'm done with it. I'm almost done. I'm just wrapping up the. I have like I think a few more weeks of the social media stuff to kind of do, and then I'll be set or whatnot. But I think I need to do. I think I need to kind of change a little bit of my approach though. Um, Empress.
Are you
Uh,
prior military? I mean, was it you that was prior military or someone else?
Most of my family, they were
Oh,
all there, and then when I would get sent out to California and stuff, my
yeah.
uncles were all like retired out of the Marine Corps, and you would have thought they never left. So when I would
Oh,
get sent out there, I was pretty much like
oh,
it was almost
wow.
like kind of. It was kind of like I don't know how to explain it. It was kind of like going through boot camp
Yeah,
without
yeah.
going through boot camp. You know what I mean?
So so
Hmm.
how'd you get into IT? I mean, of all places, how'd you get there?
Both of my parents actually work within IT. Um,
Okay.
so my mom does, and then so does my dad. And I never, to be honest with you, I hated IT. I was like, man, I don't ever want to do this. This is, you know, Kev Don fell asleep on me over there snoring and farting and stuff, and I
No, I'm
run
not.
into the live Empress, you know.
Yeah.
Now he's
Not.
back.
I've been talking.
um, but yeah, that's how I got into. That's how I got in. So how I got into IT. Um, and that's the thing. Like I kind of grew up. Like I kind of already knew how to like code things and stuff like that because I would just kind of play with my own computer, right? And other than just like taking it apart, putting it back together, you can only do that so many times. But I would like customize my little keyboard, writing papers on like Word, like HTML coding, right? Where you can like, I mean, you can do that easily on like a Word document. I mean, now you can just go into like the little spell corrector and you can type in sequences and it'll
Yeah.
like autofill full sentences. But that's how I used to write papers and stuff.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So I could write like a 10-page paper like when I was a kid, like, oh yeah, okay. And I would just hit all these little sequences and it would just 10-page paper, like fill a bunch of stuff, right? So I was just like, all right, this is cool. But
Yo,
other
yo,
than
what's
that,
up, Kev?
I was just like, might as
Yeah,
well if I
man.
want money, right?
Hey, everybody on the panel.
Hey, Empress.
So
Yo,
if you don't mind me,
What's up, Loyal? I didn't even know Loyal
if
came
Yeah,
up
what's
here. What's
going
up, Loyal?
on?
Rob Loy on the building.
if you
Empress
don't
in the
mind me
building.
asking you, what do you do now?
I work in IT. I still work in IT. Yeah, I
Okay.
know how to do DOS. I used to take people's iPods and
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all know how to get like into the DOS screen or whatever. But when iPods and like Zunes came out, I used to like throw them in there and just like hand them back to people and like watch them freak out for like 10 minutes and be like, all right, I'll fix it. But yeah, I know how to play
Uh,
with DOS. Of
uh,
course, I know how to play
yeah.
with DOS. Easy. That's
Yeah,
old school though.
that's pretty.
DOS is
Old
old.
school. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Well, I had like my mom had
Like
like a
old
really
school.
old she had like a really old Mac. You remember like the very first like little iMac with like the little what is it, floppy
Mhm.
disk drive? Yeah, she had one of those. What's up,
Yep.
Quiet? So I would like
Yep.
stick it in there
Oh
real
wow.
quick and like yeah,
Yo,
that shit was
Yeah.
pretty much all
Yeah.
DOS.
Yeah.
Like, I
The
was like, all
little
right, I
floppy
can learn
disk,
how to
like
play with it.
floppy disk. Like yeah. And then they
Yeah,
have
I
the
was still playing around
regular
with that.
hard. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we talking
Yeah.
geek in here.
But the program itself, the program was really very easy to access to. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh
If
yeah,
if I knew
yeah.
what I knew now, I would like. I will hack all of y'all motherfuckers. Like literally. I
Hmm.
will hack all y'all.
Yeah.
But I mean, but now I mean, I'm pretty proud of you. I really am. I mean, as in
Thanks.
you fell, you've found a niche to where you feel comfortable. That's awesome.
Right, there you
Yeah,
go.
yeah. I mean, like I've always liked. I always loved like gadgets and stuff. You know what I mean? So like, playing with different types of stuff, seeing kind of what technology does. That's why I was like, I know it probably sounds controversial, but like I'm super excited for when we finally have like the 5G stuff like up and running because that's gonna break the ceiling that we're in. And just seeing like, like what's gonna go on with like the metaverse, all of that stuff. Like I know some people have their tinfoil hats on about it. I'm not one of those. I'm like, I'm ready to go see it. Let's just go do it at this point. I'm not worried about them stealing my information. The way I see it is, I'm on Facebook. That done been jeopardized a million times. Cash App's been jeopardized. Everything gets jeopardized. I don't care anymore. I just want to go do that.
Dang.
And the
Yo,
5G, yeah, the 5G and everything else been compromised. You're right. Nobody
Yeah.
wants to. Everybody's scared. Everybody's very scared to. I guess this generation or generation is pretty
Yeah.
scared to get involved into.
Absolutely.
so kid,
Absolutely. But what's up, Loyal? What you got?
say I just want to say, I was gonna tell Kev, yeah, that's cool. I mean, I respect the way he handled the live earlier, man. I think, you know, um, instead of like taking things in a weird turn or in a negative way, like, hey, you actually like, you actually kept the conversation going. I
Oh
think,
yeah, most definitely.
hey, on the cool, like if everyone would like kind of keep that mindset, bro, you know what I mean? Like these topics can go like a lot further, and like they can actually get their point across. You know what I mean? Like I was telling you at first, I was like, just take that guy down, cause that's probably what I would have done, bro. But like I said, you kept it going, man, and you actually handled your life, bro. That's cool, man.
Yeah, yeah, we famo in here, man. It get like that sometimes.
Yeah, I feel you, I feel you.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I
We
said,
all
man,
respect it.
you handled it, bro. That's tight, man. You didn't just knock your people down. You actually kept it going and shit. That's cool, man.
Oh yeah, for sure, man.
Oh
That's the
yeah.
goal. I'm
And
trying to get there with everybody.
I do want to say, like, if you're ever new here and especially people who are just tuning in, like, sometimes those conversations they may sound like they're getting heated and people are losing their tempers and stuff. It's a lot of passion that's coming out. But at the end of the day, we all have respect for each other. It ain't ever gonna get crazy.
Right,
Like,
I feel that. I
it's just
feel
gonna
that.
be like,
Yeah.
no, man, like, all right, we just gonna agree to disagree. That's fine. All right, what's next?
All right.
And we just keep it moving. That's all it is. But yeah, no, it's never. I can't say it's never like that in here. Sometimes it does get a little crazy, but for the most
It's
part,
not
it
no.
is pretty chill.
It's
But
real.
I
Yeah,
mean, Kev likes to ask. I feel like the right questions sometimes, and have like the topics. I think people are kind of they don't have on here. I think everybody has the same generic conversations over and over again.
right. I got you. Right.
Yeah. Hey Phil.
So let me go ahead and fill in the blank. As in, yes, we come on here. We love the topic, and we do feel a certain type of way to
Yeah.
experience ourselves, and then the experience that we have, then it goes on to a whole different conversation.
Mhm.
So it's. I mean, I've learned a lot from you guys. I really did. I really learned a lot from you and from the
Yeah.
previous
Yeah,
people
that's
and
cool,
stuff.
man. Yeah.
And I've learned
Yeah.
a lot. I'm like, fuck, like, what am I doing in my life? Like, what the fuck? So,
Nah.
so the host made, the original host made, I guess it will be a question. Let me shut up. Yeah, let me
Hey,
shut
look, hey, Kev, man. Like, if future reference, if you could just make your words a little bit bigger on the topic, man. I'm blind as a bat,
I
bro. I'm
know
over
that
here
is
trying
my
to.
tiniest one. That's my tiniest one too. Because I
I'm
try to
over.
fit. I try to fit so much in there.
I'm over here trying to see what it says. I'm over here blind them road
See if
to.
I can.
You got to put it on the screen. It's crooked.
Right.
Put it down a little bit,
There you
right
go. There you go.
about
There we go.
there. There
There
you
we
go.
go. Yes, there we go.
There
All
you
right,
go. Because I
that's
was like,
better.
yeah, don't ever feel bad. He does that all the time, or sometimes he'll be like just him up here, and then you see where that like the 8/100 like little star thing, it all covers whatever he's talking about. I'm like, what's the topic? What are we talking about? I
Exactly.
can't read it, Kev.
Like we talk
You
about
see the little bit?
leadership and
Yeah,
leader,
it's a
and
lot
just so
more
you know,
clear.
it's like we can deviate. But I truly believe that it's something we should talk about. So for the
Yeah,
host, for you as a host, maybe you should put on there like leadership versus leaders. Maybe it could be a good topic for you or for us to talk about to draw people in, as in leaders versus leadership. I don't know.
Mm, maybe one day my brain will get together on that one. I might put that up there. We could both say both our point of views and you know what I'm saying, how everybody in take it to be, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. With yeah,
And cool. I don't know exactly how to enter this. I mean, or the how to answer this topic. Um,
How you
I mean, because
feel.
I would say, I mean, on cool. Like growing up, I never really, um, cared much for like, uh, you know, like race or like where anybody was from. You know what I mean? Like I never really, you know, feel like that was important to care about. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Not in a bad way, but I just always seen everyone as all. I never really saw people as a divide. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
Yeah, it don't affect you. I get you though. You don't make it run your life and all that stuff. So
Yeah, because I see it like, like you have a heartbeat in your chest that keeps you alive, like just like I do. You know what I mean? That's kind of just the
exactly,
way I see it.
exactly. And that's the whole point of this whole topic, and to show that all this stuff right here that I put on this screen really don't matter. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to bigger things in this life, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like we got to look at the bigger picture and what's really controlling us and what's really, you know what I'm saying? It's at the end of the day, it's just it's messed up people in this world, and it's people that's trying to grow in this world. We just get blinded
yeah,
about. We need to be blinded, but we get blinded about what's being taught to us and all that stuff. If we could get
yeah,
blinded,
yeah.
we can actually hear what's going on.
I mean, hell, there could be a day, we're actually all gonna really need each other one day. You know what I mean? That could,
Exactly.
be a possibility. Like,
It's gonna take
so.
aliens for us to come together. Like, you know what? We can be friends.
Hey, anything's possible nowadays. Shit,
But then once the aliens gone, we
anything's
back to going
possible.
and fight against each other, find something dumb to fight over.
But yeah, man.
Hey, maybe that's what it's gonna take for all of us to come together and stop letting stupid things separate us.
Right.
Just
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
Right. Fairy tale. What the deal just
It's like
snuck up in here with
fairy
the new
tale.
she on fashion no more. Now look at the new profile and stuff. Come on now.
She always on fashions. What you mean? It's fairy tale.
I'm just saying got the cool. Look how cool she look in there with the glasses on and
Yeah, this old woman figured out
can't tell
Snapchat.
her nothing. Nah, it's over.
Figured out Snapchat.
I have to be in the thing with Snapchat now with my daughter.
Oh, don't tell me you Snapchatting stuff around here.
Yeah. I'm playing around with those stupid filters.
Whoa.
I was gonna say, I was like, yeah, that's about all I do on Snapchat. I don't even really talk to people.
I
I
don't
just be
I
on
don't
there
even
taking
get
pictures.
how seriously, AJ, it makes me crazy that the text disappears all the time. So you have a
yeah.
conversation with somebody, you put on a line, and he answers like 3 weeks later, and then you have no idea what you had said before. You just get an answer, and you don't know what the conversation is about.
Yeah, well, there's a way you can turn it. I think you turn it off,
Yeah,
but
my daughter teach me you have to press on the phrase and then it sticks. I'm not gonna press on every
yeah,
freaking phrase I'm writing. What the fuck?
yeah. That's why I don't. That's why I don't talk to I don't talk to a whole lot of people on there because okay, so like I have neurospiciness sometimes, and I be forgetting to hit send. Like, so if you ever texted me, it's just for anybody in general. If you got my number and you texted me and I just did not text you back, know that I replied. My dumbass just forgot to hit send on the text message, so it's probably still sitting in there. Like, that's not even an excuse. Like, that is a legit thing
Oh,
that
no
happens
wonder you ain't
sometimes.
text back.
He's gonna say typing on it the whole time.
Oh shit, I was about to go check too. I was about to go check. I was like, Kev, I know you're full
Yeah.
of shit.
Perfect timing.
I was like, damn, let me go check real quick.
Yep.
Yeah, but I have to tell people that all the time. Like, whether it's on Snapchat, on here, like if you message me and I just take forever to respond, I don't take it personally.
I'm taking it personal. Forget that. So,
Of
I don't
course you
believe
do,
that.
I guess
Kev. Of
that's on
course you
you.
do.
That's an issue, not an ish me, sir.
I'm hurt. I'm hurt. You hurt me.
Oh
What's
my
what's Kev?
It's
goodness.
you.
Hold up. I'm gonna need. Hold on. I gotta do this perfect, like Kev. I'm gonna need laugh and learn, Kev. One ain't here to be worried about your little feelings. He want to help you with some healing.
I'm here to protect Kev's feelings because we all need some healing.
I ain't protecting your feelings.
I want to remix it. I want to make it in my own.
She did it
That's what
perfectly.
switch it all up. Like, oh, this dude.
Your little
Nah, I'm
feeling.
a bad leader. I just contradicted myself. I'm here to
Exactly.
only protect Kev's
See,
feelings.
Kev. See, Kev. See. That's what we talk about. That's why you're not a true. No, I'm just
All
kidding.
right,
Yeah, go with
exactly.
it.
Exactly. I am not true. I
Just
just
killing him
switched
with
up quick.
kindness.
It's funny.
But this little feeling thing is a running joke at our house now. I'm
Yeah.
telling my daughter all the time.
That really be the
Man,
problem. It
shit.
be that little feeling that make big problems nowadays. That's the thing. That little bitty quick little feeling be making big problems because you want
Hmm.
to sit there and saturate in that and make it bigger than it really is. That's why I put it that way.
Mhm.
Like, oh, I feel mad. Now I'm gonna be mad. I have a mad life now. No. You just mad. Feelings is a moment thing. It's supposed to be a temporary thing. That's something. It's meant to come and go.
Yeah, like a human construct, right?
Man.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, the key word is the yo feelings, which means it's your problem, which means you need to handle them. It's not everybody
Right.
else's job to handle them. Just
So,
like it
Right.
is not up to everybody else to dance around your triggers, you got to handle your own shit.
mhm.
If everybody's dancing around everybody's triggers, ain't nobody gonna be able to do anything. We're not gonna be able to talk to each
Anything.
other. We're not gonna be able to say anything, and that's why
Hey,
I
but
stopped saying
AJ,
certain things.
we will
So if the
do a
shoe fits, lace
shitload
it
of
up, right?
dancing.
Yeah, we'll do a shitload of dancing. Like that's, you know what I
Boy,
mean? Of course.
I swear I'm not doing that no more. I literally drew the line after my last encounter. I'm really like that's the tip I'm on now, man. I cannot do that egg shit. I'm literally gonna talk how I want, say what I want, or whatever. Because I'm tired of be right worrying about. Oh, can I say the right thing for the right person or something like that? They might not be my friend anymore if I say no. Forget all that, man. 'Cause at the end of the day, I know what I'm on here for, and I know why I say what I say. That's the same thing with real life. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Yeah.
That's just being
But it
real. Yeah,
also
yeah.
kind of goes. It kind of goes to one of the topics you had, I think, a couple weeks ago, Kev, or I think it was maybe a few days ago, where you were talking about um, people aren't always meant to stay. I don't
Yeah,
remember
Nope.
exactly how you worded it, but
people come and
we
go
were
for
having
a
that
reason.
conversation. People come
Mhm.
and go or something. And I'm like,
Or
yeah,
change
that's
like the season.
because they have to. You know what I mean? They have to. You can't keep every single person you ever interacted with. Not all of those
Right.
people were meant to be there. Some people were there to teach you a lesson. Some people were there to be there for a little bit and give you some comfort, give you a little distraction, and then that's it. That's fine.
Yeah.
We gonna move on. I ain't
Exactly.
mad at you.
Cause like that's just like that's just think about it. Just thinking about it, you gotta sit there not be your true intention because of trying to worry about somebody else's feelings. So you got to keep on holding yourself. Eventually, it's gonna come out anyway. So why not set the ground? You know what I'm saying, or the boundary at the beginning. Let them know, like, I'm not about. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna talk. You know what I'm saying. What it is, what it is. If you don't like what I say, you might as well just leave early. There's no point in sitting here building up a feeling towards somebody or a connection with somebody with you when y'all really not gonna be able to connect for real. So you might as well, speak how it is. Either you gonna get with it or get gone. That's all it is.
Yeah, word. Feel that.
But that would be beautiful, if people could let go. Most of them
Man,
can't. They're in here,
Well, that's
they hear
because.
something, they feel their little feelings, and they can't let go. They have to, stay and go into it.
Well, that's just because people like the idea of being self-aware, but they're not actually self-aware. Right?
exactly.
That's the reason why, like, I think I was in here and I was going on a rant where I was like, I'm not saying not all whatever, right? If I'm sitting there and I'm like, yeah, men do this, I'm not saying not all men. Women do this, I'm not saying not all women. Like, if it does not apply, let it fly,
Then
right?
react,
If you
yeah,
got
don't react.
upset by what I said, I clearly struck a nerve. Go figure out why that hurt you.
There you
Like,
go.
arguing with me that you are not that person. What do you need my approval for? You don't need my validation. You don't need my approval. You know what I mean? I'm a stranger on the internet.
There you go.
That's a deeper problem if you need validation from strangers on the internet. Because at the end of the day, the only validation I need in my life is me. I don't need nobody else.
Love it.
Yeah,
Right? Now,
But
word.
I may
most
seek
Yeah.
people,
counsel, so on and so forth, but
yeah,
that's with people I trust and people I know. It's not going to be with some stranger on the internet. Somebody I
yeah,
don't know and I've never had a conversation with.
the whole thing, AJ, is that most people need to belong. They need to belong with a group. They need to belong with, other people, and they cannot stand on themselves.
But that's the problem. Like, I'm not coddling that type of behavior
There
around
you
me,
go.
right? Like, if I have to foster the people that are going to be around me, that's why I'm saying that. Like, I'm not. If people are offended by that, I am not that person because I'm not gonna coddle. I'm not gonna coddle the excuses as to why somebody doesn't want to change certain behaviors to better themselves, right?
Hmm.
It's like, oh man, I don't know. It's like somebody coming up to me like, oh, I don't understand why me and my significant other keep breaking up. I keep cheating on everybody I'm with, so on and so forth. But I keep cheating because of all this trauma. I keep cheating. Okay, well then just stop cheating. But I can't. Then you need to
For the
go. Like,
truth.
shut up. Pick a struggle.
Oh
You know what I
God,
mean?
AJ.
Pick
But you
a
know what it
struggle.
brings us? It. I feel you. I do that all the time. I can't stand people crying and
Like,
not getting their shit
if you don't want
together
to help
and
yourselves,
acting. But
yeah.
you get huge walls up in front of you if you do that. I'm rude too. Sometimes I just can't be picking the right
You can't be
words and,
nice.
and being kind and explaining. Sometimes I just need to say, what the fuck, grow up, get your act together, change the things you do, and you will see the result will be different. As long as you keep on doing what you always been doing, you get the same result. So when do you figure that out? But they get mad when you
Well,
say
that's
the
like the
truth.
well, and that's like the thing. Like, if it's something you can change, right? Then change it. If it's something out of your control, there's nothing you can do about it. You know
But the
what I
thing
mean?
is, we can change most of the things. We
But
always have a
most things
choice.
you can
That's the
change.
whole thing.
Hmm.
Yeah.
People
But
just
that's what I'm
feel that they
saying.
can't, but they
Yeah.
do have a choice.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people, like, they like to live in the comfortability, but they want to reap all the benefits,
Yeah.
right?
Boy,
I want, you know
I
what I mean? You
forgot I
know,
can't
people
have
who are
y'all
like,
two up here,
I
man.
want to lose, huh?
I said, I forgot I can't have y'all two up here. Y'all gonna be having me sounding like a choir up in here, making all the sound effects in the back. I'm like, yeah, do it, spit that stuff. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, like, but like, I mean, what I say, like, you have people who are like, oh, I want to lose their New Year's resolution. Oh, I want to lose 20 pounds, and then they get upset when they don't make it. Well, why didn't you make it? Did you get up and go to the gym? Did you change your diet? Did you do it? No, I didn't do that, and I don't want to go to the gym.
What
Yeah,
the?
the mindset, yeah,
Okay,
wasn't there.
Well,
so you're not even
that's a
helping
good
yourself.
word, the mindset.
Like at
Yeah.
the end of the day, like we can't. People can't keep expecting people to care more than they do. Like that's all it is. Like I'm not coddling me caring more than you do. You have the issue. You came to me, I gave you a solution. You shot down every single one of my solutions. Then you go deal with it on your own because I'm not going to give a shit more than you do. I'm not going to lose sleep over your problem. Like that's I feel like that's not fair to do to other people.
I need to
You know
download
what I
her
mean? And we need to
audio
stop
book.
putting yeah, we need to stop putting like people need to stop putting their personal feelings ahead of everybody else, right? So you get people who put their feelings, oh, well, you hurt my feelings because you said that. Like, what do you mean you're cutting me off and you can't care more about my problem than me? Your actions prove that. I don't care what your intentions are. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Your actions prove that. See
Preach.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Is
this
that
is better
part?
than like a Dr. Phil show or something.
I know
Yeah,
that.
like you know what I mean? Think about it. How did Dr. Phil make a bunch of money? He just pretty much just stated the obvious. That's all he
Dog,
Right.
and
did.
right.
Yeah, they didn't
Exactly.
sugarcoat things
Like,
too much, yeah.
you know what I mean? You mean to tell me that people had to tune in to be told the obvious? Okay, if that's what it takes, then I guess I'm the next Dr. Phil.
Uh,
Oh
I'm gonna point
yeah,
out the
let's do
obvious.
that.
Dr. AJ,
I'm gonna
I
point
take
out
it.
the
I sign up for it.
Oh
y'all can
God.
call me Dr. Speaks because this is ridiculous.
Ooh, yes,
You know what I
Lord.
mean?
Let's go.
Doctor speaks.
Yeah.
Be like, look, this is what it is, right? If you want, if you're upset with the way your life is, you're upset. Oh, I don't understand why I can't make friends. I don't understand why everybody hurts me. I don't understand why everybody leaves. Stop pointing your mirrors outward because the problem is no longer them. The problem is you. Turn those inward and figure out why people keep leaving. Okay, and understand that nobody is entitled to stay into your life. They can't be with you 24 hours a day, just like you can't be with somebody 24 hours a day. You have your own life,
No.
Ooh,
right? You know how many times I get like
don't do
called
them
like,
like that.
AJ, oh my God, I was freaking out. You didn't text me back in 2 minutes. Yeah, because I was fucking making food. You know what I
Nah,
mean?
you
Maybe I was
better take
taking a
me back
shit.
in
Maybe I
3 minutes.
was,
You text me back
you know
in
what I
one
mean? Maybe,
second.
I gotta
maybe.
jump down, guys. My headphones are dying. Hey, appreciate
Okay.
y'all letting me join.
Have a good
Yeah, for
night.
sure. Anytime.
Oh no, you can't
Love
leave.
you.
That's hurt my feelings.
Yes, it will.
All right, hey, later,
Loyal,
bro.
I followed you. I gave you a
All right,
follow,
I
man.
bro.
appreciate you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's one of the mains, man. I know you remember his name Anonymous. He was back then, like
Yeah,
he been
Oh,
around for a long
hey.
time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
him.
I
yeah,
don't
that's
think we've
me.
ever
He
been in
been
a
around
box at
for
the
a
same
long
time.
time.
Yeah, I was like, I guess we ain't been in a box at the same time. I just remember, okay.
Oh yeah,
I had to
yeah.
change it. I had to change it, man, because like people were just too nervous to have me in the lives, and I was like, come on, give me a chance, let me talk. You know what I mean? They wouldn't even let me.
I
They
was
just
one of
blocked me
them
off.
too. I thought you was a troll first.
Oh.
Aw, poor
I,
dude.
But hey, bro,
I gave a chance.
hey, it's reasonable though. Yeah, I understood. You know what I mean? But
Right.
yeah, hey, so I appreciate y'all. So y'all be safe.
Oh yeah, for
Same.
sure, man.
Nah. No, I think that's just what it is, though. I just think people are just, you know what I mean? Because I run into that all the time. Like, people, I don't have a problem that people have feelings. It's okay to have feelings, it's okay to express those feelings. But you can't hurt people with the way that you're expressing them.
Right.
And if you don't know how to do that, then you need to have some self-awareness and fix that because that's a problem. Because you can't sit there and tell somebody, well, I'm in my feelings and I'm going to talk to you any which way, know how, put you in your feelings and make it seem like my feelings are more important. People do that way too much,
Preach.
especially on this app.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Oh, well, you know what? I feel this way. And so everything anybody else says is wrong. Like, no, people can go against that. Not just because you have a feeling about something doesn't always mean that you're right. Right? Having a feeling is not, oh, I'm right about something. Right? People have feelings about stuff all the time. I have feelings that are wrong I have feelings about stuff that I'm probably wrong on. That's okay. It's okay. We all do that, but you have to know how to process.
Yeah, but some
You know your
topics
feelings.
are, more touchy than others. That there are some topics that, get a lot of feelings involved and a lot of pain and anger, and people just can't think rationally. They all think with their feelings.
Yeah.
And my solution to that is that if I go into a room and it's like that, and I can't seem to pull myself out of my feelings in order to have an objective conversation, because I can't control what other people do. I can only control me. I'm gonna exit
Yep.
out that room.
And that's
I'll
part of
come back
emotional
another day.
control. That's controlling your
I'll come
emotions.
back another day.
When you know
It's
you can't.
emotional. It's control, right? Like at the end of the day, I have to have enough self control, enough self awareness to know when to do that. I can't sit there and say that I haven't had to do that in Kev's lives before. Kev has had certain topics that, it wasn't even the topic, it was the conversation.
Yeah.
The conversation, I could not pull myself out of my emotions because I was getting, I was having emotions or getting triggered or anything else. I didn't come up and take it out on anybody. I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna exit and I'm gonna come back later. And if they're still talking about it, I guess I'll come back another day. And that's all that happened.
And
I came back
look,
like an
this
hour later, it was
this will
over.
make it different though, because there's other people that will do that, but they gotta acknowledge it out loud, like, oh, I can't take this or something like that. No, she ain't gonna do that.
Nope.
That you know what I'm saying?
No.
She know it and then she's gone. You know what I'm saying? But it's people that do that because they still want to express the way they feel to try to see if you can still kind of dance around their feelings and all that stuff. But you know what I'm saying? That would be contradicted. Like, oh, you know what? I'm out. This is too much for me. Or something like that. Like, no.
Yeah, but Kev, on the other hand, there were some conversations. Remember, let's go back to that conversation with this lady that was talking about she knew it because she studied for it. You remember that one? We had
uh,
we had Omega was in there, and this lady. I think it must have been a topic about feminism or something like that. But
yeah.
there was this
Oh, dear
lady
Lord.
coming in, and at the end, she didn't have anything else as an argument than saying, "But I studied for it, so I know." And
No.
we've been going
Oh, you talk
on, and every
about the
time,
main one. Oh, the
yeah,
one that me, Hormiga,
yeah.
and you
So
know,
every
we the
time
ones
we
that end up starting that stuff. What was that? The one that got to use her degree to prove her point. You talking about her, right?
Here you go. So
Yeah, that
we
was
were
the
turning
irritating
in
stuff ever.
circles. We were
Hmm.
turning in circles, and every time we
Dog,
got the feeling that we got somewhere, she
man.
just went back to the start.
I
And
I swear,
at
look,
that point,
the after the 10th time, right? Because we
y-
kept the 10th time, I had to shut the live down. This how far I went because she was so solid, and it didn't show how powerful these people that get ran by their degrees be. That junk is freaking crazy. It's like she will not take a L, and she had to get her point. And even when we squashed it, she done sided with it. Like it was gonna start, and then when it was about to start up for the 10th time, because I try to be tolerable. Now 10 times is way too much already. But after it was about to
Mhm.
start up again, I was like, you know what? I just shut the whole live down. I was like, no, there's no way somebody could be this ego driven.
well, that's the whole
Well,
thing.
but that's exactly what it is.
But during that
That's
conversation, I
exactly
came
what
at a
it is.
point that I literally said, I just said it out loud. I said, I cannot deal with this anymore. And I just dropped.
See,
So I,
I
I did
feel
the same thing. I said it because it was just mind blowing that we went go over and over and over about the same thing.
yeah, that's
But that's
different
a
though. That's
different but
different.
that's
But
a
you talking
different
about it's like when
situation.
it get pointless. That's different. That got to do with your
That's a
feelings.
different situation. Like I'm talking about like for example, like the topic that Kev's had up for the past 2 days, right? Yesterday and today, right? Where he's talking about race and ethnicity.
Mm-hmm.
If you've scrolled through this app, you've heard and you've been in lives where they've talked about the same thing and it's a bunch of yelling and screaming and it goes absolutely fucking nowhere. Yet he's had this topic up to the past, what, yesterday and today? And not once has it gotten ugly. Not once has somebody came in here in their feelings, being crazy. None of that. Right? None of that. And the reason for that is because because he's constantly talking about like, okay, no, this is fact, right? We're bringing facts. It's an intellectual conversation. There's people who agree and disagree on different things, and so on and so forth. We can keep it moving. He's fostering those types of people, and that's why those people start coming in, right? Occasionally, you're gonna get that crazy person, right? You can get that person that comes in and they don't want to do nothing. They just want to run their ego and try to change the topic and spearhead the whole thing because they just want to have control of the live. They want to be number one on the mic,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you can always tell that person because when they're speaking, right? Even when you can clearly tell they don't know what the hell they're talking about, they're going to make the same point 23 different times and
Yeah.
then complain that you're interrupting them. Well, no, you
Mm-hmm.
don't understand. How many other ways are you going to tell me the fucking sky is blue?
Mm.
How many other ways are you going to tell me the sky is? I don't need the sky explained to me 43 times that the sky is blue. You could have just said that in a sentence. You see
Yeah,
what I'm
but they
saying?
want
But it's a
everybody to
power
agree
dynamic.
with them, and that's the whole thing. And you cannot
But
force
that's the
people
power
into
dynamic.
agreeing.
But that's the power dynamic. Some people literally think that the words that they say, right, or that they are that important, that they are going to change
Yeah.
the minds of everybody with the one thing they say.
Yeah.
And that's a self-awareness problem. That is a problem when you think that you are more important than the person next to you,
Yeah, or at
right?
least your opinion
I
is.
personally don't. Yeah, your opinion is,
Mm.
right? At the end of the day, I don't think I'm more important than anybody. I really don't. There's not a thing about me that I think is I'm better than everybody at this. That's not what it is. I have never had that mindset. Never. I've had my focuses, and I more or less focus on that, right? Most of us do because we all study or look up things or we're researching things outside of this app, right? We don't have the free time sitting on TikTok arguing stupid points with
Mm-hmm.
everybody else saying the same things over and over again, trying to sound profound, right? You and I agree with a lot of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
You and I don't sit there and re-explain your explanation. How
No, that
many
would
times
be,
does that happen?
yeah, that wouldn't be a conversation. That would be stupid.
That's the point.
But that's
That's the point.
because
People
we
have
don't
dumb
need
conversations.
yeah, but that's because we don't need a lot of words to understand each other. And that's
Oh
when
no.
you level with people, you just need a couple of words and you understand the meaning behind it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
with a lot of people it's not that way.
That part. That part. But that's the thing. I mean, it's when we're doing that, when we're doing that, that gives the whole thing. The problem is people don't know how to have conversations anymore.
Well,
If you
yeah.
disagree with somebody, it turns into a win-lose conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a battle. There's always
It's
have to
no
be somebody
longer
winning.
a perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's no longer a perspective,
No.
right? No, you have to see it from my point of view.
Yeah.
I can't. What? I'm sorry, but if your point of view is across the room and I'm sitting on the other side of the room, I'm not going to understand that side until I go over there. If
Mm-hmm.
I even want to walk over there,
True fact.
right? But people don't think about that. People think, oh, well, everybody is me, right? Because we have not matured or have figured out that everybody else in the world does not see things the way you do. We see things and we tend to think that everything is how we are,
Yeah,
right?
and
It
then
takes a
those
certain
people's
level of maturity and experience before we realize that other people see things differently.
true. And most of those people surround themselves by people that see things the same way as they do because they need the support
Yep.
to feel stronger. You know,
That part.
they can't just go somewhere where there's people that have another point of view because that makes them feel unsafe.
That part. And that's the reason why, like, I will never say that I ever want like-minded individuals, right? I don't mind having things in common with people. Yeah, we may agree on a lot of different things, but there's going to be things that we are going to disagree on, right? I care about tact, right? Are you the type of person who can disagree with me but still stay respectful? Are you somebody who can be humble enough to say, "Hey, I don't know enough about that. I don't know enough about that topic." Those are the people I want around me. That's not somebody who's like-minded is me, right? I don't. If I was surrounded by a bunch of other people who thought exactly as I did, what would be the point of me growing?
Well, here that's the magic word. If you don't have people around you that are not at the same mindset, you will never
Yeah,
grow because we only learn from people that have a different perspective.
exactly. And that's the whole thing. I mean, like, we all have to have different perspectives, but we have to be able to talk about those things.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reason why I say I look for people who have certain skill sets. So do you have the ability to see things from a different point of view? If
Mm-hmm.
so, then cool. I don't have a problem talking to you about certain topics or about any topic. You know what I mean? There's more people I can talk to about anything, and then there's certain people that I can only have one type of conversation with on one topic. And that's fine.
True.
That's perfectly fine. You know what I mean? But we can't that's why I don't always try to find people who have like-minded that are exactly like me. I would be very bored with that. Because I do like a challenge sometimes. Sometimes I want to be challenged. Like, AJ, you sure? Because sometimes I need that second guess. Like, you know what? Hold on. Let me make sure. Am I right? Am I right? Okay.
Yeah, and
Okay, I am right. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
then I think, because I think you need both. Having people that are
Mhm.
like-minded give you the joy of sharing things, the joy of knowing the same things and feeling um feeling part of something, because
Mhm.
you're like-minded. But then I think when your emotional intelligence is high enough, you will be capable of toying around with different perspectives, even though it's not yours. And I think
Mhm.
that's where we find each other, AJ, is that sometimes we
Mhm.
are at the same point of view, but we still toy around with different perspective to see how that feels, and how that makes us
Yeah.
think about topics. Just spin it around. If we both think green is green, we could one of us could easily say, "But what if it was blue? What if we were both wrong
Mhm.
and it was blue?" And then go on that, and just dive into it and
Yeah.
and investigate the topic and come up with new things that we didn't knew. So then you're still like-minded, but you can just go out of
Mhm.
that and
Yeah.
explore a different world.
I never actually thought about it that way, actually.
Well, that's what I find
Yeah,
in
that's
you.
true.
That's the
Balance.
fun I have with you, is knowing that in the base we are like-minded, but we are both that open-minded that we can just explore other ways.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Cuz like that's the other thing. Like, for me, I understand that perspective, your perception can dictate a lot of your understanding on certain things, right?
Mm-hmm.
It does, but it doesn't. It's just the way you see things, right? For me, especially living in America, considering I have a different background, I have a different mindset, that I have this dual lens that I see everything through. So there's certain things I just don't always understand, and I'll be the first person to tell you that,
Mm-hmm.
right? But I think that's the whole point. The whole purpose, right, of all of us being different, all of us coming from different places and everything else. The whole reason why, like, I always I want people to come together because we have to be able to learn from each other at some point,
Mm-hmm.
right? Not just learn from people who either look like us, do different things. We need to start learning from each other because, yes, although we all come from different backgrounds and we all have different things or so on and so forth, you'll be surprised the things that you can learn just listening to somebody,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, I remember even with my uncles and stuff, talking to them about like how when they first came here to America, like their struggles and everything else, put a lot of stuff in perspective for me because even though I didn't physically go through that, it made me appreciate what I had. Like, I remember when he was telling me, he was like, you know, we came out here with like $20 in our pockets, which we thought was a lot of money in like the 60s and 70s. We didn't really speak the language, so they didn't really speak it. Like they spoke English, but not like they didn't have a full understanding. It was very broken. So they couldn't, you know what I mean? They were like, man, we used to have to eat out of garbage cans. Like trying to get a job was hard, like so on and so forth. And I'm over here like, man, I'm over here complaining because like the line was long at the Starbucks. Like, what am
There
I
we go.
complaining for?
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
know what I
put
mean?
things
Like,
in
Yeah,
what am I
perspective.
I,
complaining about?
I was listening to y'all while I was downstairs because I had to do something real quick. But that was like just like how you were just saying that, and it's funny because when AJ said that, right? Because I was the one that I used to be like, man, I'm looking for like-minded people and stuff. But when you were saying that, it made me think about it. Like, yeah, she right on that end too. So it made me adjust to it. Then Fairy Tale ended up putting it in that way. So I'm like, that all just proved what we just literally just said, why we need everybody with different point of view sometimes. And then it was like, and then like the reason why you need the same at the same time. That's what made me think about that balance and stuff. I'm like, so yeah, we kind of need both of them at the same time to even grow. Because if it's one or
Yeah.
the other, like you ain't gonna be able to grow if it's just one or the other. Because you need a challenge every now and then. You need a, you know what I'm saying, or you need somebody that can validate what you're saying too sometimes too. So it's like you do got to have both of them at the same
Mhm.
time.
Yeah, yeah, because like
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna sit there and say that you should never need validation from other people. You should because you do need that. You need that
Because it help
validation to a
others.
degree,
It help others too, not
right?
just for yourself. It help others in the process.
Yeah,
True, true.
yeah,
Hello, everyone.
but it's
Hey,
I
Martin.
think for me it depends on what you're validating,
What's the
right?
Yeah,
difference?
I'm not gonna validate somebody's bullshit.
bad
Right.
behavior.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. Like, not even my family, not even my mom. I don't even validate my mom's BS. Like, I really don't. Like, I love her to death, but even I don't validate. I'm like, Mom, stop. Like, you're being
Right.
much right now, and I'm leaving. Like, I will talk to you tomorrow. You know what I mean? That's it.
But your mom is coming from a different perspective and a different time as well.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Right. But am I open to that? Yeah. But at the same
Mhm.
time, when it comes to certain behaviors that I know are detrimental, right?
Yeah, definitely. You definitely will
You know
know
what I
that.
mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
like
it's
I'm
up
just
to
like,
them
I
if
ain't
they
doing
gonna
that.
take. I'm literally doing that with my. I did that too. Like the more I've been growing on, just in general
Hmm.
and stuff, I've been doing that. Like I'll be doing the same thing I treat everybody on TikTok. I do that to my own peoples too, like my parents and all that, because it's like it comes out of care and stuff. So you gonna,
Yeah.
it's like even though they gonna have their ways and stuff, but I'm gonna still speak on it because I care about them so much or whatever, even if they don't like it or not. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So I would want them to do the same thing to me. So we
Mhm.
Yeah.
grown now.
It's just like when people date, they're like, "Well, we
Hmm.
have a lot in common," and I totally disagree with that because I'm like, "Well, who's learning in a relationship if everything is in common?"
That
Yeah,
part.
You
You're
know what I
pretty much
mean?
absolutely.
dating yourself.
How you
Like
gonna
Yeah.
once
open up to country music like if I don't know about it, or some certain classical music, or you know what I mean, or different art? It'll be like those two, those artificial trees that look real, but they don't give you
Hmm.
anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You don't need to
Yeah.
Yeah.
nurture it. You don't need to prune it. You don't need to do anything. You just be like two fake trees walking around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Every now and again you dust it. Like
But that's what we said before, Emergent. It gives people comfort. You know, it gives them
Mhm.
a feeling of being safe because the other one is feeling the same way and is the same way. So they never have to step out of their comfort zone and being
Exactly.
confronted with things that they don't agree with.
Yeah.
Well, that would
Yeah, I
mean they
mean
would
like I
want to
always
be
like
right all the time then.
yeah,
Sorry.
exactly. And that's they want to be right all the time.
Mm, I
That's
guess.
ego.
Yeah, I mean like yeah, and some people definitely do need that like, oh, I got to be right all the time. Like I can't ever be wrong.
That's an
And that's
issue.
the thing and like that's a problem with that mindset because I don't always want to be right. Like I make mistakes. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
that doesn't make me a terrible like I'm human and I've learned to accept myself, right? So when I sit there and I say like, "Hey, I'm not going to accept certain behaviors," right? Do I that comes out of a place of understanding, right? If you're a young person and you constantly talk down about yourself, right? Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so ugly. I'm so this. I'm so that. And it's all negative. I get where that comes from,
Mm-hmm.
but if I'm friends with you, I'm not going to allow you to do that. I'm going to
Well,
be like, you're not dumb.
I would question a
You're not
person.
stupid.
I usually would
Yeah.
question a person that does that, and then I've
Yeah.
met people that do that. And I asked them to
Mm-hmm.
examine that, and whose voices you hearing that's been telling, because that's all it is. It's the voice. It
That
could be
part.
the voice of a parent or a high school
Yeah.
kid or whatever. And
Yeah.
they took it in.
Yeah.
Now
That
they,
makes sense. That makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But what I will do, like, I mean, I've had friends that have done that, right? Like I had a friend for the longest time, and she recently just got that. She's a little older than me though. And people learn at different times. You know what I mean? Like they learn different lessons at different times. Everybody's different. Everybody's on a different journey. I respect that. But she was one of those. She like, the only time she would ever go live, like she was like, I have to go live because that's gonna be the only time I put on my makeup and I feel pretty. And I'm like, but you are pretty. You know what I mean? Like I get I'm gay, but like no homo because like you like my sister, but like you're a pretty person. Like you don't need to do this. You know what I mean? And she was just like, no, no, no. And it's like no matter how many times I told her that and everything else, and I would walk her down that, she'd be like, I know it's the voice of this person, that person, this person, that person. And I was just like, you know what? This is what I want you to do. Every day I'm gonna call you. And every day I want you to go look in the mirror, right? Because we would video call each other. I was like, I want you either to look into this camera or look into the mirror, and I want you to tell yourself all the things that you like about yourself.
mm-hmm. Here's the
Just do.
deep part
And
though.
she was like, well, I can't name that many. I'm like, okay, fine.
Mm-hmm.
Start with 5. Just
Here's
say
the
5 things that you love about yourself. And every time I call you, I want you to do that at least once with me on the phone. And if we got to do this every day. And then eventually it starts clicking, right? Right? At first she was like, well, I do that, but I do it in my head. I'm like, you have to say it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
You have to reprogram your brain because the person who told you that you were all of these terrible things didn't tell you in their head. They told you out
No.
loud.
mm-hmm. And they
Mm.
And so,
start to see that perception of how the other person see them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they would see in the mirror. Like when you get to the point of truly accepting yourself, and you really get rid of them voices that people told you, and you start to
yep.
accept you that you've been looking for.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You stop
Yeah.
caring less about everybody else and what their opinion is about you because you're comfortable with you being you.
Mm-hmm.
That part.
Yeah, but
That part.
most people need half or even three-quarter of a lifetime to accept themselves for who they are because they're so vulnerable for everything from outside. They're so open to everything that's been said and seen and heard. And
And where does it
so,
come from? Where does it start?
Yeah.
well,
It
from
starts
belong,
at
we,
home.
we have had this conversation a lot. It starts with uh, belonging. People are scared not to belong. So, they're scared of being individuals and being on their own because we are, we're troop animals. We survive by being surrounded by others that accept us and
Exactly.
protect us. So people are scared of being their true themselves because they might not be accepted by the group, and then they will be on their own and they will be vulnerable.
So it starts when
Yeah,
you
it's the
start
fear of
school.
rejection.
Mm-hmm.
It starts when you start
I
school,
would say
basically.
I would say that starts before then.
I
I
will say
think
it starts at the age of
Parenting.
3 years old when
Parenting.
unconditional love from your parents turns into conditional love, and you have to do things to
mhm.
be loved by them. That's where we
Yeah.
understand. It clicks in our brain as a little child that, hey, now I cannot just scream and poop my pants and throw up and nobody finds something about that. Now all of a sudden I have to do effort to get that same love that before they just gave me without anything.
So it
Mhm.
starts around, what do they say when you become
Just
conscious?
before
Around
you go to
5.
school, just before,
5
at
years
the age
old.
of 3, just
3.
before you go to school. Well, over here we go to school at 4, so maybe over there if you go to school at 5 it will be a little bit older. But
Mhm.
normally it starts at the moment because where your parents have to prepare you for the outside world, because in the
Mm-hmm.
outside world there is no unconditional love. So they will teach you that you have to behave a certain way and dress a certain way and look a certain way and to be accepted in the group.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you
Well,
start
and
getting
that's
lost. Well, that means it starts with your parents then, because they're preparing you for the world
That's
they
why I
came in.
said
Yeah,
parenting first,
yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
then the
Yeah,
rest.
so it does start at home and then it gets conditioned through time. So then like
Yeah.
school conditions you through it, the
Like
media
a no-win
conditions you through
situation.
it, everything. You know what I mean? You start to see it everywhere and then you get to a point of adulthood, right? And I wouldn't say everybody goes through this, but some of us do, right? Where you hit that point where you're just like, I am so sick of feeling like shit. Right? You
Hmm.
hit that wall and you're like, man, something needs to change. Right? And then you go on this like self-love thing, right? Like that's what everybody, we're just gonna use that.
Hmm.
Everybody goes on that self, and then you learn to
It's,
start to accept things about yourself, and then you're
Mm-hmm.
just
and
like,
a
oh
lot of
damn,
shedding happens. You lose a lot of
yeah,
friends.
Yeah,
Sometimes you lose
absolutely.
mm-hmm,
relatives because you
Absolutely.
become
Yep.
ignorant.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
yep,
Absolutely. But that
mm-hmm,
mostly it happens at the age in which you already gain quite some self-assurance and are not proving yourself to the world no more. So a lot of
Yep.
people will go there, at the age of 35, 40, in which already proven that you're capable of things, and you don't feel the need to belong and prove as much as you did before, because you don't
Exactly.
need the
exactly,
groups no more. You don't need to grow into this career or make a family, or you already did all that.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
So that's a
and I
that's
think,
a long time before you
yeah,
become your true self, which is sad, because the point is that when you start going into the world at the age of 3 or 4 years old, that you go into school, you start developing multiple personalities because you adapt yourself in
Mm.
every environment. You are a different person at school as you are at a library, as you are in a store. You show the behavior that you need to show in order to get what you need.
yeah,
Hmm.
and I
So
think
you lose
that's
yourself. You completely
yeah,
lose yourself because you split yourself up in all these different personalities that you need to be in order to get what you need in life.
mm-hmm,
Exactly.
and that's
And
that's
some
the
people
that's the
still do
whole
that
thing.
in their 40s and 30s, and they still
Absolutely.
do it.
Yeah, some people
And
never
and
learn
and
it.
well, no, it's not that they never learn it. It's what it is that some people either one they're unaware of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some people. There's people who are aware of it and have just accepted that's just how it's going to be,
Mm-hmm.
right? Then you have other people who may want to change it but don't know the steps to. They don't know how to, or they're
Mm-hmm.
too embarrassed, so they have insecurities about doing it, and so on and so forth. Or you have people who are aware, they know exactly how to do that, but it's all they've ever known. So the fear of the unknown,
Yeah,
of
it's
learning how to
bigger.
be
Mm-hmm.
acceptance of yourself becomes
Yeah.
bigger than what the
Mm-hmm.
actual issue is.
Yeah.
And that fear is what stops people, right? And
Mm-hmm.
the best example that I like to use, like when I was younger, I was very angry. I was a very angry, raged. I was a very angry, your typical angry teenager, but very angry even as a young person, even throughout my 20s. Very angry, like to fight, like to do all sorts of different types of things, right? Because I held on to all this anger,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then I want to say in the past 3 years is really when I started my healing journey, and I've come a very long way in these 3 years. Three almost going on 4 years now. Um, where even I had that fear, right? I was like, damn, I have all these steps, but like, what am I gonna do? And I started freaking out the more calm I started getting,
Mm.
right? The more the anger starts to disappear. I was like, man, I don't know what to do with this calm. What do I do? What do I do
Mm-hmm.
with it? Because it's foreign to me. I don't know what to do,
Mm-hmm.
right? I'm used to just being angry all the time, right?
I
And
mean,
now
but
I'm
then
like,
if
dang, I'm
didn't the
calm.
calm
Like,
feel good though?
what do
Didn't
I
it feel
do?
good in some way? That peace.
Yeah, yep. And then you finally get to a point, you know what I mean? Like I said, it's all steps, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then you get to peace, right? And then you go through, I mean, like kind of what I'm going through now. right? Where I thought I had well, not like currently, but like I thought I had processed a lot of stuff, you know, like from my childhood, from everything else, only to realize that, yeah, I processed it one way, but I didn't process the whole other thing, right? And now I'm understanding that my relationships with people are way more complex than just one-time fixes, right? I've now accepted that I'm pretty much going to be healing pretty much all my life.
I think we
But I'm
all are.
okay with that.
I think we all are
You know what I
healing
mean?
most of our
Yeah,
lives. Yeah.
yeah, we all are.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
are.
We all are, right? But I came to that realization like, man, I'm never going to be fully healed until the day I cross over. And I'm perfectly okay with that because the thing is that I know that if I get up every day and I keep trying and I keep processing and everything else, it gets a little bit better, right? Like with my current situation, I'm going through a breakup right now. Literally. I'm not fighting my emotions on it. I ride the wave when it comes and then I'm fine. And then it comes and I ride it and then I'm fine. Where before I would have held that off and then it all would have built up and then hit me all at once and then I would have been, you know what I mean, drooling on the floor type situation.
Well, I have a
And
question.
I'm not doing that. Yeah.
Don't any of you think like society holds you back from being yourself, free? Society plays a big part in that.
Absolutely.
Of
If
course.
if you
Yeah.
let it, if you let
It's
it.
like
Yeah, but
see,
we mostly all do, Kevin. That's the whole problem because we want to
Mm-hmm.
fit in, you know. And I discovered that 4 years
That's why I
ago
said if you let it.
I got divorced, not by
you
choice.
make that look
My
so good.
partner decided that he wanted to leave. So, and I got out of that relationship being, what was it, 45? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I opened up my eyes the next morning just thinking, what am I going to do? I have no idea who I am, who I was before I ever started relationships because I somehow ended up from relationship going into relationship without any space in between. And I was so lost. I had no clue who I was before I ever started being in a relationship.
Because there was no time for you to even get rid of all of that you took on from that other relationship.
That, yeah, absolutely. And I completely lost
So,
myself in identifying myself with the relationship and the situation and just living everyday life the way it was thrown at me without really considering how I felt about things or how I stood in this or you know seeing if that fit me. No, just being what everybody expected me to be.
yeah, I would say, do I feel like society owes me anything? No. I don't feel that anybody owes me anything because at the end of the day, I'm only 30 and I'm still learning myself,
No.
right?
Not society on you. Society holds you back. For instance, like,
Okay, come in.
say like, okay, I'm gonna say like, okay, when I was going for a job, right? I used to have dreads. They
Mm-hmm.
made me cut my hair off in order to have the job. You see what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? When that was an
Yeah.
expression to me, so that's a holdback. Or even something as simple as like here in California, they just passed that law for black people that we can wear our hair our natural way, right? All before
Yeah,
that,
I
it's like,
know.
okay, you have to wear wigs, you have to wear all that's a holdback because now we're yearning to
Okay.
be your like I want to be this so bad, but I can't because of this job. I need this
Hmm.
job. I need you see what I mean? You get lost in we get lost in that too as well.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Okay,
it's
okay. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I thought you meant like like they owed, like if I felt like society owed me. I was like, I don't think society owes me shit.
yeah, society does it. Or women can't do this, or
um,
women when you know what I
but
mean? It's like
I do
it's deep.
feel that it did play a major factor when I was younger. I felt like, especially, I mean, I think COVID definitely woke up a lot. It woke up a lot of us, right? Because we were all
Hmm.
kind of in that sleep. I used to think that I needed to work 1,000 hours a week, you know what I mean, in order to be quote unquote successful,
Hmm.
right? Oh, I gotta have the house, I gotta have this, and falling into that quote unquote American dream, right?
Yeah.
And so on and so forth. I fell into that, right? I fell into that freaking hard, right? And then the pandemic happened and I lost my job. And then I realized, yeah, although I was kind of freaking out a little bit about it, but then I realized, why was I working that hard, right?
Yeah.
I had to sit there, right, in those questions because I ain't had nothing else to do, right? I went from working 108 hours, doing everything I could, stressing out, driving in traffic, doing all of these things, only to, now I can't do that because we're on lockdown. So now I'm stuck in my house and my mind is going, well, why did we work all those hours? Did we really need all that money? Where was all that money going to? Right? And then I started cleaning it up because we all started trimming the fat, right? A lot of us, we started trimming the fat. Why was I paying for this type of subscription? I don't even use this anymore, right? It started with subscriptions for me. Started chopping those. I was like, man, so on and so forth. And then I started realizing how much money
You
I had been
waste.
throwing out the window because I wasn't able to pay attention because I was working 108 hours a week, right? To subscription things that I had when I was 19 years old that I just never canceled, but were still charging me. You know what I mean? Still coming out of my bank account. Things that were happening. I was like, man, I'm over here paying. I was paying a subscription to Revolver magazine that was going to my mom's house that I got when I was 19.
Yeah.
Talk about lost in the
You know what I
sauce.
mean? You want to talk about lost in the sauce, right?
Right.
And then you look and you're like, I was like, this subscription I think was like $7.99. Y'all been charging me $15 every month for this many years.
For
And like,
years.
mind you, I didn't go to my mom's house for mail. Like, you know what I mean? I was like, how many of these things have I paid for and just like never got? You know what I mean? That's just one example of like one thing, right? And then I started realizing how much money I was spending because I had moved out of the city and moved to a more rural area where nothing delivers to my house. How much money I was spending because I didn't have time to cook because I had to DoorDash things, right? Oh, I was DoorDashing stuff to my door, right? It got so bad that I would DoorDash Starbucks to my house while I was getting ready for work because I didn't have time to make coffee.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you was all the way in the sauce. You was
That's
deep.
bad.
Like, yeah, right?
Starbucks, please, macchiato,
But
please.
at the time, But at the time, the consensus was the fact that I was able to do that, that meant I could make it because I had that type of income. I could play like that,
Yeah.
right? And now, you know what I mean? I make way more money than I do now, or I did then, but like I don't spend nearly a tenth
Yeah,
of
so
the
in the
money
end, you're
that I
probably,
used to.
having more money at the end of the month than you did before
I
because,
have
yeah.
Yeah, it was like I have way more money because I live way beneath my means because I don't need a whole lot of stuff. I've always been somewhat of a minimalist. But at the same time, I also have work-life balance because I don't see the point of working 108 hours a week. If I'm going to work that hard, I'm going to work for myself.
You just said a
I was
key to
over here and yeah, you know what I mean? I'm over here
living.
thinking,
You're
like,
not
because if you think
living
about
over.
it,
Yeah, you're not living over your means, and a lot of people try to do that just to keep up or look a
just to
Just
certain way.
to
keep up.
fit in. Yeah, just to be accepted
Yeah,
and fit in. That's the whole thing. We think we need that second or third car and we need to go 2 or 3 times a year on holiday by airplane and we need that bigger house and because society is pushing that on us as if we're not
yeah,
good enough if we don't have that.
that part.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Oh, I'm not good enough if I don't have that, and so on and so forth. But then at the same time, this is where I was a hypocrite. This is where, well, not a hypocrite. This is where I was a contradiction at the time, right? I used to have friends that used to walk up to me when I was probably like in my early 20s, right? Who got married like early and had kids and stuff. And I'm in my mid 20s at this point. AJ, you know what's gonna make you happy? You just need to get married and have kids, and this,
Oh
and that, and the third.
God.
And they could never sell me on that, right? Because like many of us, right? We all know that toxic couple, that toxic old couple who's
Mhm.
married, and they ain't never happy,
Mm-hmm.
right? He's always cheating on her, and if he's not always cheating on her, they're always drinking, they're always doing everything else. And then again, sitting through that pandemic is when I realized and I reevaluated my life, right? Before, I would have been like, yeah, success means having a career, having that house, doing all of these things, making this money. That's the life I want to live. If you ask me what I want now, I want to live a life I don't have to escape from, which means I want a
Yeah.
life I don't feel like I have to drink. I want to live a life where I don't feel like if I want to go and eat an edible, it's because I want to.
Mm.
Nothing else. Like, oh, I want to get, you know what? That's what I'm going to do this weekend. I'm going to go get high and I'm going to go watch Scooby Doo and eat a pizza.
Exactly. Truly like being in just being.
God, I love you.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm gonna go eat an edible and I'm gonna go make a box fort in my living room. Like, that's the kind of life I want, right? That's what I strive for. Because before, I would do all those things because of work, right?
Yeah.
I get off work and be like, man, I gotta go to the bar. Man, I gotta go get high. I gotta deal with this. And majority of the time that I was under the influence of anything, it was just my way of trying to stress manage, right? Because going to the gym wasn't enough.
I think this would fit our. We have the lounge. It's called the lounge on Tuesdays.
Yeah.
And the top, I just put it in there. The topic is grief, and basically like not grieving a loss, but you grieving a loss, like grieving your old self and all of that. And people just come in and just tell their story. Let one person at a time because we do put it on our radio app, and it's probably going to come on like what I don't know after hours or during work hours or something. We haven't come up with a time yet. So if any of you would like to come, I followed everybody here. If anyone you like
Yeah,
to
I
come
just gave you a
and
follow back.
share your story, feel free.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I'm listening to you right
Absolutely.
now, I'm like, wow, that fits. It's deep. There's so many people that's going through that, including
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. You know, I think what is it? I think he was Mac Lethal. He was a rapper I used to listen to in my 20s all the time. And he said it I think in one of his songs where it's called Sleepless Nights and Endless Fights,
Mm.
right? Where he's talking about basically it's just basic life stuff, right? But there's a whole verse in there where he's talking about and he's like, I know so many people who are 25 and older and they just feel downright worthless. I was one of those people. I was like, man, I went to college, I did all these things, and I still feel worthless. I still
What
feel
do
like
you
I
think?
don't
Okay,
matter.
but where do you think because I agree. Where do you think the worthless feeling come from? Is it trying to keep up with people, or what your parents
It
expected
came
of you, or?
so what it came is it came from all of that, right? I had to sit down over these past couple of years and realize that I was trying to live up to expectations that were never mine.
That part.
Those
Here we
society
go.
expectations were never mine. Those expectations of being successful, pushing myself, doing crazy things. Like, mind you, I worked 108 hour work week and still mastered to push myself through a master's program. I don't know how I did it, but I did it. I do not recommend 0 stars. 0 stars. Don't do that. Don't. Like, right? But I felt like, oh, that's a bragging right. I did that. But then I realized, why did I do that? I
Exactly.
started asking myself the whys. Why am I doing the things that I'm doing? And that's when I realized I've been living up to everybody else's expectations than my own. At the end of the day, let's call it for what it is. I've been living for other people. I'm not living for AJ.
But that's what
Let me
everybody
go find
does, AJ. You know, and
I know.
Exactly.
that's what I said. It's by the programming that starts with our parents, and they do it. I'm sure they do it at their best. You know, the
They have the
best
best intentions.
capacities and the things that they learned, and their experiences, and they try to make sure that you will not make the same mistakes, etc., etc., etc. But it starts right there. If we would stop
Yeah.
doing that, if we would stop programming our kids from being natural and being themselves into something the society wants them to be, then people would be way more happy through all
That
their
part.
lives. But we all have to go through all these years of being unhappy and feeling unsuccessful and not good enough, and never reaching what we should reach, until that certain moment which it hits us, that we are not ourselves and that we need to change in order to become really happy. And
Yeah.
some of us do that at a younger age than others. But
Hmm.
yeah, eventually most people go through that stage in which they just don't care no more. They just don't care no more about what others think and what others feel, and what society wants of them. And and I think talking about it, like we do
Hmm.
here on TikTok, helps a lot of people to recognize that feeling and that circle, that rat race they're running every day. And it's, as you said, Corona helped a lot because we were forced to sit with ourselves and think things through, and see if they really, because all of a sudden things became weird during Corona, because the things that we were so sure about,
Energy
all of
shifted.
yeah, they shifted. All of a
Hmm.
sudden, we realized that we didn't need all that stuff, and we didn't need all
Yeah,
that money, and we didn't need all those hours. We were still alive, and the world didn't, explode, and our lives didn't stop. Uh, We were
yeah,
still
Whatever they
going
plan
on.
was, it backfired.
that part,
Mm.
that part. But that's like the whole thing, you know what I mean? Like, I literally was like, okay, going through all that, I was just like, man. And then I was sitting here and I was thinking about it today because, like, I like to kind of like journal throughout the day or whatever and just kind of get some thoughts. Because, sometimes I'm a spiritual person. Sometimes the universe is trying to tell me something. And sometimes I just got to write it down because I'm like, that is amazing. But before I forget it, let me write it down. But that was like the thing. Like, I was just like kind of thinking about today. I was just like, despite all of the things, all of the setbacks that I've had, even just this year and everything else, I'm very proud of myself. And and I started crying because I was like, dude, I have never said that I'm proud of myself, right?
Mm.
Because I'm always holding myself to high expectation. You know what I mean? I'm always,
So
I gotta do
now
this, I
here's
gotta
the
do
other
that, I gotta do
question.
this, and I'm looking at the next.
Here's the question. Was it truly a
Yeah,
setback? You see what I mean? Because it brought you to
that's
the
the
point
thing.
to where you are now, meaning that you probably had to go through all of that to become AJ.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah, that's why I
and
say
that's the
everything happened
thing,
for a
right?
reason.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the reason why I was like, you know what, I'm gonna change the way I say that because I'm no longer gonna call setbacks setbacks. I
Yep.
feel like when you're doing a bunch of work on yourself, right, and you're doing a bunch of stuff, the universe has to test you to make sure to kind of see where you're at, right? Like you don't just growth isn't linear, right? Like you're going to have moments where things are going to get difficult and so on and so forth. That's how you roll through those moments. And that's why I was like, man, I got to keep doing this. I got to keep pushing forward and everything else. And like I've gone through everything that I'm going through and what I'm currently going through now and I'm still proud of myself because the old me, right, would have told myself how terrible I am.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Oh, you're a terrible person. You messed this up. You aren't doing this. You could have had more time to do that and you wasted it doing that. My brain's not doing that. Matter of fact, my brain can't do that because I've noticed even within my own brain every time it starts, the other part of my brain kicks in and goes, "No, that doesn't make sense. Let's look at this rationally. You did this, you did this, you did this, but you're human and you tried your best and everything else and I've accepted that." And now I'm like, "Oh man, that's crazy."
Can
Now,
you
do you think
imagine
you know
how?
that other voice you're talking about? Because when you grow and you're growing into yourself, right?
Mhm.
And you know where I said there's a lot of shedding that has to happen,
Yeah.
layers.
Mm-hmm.
It's all the lies people told you, stuff your parents, and that other voice is used. From my experience, it was always my mom voice
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
that would say those things, and I would you subconsciously reenact that stuff out. So when you becoming you actually killing that part of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's it's like you wrestling with it. You know, you said that other voice is like, no, that's not. You see what I mean? When the
Mm-hmm.
real
Yeah.
you is just like, come on, let's do this. You see what I
Well,
mean?
and that's yeah, and that's the thing that and I wouldn't even just say other voice. Well, I don't want to know if I want to admit to be hearing voices in my head, but it is what it is. I think
No,
we
we
all
know
do,
that.
and nobody wants to admit it. But the voices that I'm hearing that are
Some
combating
people just
that,
talk out loud.
yeah, yeah, some people just talk out loud. The other voices that I'm hearing, they're all me, right? But they're all from different times in my life,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
right? But they're all saying the same thing,
Now,
right?
but think
I feel
about
like
what
my
was
inner
said to
child,
you.
all of the letdowns from that young child,
Yeah.
She's no, that's not what this is. You know what I mean? She now has the strength to stand up. My adolescent self is standing up. My angry, angsty self is standing up. Well, not angry self, but like the person that was underneath all of that angry angst is standing up. You know what I mean? From my 20s and everything else, and all of those voices are now one instead of
Now,
them being separate
think about
Mm-hmm.
what was said
in
to
30
you
different
during those
places.
times.
What was that?
Think about what was being said to you during those times when you truly examine it.
Hmm.
Think about what was being said to you
Everything.
and what you took
Yeah.
in. You know, and then you
Yeah.
mistake
Exactly.
this as you, right? You see what I mean? Because think about if
Yeah.
everybody around you said something positive to you, and you're this and that, you would just hear those, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Same way, vice versa. All the negatives and all the you stupid or you need to do this, you start to hear those. Now you're battling with your true self. Here's a perfect example. You ever somebody ever asked you to do something and your mouth is like, sure, I'll do it, right?
Yeah.
But the real self is like, I really don't want to do this.
It's called a fawning response.
Yes. So
Mm-hmm.
and the real you is saying, I really don't want to do this. You see how you turn your back on your real self instead of saying, no, I don't want to do
Mm-hmm.
it
Hmm.
the first time. It's
Hmm.
like that.
Yeah, but the no, I don't do it is giving you a negative response from the other side, and you're not going to be loved. And that's our basic need. We need to
It
be
has nothing
loved.
to do,
So,
but at that point, it has nothing to
I
do
think
with
to a
them.
degree.
you
You
will,
see what
and
I mean?
Yeah.
subconsciously, it does all the time. You want to be loved.
Mm,
What
So
do
yes,
you
you,
say
yes
but
and
yes
no.
because
but
you
So,
when
want to
you,
do what they expect of you, and when you do what they
so,
expect of you, you're
I
loved.
know, but when you say that
so
no,
when it comes,
you loving yourself more, so it wouldn't matter. They're gonna
yeah.
find somebody else to ask. You see what I
Yeah,
mean?
true
Because
facts.
you see what I mean. Like
So, yeah,
you want to be loved, but you got to love you first, and you will attract the people that love you
Right.
for you, and
True
that's never
facts.
many people. It's never many
Exactly.
people.
Absolutely, true
that
fact.
part.
But you have to
Right.
learn that because we are not programmed that way. We are programmed the way to do what society expects us to do. And only then we will be
Yes.
loved. So we
Yeah,
forget about ourselves. We
Yeah.
only
but
what
we break
Yeah,
out. I'm
but
saying when we
we
break
got
out
to
of it.
learn how to deprogram. You know what I mean?
yeah,
That's the whole
Yeah.
point for me
absolutely.
of my healing journey was to deprogram from that, right? Just like I had to deprogram a lot of different things, certain constructs and everything else, especially living in America, being a person of color, right?
Hmm.
Being a black woman, there wasn't a lot of representation of of what that is. You know what I mean? I got made fun
I
of. I
agree.
was the only black girl in my school, so you know what I mean. It was never any of those things. So I had to learn how to deprogram from that, right?
Hmm.
And now, if it comes to like say my boss, right? If my boss hits me up last minute, right? And I've worked on my fawning response now that I knew that once I figured out what it was, I learned and requested and researched ways to kind of work on it, right? Um, because that's really what I think like diagnosis really should be for is so that you know what the problem is. You know what I mean? Because you're too close to it. So somebody tells you kind of what it is and then you can kind of go work on it. But that's just me, is what it is. But when I learned about that fawning response, it used to be a time. And the reason why I would work 108 hours a week was because my boss would come up to me and be like, AJ, we're really slammed today. Like, I don't know what's going on. I Can you stay late today? I would say
And you really
yes,
don't want to,
even
huh?
though I'm exhausted.
Hmm.
Yeah, 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 sure. But
I used to say
inside and
no.
internally, I'm crying, screaming,
Hmm.
cursing, angry. Why are you always asking me, man? You know I'm gonna say yes. This is BS.
Right.
You taking advantage, so on and so forth, right? Where
Because I know
now
you would say
I've now,
yes.
Yeah.
yeah, right? Where now, right? And like for me, it was more than just feeling loved. Like for me, that was more of like a trauma thing because it was just easier sometimes to say yes based on things that I'd gone through. But with that being said, right? Now I've realized, do I care to be loved by my boss?
No.
Hell no. I don't
No.
care about that.
Exactly, because you grew into you grew into it. You growing into yourself, I should
Yeah.
say.
And that's the
So
whole
you
Yeah.
thing.
The only people.
yeah, which means you taking care of you more. You see what I mean?
Hmm.
What do you do with
Yeah.
something you love? You take care of it. So you start loving you
Yeah.
more. And
You
you will
cultivate
attract
it.
those. Yeah. That boss would have asked somebody else if you said no.
And that's a
That
that's
part.
a whole process. It's a whole process that can take
It is.
years for you to accept, you know, who you are and love yourself the way you are
Mm-hmm.
without wanting to change anything about it to in order to fit in. And I noticed that the my divorce was actually the best thing that could ever happen to me because it forced me to look at life in a different way. Because all of a sudden I was here, I just started my own web shop, I had no regular income, I was depending somehow on my ex, you know, because we could do that. And he said, yeah, you go and do your web shop and, you know, we will work it out. And so I already slimmed down a whole lot of costs. You know, I cut a lot of things that we were paying before in order to need less money to come by. Um, and when he left, I was just starting up. So there was no way that I could make a living for me and my daughter out of that at that moment. So that would have meant that I had to quit what I started and then go and look for a job with a boss that's going to boss me around, tell me when to work, when he wants to jump, I ask him higher, and my daughter being the victim of all that. So
Mm-hmm.
I needed at that point, I needed to do something in order to make sure that that would not happen and that my daughter would still be, you know, my number one priority and that I would be able to, you know, fill my own hours. And so in that case, normally you would have said, okay, just drop the web shop, get a job, you know, and do the things you need to do. But I sort of decided that that was not the way I wanted to live my life anymore. I didn't want to do what everybody expected from me. I didn't want to do the good thing and, you know, do what everybody else would have done. So I wrote my own business plan. I went to the bank. I
Right.
got my loan. I started a shop, 170 square meters, filled it up with stuff, and just got my own business going. It was a
Mm-hmm.
huge gamble, but it gave me the opportunity to
No.
open my shop as soon as my daughter would be safely in school. She
Mhm.
could come home and eat her lunch in the shop with us, you know, during lunchtime, then go back to school, then after school, come here, and I would be home at 5:30 to cook dinner.
I
Was
don't
it
think it was a
hard?
gamble though, because
It was a huge
you already
gamble.
knew. I don't think it was. This is why
Well,
I'm saying that. I'm saying that because you already aligned yourself. You aligned yourself with it. You already knew what you didn't want. You already knew what wasn't you. You see what I mean? Then you start picking up the you, like, this is me, I'm going to do this. And to me, when that happens, you aligned yourself and it's going to work out. It worked out, right?
absolutely, you know,
It's
and
no different from.
I'm a strong believer in asking for what you need and, you know, and just believing that you're going to make it. And the law of attraction is my way of going ever since my divorce, and it really worked. It really worked.
Well, anything is possible. For the simple fact that we have the gift of imagination, right? We truly bring things out of the non-physical into the physical.
Hmm.
All we have to do is walk it, right? And you will
Yeah.
meet people along the way that will help you. That's how emergent music came. You know,
Hmm.
the whole company. And it grew. It was just the idea, and then got a lovely team together and all of that. You see what I mean? Uh, Also,
Mm-hmm.
like with yours, you probably get somebody to help you. They become your employee, right? But you won't treat them like your boss would treat you. You would just treat them different. You know, like France. If you know, like in France, the employees get a long vacation just like the boss does. They treat them lovely. You see what I mean? So
Hmm.
I think I don't think it was a gamble. I feel like you aligned yourself with it.
Absolutely. In the bottom line, that's what I did. But at the moment, it all felt scary, you know, and it all felt like, oh, what if, you know, and it's the voices that AJ is talking about. What if you can't do it? What if it's not going to be a success? What if, you know, and you really have to shut them up. You really have to force yourself into, you know, and that's when I started meditating in order to, you know, acknowledge these thoughts, just let them be, and then just let them go, you know, instead of focusing on it and giving them attention. I learned how to let my fears go, you know, and just keep on focusing on what I really want and what I really think is best for my daughter and me and what I really think is gonna happen. instead of all those voices. And they're inside your head, but they're outside too. I have a lot of family that always try to force me into a kind of life that is not suitable for me. And I've lived up to that for years and years and years. And those voices were there strongly when I,
Yeah.
got divorced. They
Those
were
are the
there
ones.
saying,
Yeah.
that's not going to work. You're not going to make it. You're not going to have
Mm-hmm.
enough money. And how are you going to do this? Uh, and it's a struggle to shut them up.
Mm-hmm. Well, because that's a lifetime of people saying that. It's truly like
Yeah.
the saying, "Be still." Like be still, right?
Hmm.
And everything settles. Like think of a jar, and a jar is all muddy and murky. You shake it up, but you sit it on the table. Within a week, everything's settled. Now you have clarity. That's what COVID did for
Hmm.
everybody. We sat down and shut up, and we were able to see. You see, clarity. So yeah, shut the
Oh
voices.
yeah, especially because we didn't have the distractions anymore. Before
Exactly.
COVID, we could found everything under the sun to distract ourselves with. We
Mm-hmm.
went into lockdown. We couldn't do that no more because there was no, you know what I mean. There was only so many things you can watch on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
Only
I
so many
actually
shows you
loved it.
can
To be
you can
quite honest,
stream after a certain point. Like you're like, I want to do something else.
I actually loved it. I loved the
Yeah.
lockdown.
So actually, I was talking to somebody about that the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, there are two. I was like, this is how you definitely know whether or not you were introverted or not. Right? I feel like people who were extroverted
Mm-hmm.
struggled during that lockdown, right? Because
Yeah.
they get their energy from other people.
Exactly.
Introverted people were perfectly fine. Like, trust me, the moment they announced that we were going on lockdown, I was the happiest. I was like, you mean to tell me I ain't got to see people? I ain't got to go. Look, bro, I can't go to your wedding. Sorry. I was happy. I was canceling plans left
Oh
and right. I
God.
was the happiest person on the
I
planet. I was like, you know what?
so
So
understand.
happy.
I
I
so
get to
understand.
go
It's the
hang out
same
by
with the
myself.
distance. I had it with the distance.
Yeah.
I was so happy that
Yes.
people could not enter my 1.5 meter space. It felt so good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like
Yeah.
people touching me. I hate it.
Same.
And now I
Same.
could just say, "Oh, sorry, COVID," and I drag that. I still do it sometimes. When people are coughing, I'm saying, "Okay, I'm gonna take my distance,"
Mm-hmm.
And I
Well,
think I'm gonna
and
use
that's
that
like
forever.
the funniest thing, right? So like I have like ADHD, right? So like I have to mask a lot, right? When I was in person,
Hmm.
right? I have to mask my face or people are like I just look mean, like so on and so forth. You tell me I get to wear a mask in public, which means I don't really have to mask my face that much. People have to stay 6 feet away from me and I don't have to see people. Perfect.
Yeah, I so
Perfect.
understand it. I so understand it.
Actually, I walked around during the pandemic with
Oh.
it was an umbrella under my arm, right? Like a really long umbrella to keep people away. I was like,
In the end,
Gosh,
I mean, I think too, like you enjoy your own company.
yeah,
That's a lovely thing.
absolutely.
yeah. I've always felt like that. I mean, I was always a lot of the time single by choice.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I got a lot of slack for that. And probably will get slack for that now because I'm gonna be single by choice again. Um, but I always feel like the best way in order to enjoy somebody else's company, you have to learn how to enjoy yourself,
Yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely.
right? Like if I can't stand hanging out with me, like I can't imagine Fairy Tale wanting to hang out with me. Like if I'm that unbearable as a person
Especially
for
me.
myself, well, I mean, you got a big head, so that's a little different.
Well, that's the whole thing. And I think that people that truly enjoy we are not understood. I remember I have this, okay, in the store, I have this man. It's an older man. I think he feels lonely a lot. And he comes in every Friday. He orders a cup of coffee and then he just overstays his welcome. He sits there for like 2 hours, chubbing and chatting, and I have my business to run. I'm not a community store in which I do, welfare. I have to go on with my job. And then at one point, I said to him, I really like the fact that you come in and you order a cup of coffee and then we have a chat, but I get the feeling that you overstay your welcome, and I need you at a certain point to
You told
go
him
on
that?
with your life so I can go on with my life. And then he said, yeah, but I got the feeling that you were alone, and so I come over here and keep you company. And I was like, where did you get the feeling that I ever felt alone and you needed to be there in order for me to feel good? Because that's not the case. I am totally happy with being on my own. And then he said, that's not possible. Nobody's happy on their own. And that just hit me, that so many people think that you cannot be happy
Yeah,
when
I
you're
was just about
alone.
to say that
Well,
it
because we
showed
realize
it showed
you
that
really
they reflecting themselves on you. That's one thing I had noticed
exactly.
though, because people be like, "Oh man, you just miserable" or something like that. No, you would be miserable if you was alone. That's the
Exactly.
thing. So you probably
That's
ain't
the
nothing
thing.
without your significant other or something like that. That's what it be.
And
Absolutely.
knowing that you really not people loners. I call myself a
Mhm.
popular. I'm like a popular loner. It's kind of weird.
Same.
Um,
Hmm.
but it's like okay, I need my alone time. I like to be by myself sometime. But
Hmm.
in that, you're not alone. If you know what I'm saying. It's a more
Hmm.
spiritual
Yeah.
thing. No, you're
Yeah.
not. So you have no
Yeah.
problem being by yourself. Some people need people because they can't cultivate their own energy.
Absolutely.
Megan got
For
tired of
me,
talking
it's
down there. She like, let me come in.
see, but like for me, it's like for me also like I'm creative, right? Like I play music, I draw, I do all sorts of different types of stuff. What sometimes the other reason why I like being alone is because sometimes like I could be talking to somebody, right, and they could say something, right, like because it's different because like obviously this is live, so like if I get an idea, I can go write it down, right? You guys don't have to see me, but if I'm face to face with somebody and they say something and it sparks an idea for like a song, it
Mhm,
sparks an idea for like a painting or a drawing or something.
mhm.
You have to
I
get
can't hit
going.
pause on that
Yeah.
conversation to go write that down,
Same
right?
here.
Yeah. Hmm.
I have to sit there and like, and I used to feel like so bad because I
Mm,
would get so irritated the longer I had to sit there, right?
I get
Especially with
it.
those people who can just talk, 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 talk,
Hmm.
Mm.
talk
Oh my
for
goodness.
2 hours about the weather. And I'm
God,
like,
yes.
Oh my God.
and I'm
I'm
like,
in that out. Like I
yeah,
do a lot of stuff at night, and I think because it's just me, no
hmm
phones ringing and all that, and I can do my
Mm.
art, I can work on my music, all of that, and I'm very
yeah,
multi. So a lot of stuff, it's just like, oh, I could do that. It give me time to get it done.
I
yes.
understand you completely. I'm most productive during the nighttime. I sleep
Hmm.
very little because of it, but I love the night. I love the fact that I can, I sit in my office and I just watch outside, seeing my own reflection because it's dark outside, and not being distracted by any voice, any other thing than just my own thoughts.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
it feels so good. And I always have to explain to people, it's being alone does not equal being lonely. It's not the
Exactly.
same
Yes.
freaking thing. And they don't get it.
I've had to explain that to people in the best way I can describe it. And I was like, you ever be, because I think people understand what it's like to be lonely regardless. Because many people are in relationships and still feel lonely.
Oh gosh,
Mhm.
yeah.
So I
Mm.
You can
point
be,
that
yeah,
out,
you can be in
right?
a
I'm like,
crowd.
yeah, you can be in a crowd and feel like the loneliest person in
Lonely. Yeah.
the entire place. And
Hmm.
I'm like, I was like, when I'm by myself, I don't feel like that. Right?
Neither
I'm not
do
saying that
I.
I'm like that with everybody, right? Like there's people in, relationships and stuff I was in where I didn't feel lonely. But then there were also a lot of my relationships that I was in with people, and then like I kind of had to evaluate it and be like, okay, I think I was more or less keeping people around because I got tired of hearing people's mouths,
Oh
right?
God,
Like I
yeah.
got tired of hearing,
Ah,
"You're so pretty. Why are you
no
single?"
single.
This frivolous conversation.
Oh
You know what I
God.
mean?
It's
Oh,
just
oh,
frivolous.
oh, I
Like,
know
what are
this
you talking about?
person. You know what I mean?
We
Oh, I
have
know this person. I can set you, like, not to sound like an egotistical person, right? But like they'd be like, "Oh, I know this person, this person, this person. I could set you up." What makes you think I need help in that department?
that
I don't
thing.
need help in that
Well, do
department.
nobody who said you wanted to be set up? You know what I
You know what I mean? Like, I ain't trying to be set up. I don't need any help in that department. I am
mean?
perfectly fine by myself, me and my dog,
They
right?
just don't get
And we're
it.
gonna get
That's
along.
so funny you say that. My dog's right here next to me.
And
See?
you know what? Not only that, those people who does that, who get assisted, they don't understand you. That's it's just
No, they
like
don't.
what he said. They project themselves off on you.
Either they don't understand you or they're just plain jealous. Because I have noticed that a lot of people that are not in relationships just want to get me into a relationship because of the fact they are jealous of the way I live my life. And
Mm.
they
Yeah.
somehow deep down inside they want the same thing, but they just need to be part of the society and what the society expects from them. And because of the fact I don't, they are jealous, and so I need to be repaired, I need to be fixed, I need to have somebody, because otherwise, they have to look at me being happy on my own
Wow.
What that stems from is they have to accept the fact that you don't have to be in a relationship.
to be
We live
happy.
in a society. We live in a society that tells you that if you're single, there's something wrong with you.
Yep.
You got to be in a relationship. You got to be with someone. So when you're one of those people who can stand on your own and you're just like, nah, I kind of just want to be single, it shatters that illusion for them. They don't know what do you mean?
Yeah,
What?
it,
No,
it makes them
you
uncomfortable.
can't do that.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's
it
just
makes them
like,
You're out the
uncomfortable.
box.
And that's the
you
whole
know what I
thing. and
mean?
then and then there's the fitting into the relationship that society tells us to have. It's the,
Mhm.
yeah, meeting each other and then going through the engagement and getting married, getting kids, getting the house, getting the whole program thing that we have to do. And I somehow just decided for myself, by trying in these 4 years what feels good to me, that, yeah, I like
And I bet
somebody
you.
next to me. I would love to
And
have a relationship. I'm not want to be on my own all the time. I just don't want to get rid of myself in order to have a relationship. So it means that I want to still be me, having this fabulous life that I'm living right now and having a partner. So that means that I need to look for another way of having a relationship, finding somebody that is, feels secure about himself enough to be able to have his own life, do his own thing, and have the relationship in another way than being together 24 hours, every freaking day, and doing all the things that society thinks we need to do.
yeah, and I
Exactly.
think the
Like
reason why, like,
if
for
you
me, it was
if you
easy for me
can't
to.
be
Oh,
alone,
go ahead.
sorry.
No, go
If you
ahead.
can't be alone, like your relationship is gonna suffer. And like
Mhm.
my alone time is so important to me. Like I'm not a religious person, but I always say like my alone is holy because it comes from like a spiritual spot. If you can't be alone and be comfortable and be happy for a day without having to like get on someone and like have someone on your back, then you are not going to be happy with anyone else because you can't occupy your own
Yes.
mind. And it's the distraction of other people that make you want to attach onto someone and be distracted from yourself.
Well,
Yeah.
because some
And
people done some shady stuff and they by themselves. They got to face that.
Mm-hmm.
So they
Well, I think
distract
that's the
themselves.
thing. I think
That's it.
that's the pain. But I think
Absolutely.
that's the pain. And I think that's the reason why a lot of people get very jaded in relationships
Hmm.
is because of that, because they never took the time to process the previous thing. So then we
Mhm.
run into the next relationship holding that person up to the baggage of the last person, but that person ain't that same person. But you never
Absolutely.
dealt with that
And
baggage.
then,
It's like my favorite reference to that is Erica Badu's Bag Lady,
hmm,
mhm.
you gonna hurt
right?
your back.
That is exactly what that song is about. Let your baggage go. Deal with your shit,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like at the end of the day, and that was kind of the thing, and also for me, I think it was hard for the whole relationship thing for me to even play into as far as society goes because I'm gay, right? Being gay has only been somewhat socially acceptable in what, the last couple years. Most of my life, it has not been okay, right? I've gotten everything under the sun to, but you're so pretty, you're too pretty to be gay, to everything. The
Which is
most
a fact,
random shit.
AJ.
I, yeah, but like I don't even know how to take that because I'm just like, what? Like,
So what, gay people are
I
ugly?
can't help that, you know.
Gay
But
people
people
I,
be
used to,
beautiful.
we should turn it
it's hard for
around.
me to
I should
play that.
start saying, I'm too pretty to be in a homosexual relationship.
That part, like that's like I'm like that is so mad weird to say to somebody.
I should be
You're too
gay.
pretty. You're wasting. You're
Your
wasting that pretty
prettiness on a
face on
woman.
that. And I'm like, so
What's
like,
wrong
what if
with
we're
It don't
people?
both
even make
pretty?
sense when you think about it. It don't make
That's
sense
weird for
when
someone to say you're too pretty to be gay. I mean,
What's
if you
wrong with
think
Kinda.
about
people?
it, guys are like not always that put together. So, I mean, you have like a big sweaty dude with like his gross balls and stuff.
Oh gosh.
I'm allergic.
Don't paint a picture, please.
I thought I
Allergic.
took my dog.
oh
Oh, I already let him inside.
you
But
said
it's somehow if you look at gay men, m-
Yeah.
there's a
maybe
lot of very handsome, beautiful gay men. You know,
mhm.
they
That's what I'm
seem to take
saying.
care of themselves way better than, you know, not gay men.
They
It's,
fabulous.
Yeah.
They be out here
But like,
lovely, gorgeous.
ah,
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, man, like that is so weird to me because like me personally, like, and it used to get really weird too because like I would go to work, right, and like some like okay, so there's like certain conversations that I don't care to have like in workplaces where I'm so happy I work from home and I don't have to deal with being in an office
hmm.
anymore, dealing with that. But like when I used to hate being in the office, man. You go in there and like I don't drink coffee, right? So I go over there, go to like fill up my little water bottle or whatever, go sit back at my desk. I always getting cornered by that one person and everybody in the office sleeping with each other and there's all this tea and drama and everything else. And now I'm learning way too much about my coworkers I'd never wanted to know because at
That's
the
because
end of
they
the
be trying to
day,
distract themselves from work. They ain't want to be there.
Mm,
you know what I mean?
yeah,
I'm like, we're all sitting around here and you guys are all talking to me about stuff that like
has
I
nothing to
didn't
do with
ever want
work.
to know.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Or they would have people or I'd have people like because like I'm not open at work because I don't see the point because I'm there to do a job, right? I'm not there
yeah,
to get dates,
Not their business.
right?
absolutely.
So I used to let people believe whatever they wanted to. You know what I mean? Like if you want to believe I'm asexual, fine, that's fine. I don't care. Did you do your side of the job so I can do mine? You know what I mean? I was that
Mm.
person. You want to talk to me about, baseball, anything else? Something intellectual, something you learned, something you read, I'm down for that conversation. Um, you sleeping with Susan in accounting, don't care.
Yeah, but most people are, AJ. Most people just want to know about
Yeah,
that sleeping together because it's way more drama.
Well, not only
you know what I
that, they
mean?
don't want to be at work. They trying to make it a normal
They're
place. You know
trying
what
to
I
be
mean?
at home in front of their TV while they're at work. They want to be entertained on that level.
Mm.
There
That
you go.
part. I'm like, man, I'm just trying to do my little 8 hours, go home. You know what
But
I mean? I
you
got a
imagine
steak in the fridge.
all these people doing jobs that they don't love just because they need the
Tell
money.
me about that. I've always,
Ah,
okay, I was working. It was a good job though. And and I was working one day. I'm like, so what? I go to school, go to high school, go to college, and then I get out and just do this. This can't
Hmm.
be it. I didn't feel fulfilled. I
oh
feel fulfilled
gosh,
now
yes.
because I'm doing my thing. It's just like I want to do
Yeah.
my thing. And I was so stressed out. And people was good money, dude. I don't care about that. I want to be happy.
That's
That part.
amen. Amen.
That part. And like I used to do that. I mean, like I never felt like Like, unless I'm working for myself, I never feel like my job has to be fulfilling
I'm sorry, I'm
or
pouring
whatever.
coffee.
No, no, you're good. You're good. I was like, I don't feel like my job has to feel
That
Because I
fulfilling.
sounded.
I
noticed.
was a little concerned for a minute. I was like, wait, hold
Yeah,
on.
no,
Somebody might
Who's
want to
going
mute.
to the bathroom?
no. Hey, if I was, it's natural.
Yeah, oh,
Hey,
okay.
that's cool. Hey, they use to
But no,
happen all the
it's
time.
it's coffee.
All the
Don't
time.
worry.
But yeah, I was like, for me, like, I always got fulfillment, like, on the times, like, if I did have, like, a day off or, like, maybe, like, a lunch period or something. Cause, like, I worked in Denver, you know what I mean? I worked in Lodo. So, like, I was just like, there's, like, an art gallery, like, down the street. You know what I mean? Like, I would just go run and do that, like, on my lunch or something. Like, go pick something up, out of the coffee shop real quick. Cause, like, I ain't got time to eat a full meal. If I had time, you know what I mean? If it was slow during certain periods. And then, like, we have my busy season, and then I eat everything out of a mug because I have to run around all day.
Mm.
You know what I mean? If I can't put it in a cup, I don't want it. Don't try to. Hey, there's steaks in the office. I ain't got time to eat that. Okay, can I put it in a cup?
Exactly.
You know what
You
I mean?
said
They were just
you
like, "What
want
do
to
you
No
drink,
time
mean?"
drink
for
your
chewing.
you drink your meal.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I ain't got
So
time for all that.
when I first
Hey,
quit
hey, hey! All I'm
drinking
gonna
at
say is
work,
though,
oh, sorry.
walking ribs, best thing
Walking
ever.
ribs.
Walking
If you want to
ribs?
know what a walking
Okay.
rib is, so I
No,
used to do
explain.
security at
I I don't want to
I
know.
used
Walking
no, it's
ribs.
not. It's nothing gross.
Is it a
So when
rib
I worked at
sandwich?
yeah, no. So when I worked at when I worked in security, I worked at Coors Field, right? And before every game or whatever, I have to do like a Homeland Security walk, right? So I have to make sure like nothing's been tampered with, like certain things, so on and so forth. There's nothing weird like just sitting somewhere. Everything else, right? But I have to walk that entire stadium, right? And I sometimes only have like maybe an hour or two to do this, right? And like let tours in, and I gotta search people's bags and like run around and get people's gas. I'm pretty much running around the whole time, right? But the Famous Dave's guys, and Famous Dave's is like a restaurant or whatever, and they have like a bunch of barbecue stuff. It's like soul food barbecue stuff.
That sound
And
good.
they'd be in there like prepping all their stuff, and I'd be like running by real quick. And one of my friends worked there, and he'd be like, "Hey, Jay, come here, come here." And I'm like, What's going on?" He'd be like, "It's an emergency." I walk over there, and he just hands me a rib. He's like, "Walking rib?" I'm like, "Absolutely."
Oh.
And so I take that rib and I run, right? Because like if I can't hold it, run and like eat while I'm doing something, I don't want it, right? So he used to just like cut ribs, and they would just hand me ribs, and then we would just call them walking ribs. But I'm telling you, it hits different.
With
It
the
hits
sauce on
different
it?
like eating a rib running up a flight of stairs. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
recommend
different.
doing, probably not safe, but does hit different.
It sounded like it hit different. Was it sauce on it?
Oh yeah.
Oh
Oh yeah.
gosh. Oh my
Oh
gosh.
yeah. Got that
I
hot
have to
sauce,
say, I
that
have
very
to
hot
say
sauce.
it. You make me say, you freaking Americans.
Hey man,
We find a way.
I didn't have a choice. Hey look, I'm gonna
America.
find a
Fuck
way,
AJ,
okay?
yeah.
AJ, I'm gonna take you to France. We're gonna go to Paris. We're gonna sit down at a real restaurant where we take real time to taste real food.
I'm totally down for that. However, I will say that if it's something I really like and like it's really good, don't be surprised on how fast I inhale that. It's not like an
But then
insult.
we
I
will
just
go
liked
back the
it.
next day and the next day until you understand how we taste food here in Europe.
Yes. Cause to be honest
What?
with you, I don't even see the point of why I have a dining room table. Because I grab all the
Oh
stuff, you know what I
God.
mean, like off the counter, and the meal is gone by the time I get to the table. I don't even sit there no more.
Yeah, you need a rebirth there too.
I was like,
Well, I
I ain't
was in
got
Russia
time.
for like 6 months. The food there
Yeah.
was different. Even the McDonald's tastes different. I'm like everything tastes it just tastes so different.
Because
It
everything's
does.
fresh.
It
That's probably
It's
what
does.
it
not so
was.
processed like it
Yep,
is here.
That's what it was.
absolutely. It's the real deal. It's the
And
real
there's a lot
food.
of ingredients we use here that they don't use there. A lot of
Mm,
Hmm.
preservatives.
And that
absolutely.
Yes.
sucks. They
Absolutely.
hurting us.
And
Hmm.
eating
Well,
eating is not a necessity. How do we say it? Necessity?
Necessity.
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 Necessity?
Mm-hmm.
Necessity.
There you go. Perfect.
It's a joy. You know, we do it and we enjoy the food, we enjoy company, we enjoy spending time in a nice environment, and you just calm down. It's it's a different thing. And I never understood that from Americans. They're always like, "Yeah, but that takes time." Yeah.
No.
So,
Yeah, but it should. But that's the thing. So, like, when it comes to, like, because to me, I feel like sharing food, right, is a way of sharing culture.
yeah,
That's
It
it
totally
is.
is.
different than when I'm eating in America, right? If I'm eating in America 9 times out of 10, I'm just trying to put something in my system so I don't like keel over and die, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, I just need to put something in my system real quick while I run around and go do stuff.
Yeah, load up your battery.
Also because, yeah, you know what I mean? Just got
Right.
to
You're
reload the
supposed to
battery.
rest after you're done eating,
Yeah, exactly.
not
Typically,
eat,
right?
run. Yeah.
Not
And
eat and run, right?
Because
it's
your
the
body has to
weirdest
do its
thing.
your
It's the
body has to
I
do
was
its
in this
job.
I was in this live once,
Yeah.
and it was about, I don't know if it was with Kevin or somebody else. I think it might have been with King, or I don't remember. But they were talking about how good those mom and pop or pop and mom's restaurants were, where they
Mm-hmm.
make the
Mm-hmm.
real juicy, real meat hamburgers that
Mm-hmm.
are,
Mm-hmm.
slowly cooked, and, all the extra fresh ingredients. And I was like, okay, so if that's so good, why are you all in line with McDonald's during your lunchtime?
Because
And
it's
then they
fast.
said, because the Papa Mom restaurant takes about 15 minutes before your burger is ready. And I'm like, yeah, so?
And you
Well,
only get 20
McDonald's,
minutes for
I
lunch.
only eat
yeah,
here in
McDonald's
California
takes
for
30.
5, and we don't have the time. I'm like, what the fuck?
yeah.
Yeah.
We have,
Here I don't eat at any like McDonald's or anything. I always go to
Yeah, I don't eat
mom and
fast food.
pops.
Well,
Mom and pops are better to me. I think they love on their food a little more,
hmm
and they're friendlier. They're very
yeah,
personable.
yeah, they probably know you by
Yeah.
name if you come there every day.
They sure do. They even know what I want.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go. And they will fill up your
Yeah,
I
coffee
got
without you
I got
asking.
mom and pop privileges.
Here you go.
that part.
I do.
Well,
I
and
got
that's like
mom and pop
the
privileges.
that's like the thing. Like, I wouldn't say I don't eat fast. Like, it's very rare that I'm eating fast food. Like, very rare. But I grew up like that, right? We didn't have money for fast food, right? I couldn't go to my mom and be like, "Mom, can we go to McDonald's?" Right? What's she gonna tell me? There's food at the house, right? Which
Oh,
meant she was just gonna make something,
That's because
right? And I
McDonald's had
used
the
to feel
toys.
as a kid, yeah, like I used to feel like so bad as a kid because like all my friends, yeah, you know what I mean? They're over there with like Happy Meals and stuff, and I'm like
oh gosh,
sitting
you were
there
a
with like
little Eddie
chicken soup.
Murphy
You know what I mean? I'm sitting there with like,
with
chicken
your
soup and
homemade
rice, like.
hamburger.
No, I didn't even have
The
I didn't
dough
even have
burger.
a hamburger. I had like chicken soup and rice or like
Oh
fish and
God,
rice. Like, let me
that
first
sounds
off,
so good.
I
I'm
don't know
about to
about
go
you,
on a
but
rant
chicken
real quick.
soup is the
Just
bomb.
a real quick rant, right? Like,
You
I
go ahead.
love how everybody is like all into like Asian cultures and everything else. But when I was growing up, everybody made fun of me because they were like, "Your food smells weird." I'm like, leave me alone.
You
Like, you know
had
what I
the
mean? My
soul
mom would make
food.
me like sushi. She made me like,
Oh,
cause sushi is real cheap to make. She like make me like sushi and she make me my little lunch or whatever. And I would be so embarrassed to eat it because everybody would start talking. You know what I mean? They'd start making fun of me because I was the kid with I
sushi.
didn't have Lunchables and Gushers,
Oh God, can
right?
I
Yeah,
I
you
usually
adopt
ain't.
your
had to have
mom?
food a lot.
You're not
my
supposed to
mom
have
was
sushi.
a
It was this
bitch.
one
I'm gonna
kid.
say it.
This one
I
kid
want to
came on.
adopt your mom.
He came to
My
school
mom,
with.
you can.
He had some crab legs. I'm sorry, I was one
Mm-hmm.
of the ones that talked to him because I'm like, dude, a kid is not supposed to have crab legs. He had to cut them up
Yeah.
with scissors. That was funny to me.
What?
Yes, and
Yeah.
we had bologna sandwiches and all of that, and peanut butter sandwiches. He had whole crab legs.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Y'all, I got
That was
those school
hilarious.
lunches where they give you a lunch for the weekend because your family's broke. And my mom used to look through my
They
bag for
had
the
those?
weekend and eat mine. Yeah.
What was that?
I've
Oh man, I
never,
wish.
What
you,
program
you
was that?
know,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because we,
I
They
I
would
you
have
send
know.
you home
never
for the
known
weekend
about
with a
these.
bag lunch, and my mom
Yeah,
would pick out what she wanted to eat.
that
That's
is
out of
so
order.
weird. That I saw
Hmm.
that, Epic, he lives temporarily with his daughter and his grandchildren, and they came home with those bags filled with food for the weekend, and I'm like, why do they get that?
Wait, hold up. So not everybody gets those because like when I was growing up or whatever, because like my mom isn't from here, my grandparents aren't from here, everything else. So like we didn't have money for stuff, you know what I mean? There was like 13 of us like living in a house type situation, like majority of the time I was growing up. We didn't have money for a whole lot of stuff. So like sometimes like the only time I would eat was when I went to school, right? Like if my mom couldn't
Yeah.
make me a lunch, I got the free and reduced lunch, but they never gave us nothing on the weekend.
You
Well,
was
So
on
these
a,
like
are
when
what
my
is it
mom
apparently
called? Is
I
special
it
don't
a
think all
programs.
219
schools have
program or
that.
No,
It
something?
wasn't
no,
like every school.
yeah,
no. They're
yeah,
special
only certain
programs.
schools.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
and
it's
where
certain schools.
with with Epic, that all the children get them. Not only the children from families that don't have the money, but all the children get them.
Oh
Money or
wow.
no money, they all. And I think it's a program that is from the city hall. It's in combination. So this area, just all the kids in there get that extra food. They probably have some sponsor or whatever that pays for it.
Yeah,
So,
I
but
wish
then
it
he
should be like
opened the
that.
bag. He
Wasn't it
opened the
called? It
bag,
was
and
called the 219 program, something
it
like
might
that.
be that. It might be
I don't
that.
Yeah.
remember.
But then when they opened the bag and I saw what was in it, I was like, okay, so when you give children food to take home, why don't you give them like good food to take home
It
instead
would
of
be
all the
like
junk
chips
that
and
is
stuff.
in there?
That's
Because it's
because if you want to
America.
She
get
would take it to
100%
lunch for
technical,
work.
It's America.
like if you want to get 100% technical when it comes to school lunches in America, the lunches that prisoners get in jails is way better than the food they feed the children.
Absolutely.
Make
And
it
I
make
dived
sense.
into that, AJ, because
You
I
know
didn't
why? Because they grow
understand.
their own gardens.
Yep.
They
Yeah,
do?
but I didn't understand why
Hmm.
that
Mm-hmm.
was, and
In prison?
I understand now that it has to do with lobbying and
Mm-hmm.
big food companies that get their food on the food program from the government, because apparently the government makes the list with what is good to eat in school and not, and then those big companies, they lobby to get their products on that list. And so it can be happening that they declare Nutella as something very healthy.
See the system? That's the
Mm-hmm.
system.
And
The matrix.
that's
That's the
awful.
system.
That's awful.
That's the
Yeah.
matrix.
Well, and that's the other thing too. Like, what was I gonna say? My ADHD kicked in and
The
my brain
matrix.
reset. It'll come back to me.
You said a
We were
reset.
talking. What were we talking about? We
We
were
was talking
We're
talking
about
talking
about.
about those programs in which the kids got food to take home
Oh, the school lunches.
and school lunches and why they're
Yeah,
unhealthy.
yeah. So they're super unhealthy. And
I
everything
really
else,
like.
and they also change depending on where you live. Like that's the part that's messed
Hmm.
yeah,
up.
depending on the
Like some places
neighborhoods.
have
Yeah.
better lunches. Yeah, some places have better lunches than others. And certain places have like those types of programs where other places don't. Right?
I
Mm.
really
Like,
liked what
and that
Michelle
it's all
Obama
fun.
was doing with the school
Yeah.
lunches and starting the gardening programs at schools and stuff. Like that was really important. And like no one's working on
Hmm.
that right now, it seems like.
And it's
I
important
went
to
to
teach.
a garden center yesterday though, and I saw like this Eagle Scout program started this huge like food gardening center, or at the garden center there was like a huge part where these like Eagle Scouts did like a food plant project, and it looked really nice.
Mhm.
You know that this is a thing
Yeah.
in Europe, and in at least in the Netherlands, is that all schools become greener. So they tear up the whole play area in front of the schools,
Oh
and
wow.
they plant them with trees and wood snippers, and they make it a real outdoory play garden, and they all have like little vegetable gardens in it.
We had
So there is actually time now in school to go and learn about how you grow tomatoes and strawberries, and then as soon as the fruit and the vegetables are grown, they share it. during the lunch times and the breaks, and it's a really beautiful thing.
We
It's
have a community garden, so everybody like plant, and
That's
everybody
awesome.
can share it in the community.
That's
I thought
awesome.
that was a very good idea.
It is. It is. I
There should
love
be
that.
more of those coming up because you know what? The prices at the grocery store is stupid. So stupid.
Well, I think the system is breaking down.
Mm-mm.
I truly feel like that. I feel like it's breaking down, and we're
Um,
getting back natural.
well, we kind of don't really have a choice anymore. Um,
Hey,
and
it'd be
so on and so
lovely
forth,
since
just
we the only
because
ones that got to pay to live on the planet we was born on.
Hmm.
that part, right? And that's like the whole thing, because like I know when I was in high school, I really got into gardening, like in high school, because I've always found like gardening, landscaping, that's always been therapeutic for me. So like having that as a side hustle in the summer was like perfect de-stress, right? Like I go to my stressful job and then I go do my side hustle, make money, but then like, for me it's kind of like zen. So I'm like, all right, this is super cool. But the whole time I was in
And the
high
energy
school,
from the earth when you do that.
yeah, so like the whole time I was in high school, I grew everything. So like I grew like beans, tomatoes, cucumbers, everything else. I think I planted corn, but then it
I
cross-pollinated with Monsanto's bullshit. So
Oh
we couldn't yield.
gosh. Don't get me
But like
started
I
on that.
planted them. But like I planted the corn stalks, right? And like mind you, we were like in the city. It was like in the backyard of this townhouse. But I planted these like it was like I think it was like maybe like I think I only had like maybe 4 or 5 stalks or something. But the only reason why I planted them was because like sometimes I would get sent out in the summer to different places, right? So I would either get sent like either back home, I get sent to Nebraska, or I get sent to California. So when I would be in Nebraska, right?
Couldn't
Talk about like a
take care
bunch
of
of
it.
different culture shocks, mind
Hmm.
you, and then I'm from Denver, so
right.
that's like the only middle ground between some of these. But when I would be out in Nebraska, like sometimes I'd be out like sitting on the porch, and I always loved the sound of the wind going through the corn stalks. And that was the only reason why I planted them. I was like, man, I miss that sound. So I planted them, I grew them, everything else was perfect. I grew sunflowers, flowers in the front yard. Like our yard looked like amazing, right? Because I was like always out there, like, tending to the garden and growing things. And then I get in trouble because I try to grow tomatoes in the closet. Like it was a whole thing.
Mm.
Um, yeah,
I
like I was like,
admire
man.
people that can do
That
that.
sounds kind of cool, actually.
I garden a lot right now.
I
I have
Yeah.
can't.
tomatoes and
I can't.
all
Plants
kinds of
hate
peppers.
me. Plants hate me. Even cactuses, they still die with me. They hate me.
Well, you got to talk to them.
Um,
Yeah,
I'm a
I
That's what
plant.
I
I'm
tried.
a
I
used
plant
to
tried
person
that
say.
too.
too.
It just takes time.
Yeah, I think that's the whole thing. I'm not a very patient person.
I think it just so with cactus, like succulents, right? People are like, "Oh,
Just
you
ignore
can't, you
them.
can't, you can't unalive a succulent." Yes,
Yeah,
you
you
can if you
If
can.
you
overwater
if
it.
you
Absolutely. I
overwater
did
it,
it
yeah.
Exactly.
time after time.
And most people, right? Oh, I don't know how to take care of plants, so they get a succulent, right? And then
That's
they end
always
up
the
like
first
killing
thing.
it, and they're like, "Oh, I can't grow anything,"
They're tricky bastards.
right? No, no, it's people overwater them.
Yeah, I
What does
know.
that
Philodendrons
kill
are
you?
easy.
And then those little
Yeah,
little
succulents like
flies get
easy.
in there and then they die.
Get Venus
Well, you
flytraps.
got to spray them. Do you spray them? You have to spray them too.
Yeah, you just spray them.
Don't talk
I
to me
have a
about all this
succulent that
gardening
flowers.
shit. I have no clue what I'm doing.
Like, yo, I every year I go to the garden center or whatever, and I just get those Venus because I live out in the sticks, like out in the country or whatever. So we have like our moments where we get like different types of bugs. And of course, like I'm out here, there's cows, farms, everything, corn everywhere.
What state are you
Um,
in, AJ?
I'm in Colorado.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Colorado is beautiful. It's
Um,
pretty.
yeah, like everything, like literally any direction you look, it looks like a postcard. That's legit,
Nice.
legit. Here, I'll show you guys kind of what sunrise looked like the other day.
Oh,
I was up
stop.
all night. I don't know. Wait for it. I'll show y'all. Let me go to my green screen.
Do you still garden?
Oh yeah,
Nice.
all the time.
I
I
I
have to.
I picked a boyfriend that gardens. Oh,
That was
that's
from my
like
boy.
here. That's beautiful.
Oh
Oh
wow.
wow.
Hmm.
But
Yeah,
that's
that was
for
on my
free. You
boy.
don't have to do anything for that. That's not gardening.
Yeah, that's
That's
not
free.
gardening. No. Yeah, that's free. We did a pumpkin patch, kind of last year with my niece, and I built like this little thing in the backyard. It was her little garden, her little. She loves Halloween, so I was like, we'll do pumpkins
That's
and
cute.
Hmm.
gourds or whatnot. I think I still have a picture in here. I gotta find it though.
I'm
But yeah,
I'm
like I
not.
just teach her. But when it comes to like plants and stuff, it's just once you kind of know you plants have different temperaments, so you kind of have to just figure out what it is, and then
Yes,
you're
there's
fine after that.
different. They like to be
Yeah,
together too.
yeah,
Yeah, plants. They converse with each other.
yeah.
Hmm.
They do.
Not my thing. Like, give me a cat or a dog, I will be totally fine.
Start out with a philodendron. Those are hard to die.
Yep.
I gave up. I'm just an animal person. I'm not a plant person. I will date somebody that has plants so I can enjoy them and I don't have to take care of them.
It's like I know I've got this
She was
dang
like,
picture in
forget it.
here.
I'm not gonna do it.
Okay.
You're not gonna date me?
You got to take care of the tree. Get the ficus,
Oh
prune it.
no, don't give me that responsibility. I can't handle it.
Here's my,
I learned it from my mom. She was very good at
Yep.
them.
Oh, that looks cute.
it's my
Yeah.
back patio area with some of my plants.
Hey,
That
we
looks
are
so
lovely. Baby
cute.
Dale, how you doing, Baby Dale 23? I met some new people.
Oh,
Oh,
You can hear over there
starter
watering.
young.
Wow.
Yeah, she's
Yep.
like she's 4. That's my best friend's kid, but she my niece.
that's
She's
cute.
Hmm.
learning. She's learning she can't be sassy. You can't really keep acting like you sassy when you got a black auntie. You can't out sass me.
Good
You
thing
can't out
she
sass
has
me.
you.
Like you know what I
Oh
mean?
God.
But nah, she's super sweet. Both of them actually. I've got 2 nieces and a nephew, and they're all just loving because they're always like, they always want to give you hugs and show you things, and they just love everybody.
No,
Like,
they just
oh
love
hey,
you. They
they just
love
want
you
to play.
because you
No, they
don't
love
have kids
everybody.
and you're
They
fun.
they haven't grew up yet. They're gonna be having the same conversation we having in a couple years.
Uh,
Look.
So
At
do
the end of
you
the
think
day, here's my thing.
wait
Here's
until
my
they're
thing,
13.
right? No. See. I love that, right? Because right now, right, I maybe like I am an adult, right? Like I have my moments where I adult, but for the most
Really?
part, I feel like yeah, but for the most part, I also kind of want to be a kid, right? And sometimes I don't want to hang out with other adults. Like sometimes I want to play
oh
freeze
wow.
dragon, and if I have to explain the rules to freeze dragon,
You're not
you can't
good.
play. You're too old.
No.
You're too old. You know what I
You know
mean?
what the
I
funny
want
thing
to go
is?
jump on. I want to go.
I go
I
to
want to
an
go to Jump
amusement park.
Street. You know what I mean? I want to go to Jump Street, and we can't even go because you ain't got no ACL, so you can't jump on a trampoline. Like,
Whatever.
you don't
I
care how
would.
much a whale weighs. You know what I mean?
I'm jumping right with the
Like, you don't.
babies. I be
You know what I
jumping
mean?
on it.
Like, you know what I mean? You don't want to talk about dinosaurs. You know what I mean? Like, some of
Oh
my friends be
no.
getting mad at me
I messed their
because they
little
all have
head up.
kids. Like, yeah, like all my friends have like kids and stuff. So like, I'm always like, I always hit them up, and I'm like, hey, what's my nephew doing? They're like, yeah, come over, man. Let's talk. Let's drink a beer. Let's do this and that. And I'm like, well, one, I'm a recovering alcoholic, so no, I ain't gonna drink with you. And two, I don't want to talk about politics with you, okay? I want to go talk about dinosaurs, okay?
When I stopped drinking, I got real weird.
Like, what is
I
a
got real
T-Rex
weird.
Right?
I'm gonna
exactly?
Like,
admit it. I so I was working at this call center, and everyone at the call center, they would go out for drinks and stuff afterwards. And like you were saying earlier, people like to gossip at the water cooler. And so I just started coloring at work at the call center, and I just colored all day. I'd give out people like coloring pages that I finished for them. They'd be like, "Is this girl slow? Why is she just coloring all day?" Because I didn't want to get distracted by everyone's bullshit.
That part.
That's funny. And I don't drink. I went out. I don't drink, and they try and buy me a drink. I'm like, no.
Yep.
Well, you boring. I was like, I don't need to drink to have fun. I just
Oh,
don't. And then this is my
That
thing too.
part.
Is just, it's almost like, and I asked him, I was like, well, how come you have a problem with me not drinking? And I'm not asking you why you drink. I'm letting you drink. So just let me not drink.
yeah.
That
I
part.
know that. I've known that all my life.
Mm,
I've always been the one not drinking and driving everybody home safely. And
mm.
I always get, oh, take one, don't be a bore, just take one. I'm like, I'm as much fun as any of you, especially when you're drunk. You're not fun at all.
All
So
right. Can we say
I'm
peer
way more
pressure?
funnier than you.
Some people are just annoying when you're sober.
Well,
That part.
that's because you can't find the child inside of you. If you could, you would not be annoying being sober.
Hey,
You would just be as much
that's
fun.
that's not 100% true because when I was drinking, I did not care. I was very much still the same kid. The only thing is that I most of the time if I was drinking, it was very rare that I drank because I actually wanted to as much as I was drinking to try to numb things or because I
That
didn't want to
part.
feel anything. Like
I
that's just kind of
understand
where it
that.
was.
I
I
understand.
So
I
think
think
some
like,
there's different
people.
categories of people drinking, but I
Well, I
think a
yeah.
think some
lot of
people
people
drink
are
because they're.
drinking to get loose,
Oh,
to, have the
Yeah.
courage to, be open and be fun and,
exactly. Because then, I mean, I think some. Well, that's false then. Because I mean, you're gonna switch back when
Hmm.
you're sober, right? I feel like some
yeah.
people drink because they're forced to be them normal selves.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So let me do this, and maybe I can be the fun. You know what I
Well,
mean?
that's
That
that
part.
thing. And that's what
That
I
part.
meant with, finding the child inside of you without drinking. I know that people are drinking for different reasons, but I think a lot of people need the drink or need the broccoli to loosen up, to get rid of that strict,
That edge.
personata they play every day and, become fun.
Yeah, I got a lot of slack on New Year, or not this past New Year's, but the New Year's before that for that. Because I was like, because like like the little sparkling grape juice and the sparkling ciders and stuff, the non-alcoholic ones, the ones that everybody usually gives with
Mm,
kids.
Hmm?
Everybody's gonna be crap for drinking those. They were like, "Why don't you just drink
why?
regular like champagne?" And I'm like, "Because I'm a recover." I was like, "I'm a former alcoholic. I can't just start drinking. Like
Yeah,
that's not how
no.
that
They don't get
works.
it.
Like that's not how that works. Like
I drank one time in the past 9 years, and that was on my honeymoon. And I went straight back to crazy Megan. And my husband was like, maybe we should put the champagne down. Because I was like, let's go do some crazy shit. And he's like, no,
Somebody
let's
said,
not.
"Go to bed." I know what that means. You ain't sleep.
Mhm.
I ain't sleep.
right.
It's early where I'm at.
Oh, that's kinda. She's cool. Yeah.
But
Nah,
that
like
But you are capable, AG, of being that kid without, the alcohol.
Oh
And there's
yeah.
not a lot of people. I've always
Well, because
thought,
I was naturally that.
yeah, but that's the thing, and that's what I said to Epic. It's like, I'm finally meeting my Peter Pan so I can be Tinkerbell again, because I don't want to
No
be
part.
this grown up. I want to be my Tinkerbell. I
Well,
just,
because like
I hate grown ups.
oh Miss Kana, he don't passed out. He over there snoring and we hosting the live because he over there farting and whatnot with his big fat self. I'm waiting for him to wake up and then he gonna be like,
So
"No, I'm not. I'm
on
asleep."
the thing
Well,
it says your mother chose your nationality when you were born. Is that true? On your birth certificate, it says your nationality.
I don't know.
Huh?
Here in Europe, it
It
depends on where
on
you're
your
born.
on the topic, it says your mother chose your nationality when you were born. Oh, that
It does.
or your
Oh,
ethnicity.
I'm gonna say it. Well, I
Huh?
don't think your mom
No, no, no,
chose
no,
it. I
no, no,
think
no.
they
I think
chose
that
it.
just depends. No, so
My
nationality
mom chose my
here
name.
is just where you're born, right?
Right.
That's just where you're born, right? You don't get to choose that. It's just wherever
No,
your
it's
mother
where you're
had you.
born, and that's your nationality.
Yeah, that's your
Right.
nationality.
So
That's all
does
that means.
do your parents choose your ethnicity when you're born?
No,
Right. Yeah, yeah. He's
no, I think
he
they.
Because when
young.
you're on your birth certificate, I think it says your ethnicity.
It does.
But maybe
Yes.
it's more as in guiding way he's meaning it. Like if your mom is raised in that, nationality or that way,
Well,
that she will bring it over on you somehow.
well, you have
She
to
chooses.
you have to understand that nationality and ethnicity are two different things,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
They're not the
Nationality
same.
is the country of your birth.
You're born in, yeah. But
Yeah.
And
that's not all, that's
ethnicity
not
is
really
like
true
the
because
ethnic values, like your culture, right?
But that's not really true because here
Mm,
in
not
Europe, my
really.
daughter, for example, she has a double nationality. She's half French, half Dutch. She was born in the Netherlands, but her father is French. So she has both
Yeah,
nationalities.
you have dual. Yeah, yeah. So
Wait,
do I. So do I. But if you're talking like in an American sense, right? Because like if we do it like based off of like everywhere in the world, that's these things are going to mean different things, right?
Yeah.
But if we're talking about it just when it comes to where we're at, right? Like in America, and yeah, two things can be true. But just in America, especially how America categorizes it, it does depend on where you're born. However, right? And the reason why I say it depends. So, like, if both of your parents are, say, American and you were born in England, you don't automatically get dual citizenship,
No.
right? My mom being from the South Pacific, right, and my dad being from here, I have dual citizenship back home and in America. I can relinquish one if I want to, but that's all that is.
Hmm. Yeah, and over
I have
Uh,
here,
to
over
apply,
here
I
you have
think,
to
for dual
choose.
citizenship for Belize because my dad's from Belize, but I
yeah,
can get dual citizenship there and
yeah,
here.
Yeah, and
yeah.
over here at the age of 18, you have to choose which nationality you want to carry because
Really?
yeah, because adults are not allowed to have double nationality in the Netherlands. You have to choose.
Hmm.
Oh
So
wow,
you will be totally accepted if you have a different nationality, but you have to pick one. And it has to
Yeah.
do also with
that's
situations
interesting.
like in war. If you would choose, for example, if I'm looking at my ex-husband, he kept his French nationality. After 5 years, he was able to take the Dutch nationality um, by doing this special program. But then it would mean that if ever France would be at war, he would not be required to go and fight for his country. So that's a thing here, that the nationality that you choose, that's the country where you stand behind, and it's important to think about that.
Hmm.
That's crazy.
Now, when
I
it comes to
wonder if
culture,
like if
um,
you
oh, go ahead.
I wonder, so if you have dual citizenship, which you can't there, you're saying you can get drafted for that country.
Underneath the age of 18, you're never going to be drafted anyway. So at the age of 18, you have to pick one of the two, and then the nationality that you pick, that's the country you're behind. So,
So
for
yeah.
example, my ex-husband never took the Dutch nationality, even after 13 years living here. So, if France would call him because he has to go and fight some kind of war for France, he has to go and fight for France.
Wow.
Mm.
Wow. Yeah,
Yeah.
Welcome to life.
Hmm.
That's definitely
Yeah,
nice.
Decisions.
it is an important decision, and for my daughter, it's going to be an important decision too, because um, carrying the nationality of one country or the other gives her different opportunities.
Hmm.
Even though
Wow.
we can freely travel in Europe, we can live wherever we want in all the countries in Europe, and we can work there without permission and all. Still, carrying the nationality gives you extra benefits, as in retirement plans and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So if
It's
I
like
was to
the
move there,
same
can
thing
I
in the UK.
choose?
If you are what? Sorry,
If I was to move there, can I choose?
after 5 years being here, you can enter this program and choose to take our nationality. Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to be Dutch.
Okay.
Thank you. I come back to
Yeah.
America like, what y'all? I'm Dutch. I don't know what you're
Yep.
talking about.
Devlin is 100% on point. It's the same thing here, except you don't have to choose one.
Yeah, you can keep both.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that
You can
must be
keep
kind
both.
of conflicting, though.
It is.
It well, kinda, I guess, kinda.
So do you
Um,
ever feel more like one nationality than the other?
I don't. I
Me
feel
neither.
like at the end of the day, I don't think that. I mean, nationality is important. Of course, you always want to have pride is into where you come from, right? Whatever land that is, because we all come from different places. I think that is important to a degree, but overall, I think we're more influenced by culture, right? And
We
what I
are.
mean by culture is I'm not talking about culture from that necessarily that nationality or like from that or like wherever your family's from. It's also where you live, right? Can influence your decisions and what you do and how you think and so on and so forth. And we evolve or de-evolve or go with it or not go with it or whatever. So I think at the end of the day, I think it just has to do with where you feel like standing, because as long as they're going to keep trying to push you through the cookie cutter, you're not always going to fit that. I don't feel like I fit through the cookie cutter because I'm multiple different things,
I'm
right?
Blackanese.
As far as race goes, that I
Mm-hmm.
can't, you know what I mean? I can't pick a side. Like I'm all of these things. At the end of the day, I am Black and I am Pacific Islander. I am not one or the other. I am both, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the
Hey,
end of the
I
day.
put a
So
human on the application. I don't even answer
yeah,
any of those questions.
Yeah, I
yeah,
would. Yeah, I would love to choose
I hate those questions.
world citizen instead of, you know,
Yeah,
Thank you.
choosing any
that
nationality.
part.
Because I grew up in Amsterdam, and Amsterdam is like, it's not, we don't have that thing. There's no
Hey,
such
what's up,
thing
Mike?
as
That's Mike,
Yes.
thanks.
everybody. Cool dude.
Thanks,
Hey,
Mike.
Mike.
He's the other
Thank
host of
you.
the lounge on Tuesdays.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the
I'm gonna
other
give
Thanks,
host
you a
of
Mike.
that.
follow, Mike.
Don't go away.
Yeah, I hate those questions too, where they're like, they want you to pick an ethnicity. And when I was little, like my sisters and my cousins and everybody was always like, pick other, and they picked like multiracial. And when my parents got divorced, my mom moved to Missouri and she got real racist. And she told me, don't you ever put anything other than white. And she, like, basically got rid of anything that was evidence of her prior marriage. And she, like, basically, she got rid of me when I was 13, and she sent me to live with my dad, who she left because he was physically abusive. So
Hmm.
I ended up being going to a youth homeless shelter when I was 13.
How did
So
I have a question. So you said she said put everything white, right?
mhm.
How did I mean like in your adult? Do you think that affected you in your adult life?
Yeah, because it wasn't until I was an adult and I reconnected with my dad's side of the family.
Mm.
Well, it took longer than that, really, like to realize because I'm like the lightest skinned person in my family. And I
Mm-hmm.
think it's also a combination of like that plus being raised with my mom for so long. It did take me a long time to realize like my ethnicity and like that the brainwashing that my mom kind of put me through growing up, because I lived with her from the time I was 7 until I was 13. So that's like a big chunk of my life, and she did a lot of like damage. So
Mm.
Hmm.
growing up, even though my sisters moved out of the house already. So I ended up like, and she remarried to a racist white man. So when she remarried and he started abusing me, I told her and she just kicked me out and sent me to live with my dad.
But wait a minute, wait a minute. She used to didn't be racist.
Yeah, she was married to my dad who's he's like Afro Latino man from Belize. And then when they got divorced, he moved out of the state to Germany. I don't know why. And
I'm
when
asking
they
that
got
because I'm the reason. This is the reason I'm asking that because I'm like, okay, she turned racist. I'm thinking that either has to always be there, or you know what I mean, like, cause I'm like, you just
I
can't
think it
turn.
was always there. And she just like I don't know if she just kept it under wraps and maybe she felt like a superiority to him, but then it came down to like the physical abuse was too much for her and that's why she left and then she finally like let it all out and then the culture in Missouri on top of that.
Oh, Missouri.
Yes, we moved to a very
Mm-hmm.
small town of like 3,000 people where there was not very
Sound
many
nice.
Well,
Yeah.
that
melanated people
is,
there.
I think that is a huge part of people becoming racist if you are not growing up with a multitude of different nationalities and there's fear for things you don't know. You know, I see it. I was brought up in Amsterdam, so we were living in this building with 8 apartments, and every apartment we hold another nationality. I was living in between people from Suriname, Turkey, so we had all these different religions too, and you know, it was just one mix of all different kind of people. And I grew up not knowing any better that this was what it was. This is what the world looks like. We're all different, but still human. And then I moved, and when I got my daughter here, which is a tiny village of 2,000 people living here, there was just one black man, one black single man in the whole freaking village. When my daughter met this man, she was scared. I never teached her. I never teach her to be scared of that. But she never saw any colored, you know, any black man or any other nationality for that matter. So it scared her because it was so different and she didn't understand it. And she had like 1,000 questions. And so I think
I would say
if
more she didn't understand it than scared.
yeah. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
she was a little scared at first because, you know, this was this big black man and you know, and she looked at him like, "What? Why? Why are we different? What
Could it
why are you
also
like
be
that
like
and I'm
what
like
she's
this?"
seen on television though?
Well,
Yeah, that's true.
she was little, you know, a 3 year old, you know, doesn't look at the television seeing a
Oh,
lot of different. She doesn't watch programs at that age. She watched like Teletubbies and stuff like that. So they're all colored.
Yeah.
So
right.
she wouldn't have been scared if she saw a Teletubby walking down the hallway.
I think she would
Um,
have.
yeah,
I'm
probably.
just,
I think it just probably would have just
I'm
freaked her
just
out
saying
because it's
they
there.
they take the big bird walking down the street sometimes
Oh
like
my
quicker
goodness, she would
than
be
you be like,
scared. No,
Yo,
but
you know
it's
what?
if you're
That's
never
funny.
confronted with it, it's different. It's and I think that's what is with most people. They're scared of what they don't know.
See, when I was her
well,
age, my mom was telling me the story about so I was like two or whatever. That I was in Memphis at the time, and they take me to the park or whatever. I was playing on the playground, and I had like ran away from the park or whatever. So they were like looking for me, and apparently I just ran up to some random ass black dude. And I was just sitting there talking to him. He's a big old black guy. He was just talking to me, like, "Who is this child? Like, somebody come get their kid." I'm just sitting there talking to him.
right, she over here trying to have adult conversations.
I'm over here like,
At
Yeah, but I
3.
think it's something that must be. teached. You know, it's not.
Yes.
If you grew up the way I did, you don't see the difference. You know, you grow up
Mm,
like that, and that's your normal. So you don't have to. Nobody has to teach you that there's all different nationalities and different beliefs, and you know, because you see it, you live it day to day. But if you grow up in an area where that is not, you people should teach you that this is not normal. This is not the way
mm-hmm.
the world is. You know, that is exceptional.
Some people amaze me. My neighbor, he's an older white guy. And sometimes, I mean, and I help him out and all of that, but sometimes he do say some racist, crazy stuff, and he don't even know it. That's what's funny. It's like, dude, you don't know that? Like, you know, or he would say things like, you're different because no,
The
I'm,
same.
I'm
Yeah.
just me.
It's
You,
just
you
that he's
got to
gotten
know
to
me.
know
That's it.
you and he feels differently
Yeah,
about
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
exactly. And
You're
one
like
time he's
It's
like, well, I don't
one of
even
his
know.
people. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
That which is
One
weird.
time he's like, yeah. Well, it opened him up, and that was my whole goal. I'm gonna crack you. I call it cracking.
Hmm.
One day he's like, well, I don't even know how black people how we bruise, like if it shows, and I'm like, his name Rick. I'm like, Rick, please tell me you just live in this bubble and you didn't learn anything, like you didn't take time to learn anything
Hmm.
about any other races that you don't even know that we bruise. And yeah, we bruise just like you. It amazes me. Like I feel like some I feel like some white people live in a bubble and don't take time to
Mm,
get
Mhm.
to know other nationalities or other races. They're just
Well,
absolutely.
in this
that's
Mhm.
bubble,
that's
and I find it very interesting.
well, and
It,
that has to do with the conditioning that
Hmm.
happens in this country, the conditioning that constantly happens, especially if he's an older white gentleman. You know what I mean? The way they may have taught, people who are around, my age. I'm going to be 31 this year. They made it seem like segregation and slavery was very long ago, and it really wasn't, right? It
exactly.
was actually very
Mhm.
recent, um, and so on and so forth. But we're conditioned into that, and it's
Yeah.
everywhere, right? Even into the learning tools within our classrooms. If you look at like an actual
Yes.
map of the world when you're in geography, you ever notice that all of the YT countries are much bigger than they actually are? They're not that big, right?
Right.
Um, I think it's Greenland. Greenland on a map looks huge. It looks like it's
It's
bigger than
huge.
the continent
Greenland
of
is the
Africa, but
hugest,
it's not though. Africa is
is the
the
biggest.
continent of Africa is huge
Mm.
compared to how big it is on that scale. So it's like it's everywhere. You know what I mean? You turn
And
on
the
your
most
TV,
resourceful.
yeah, and then you
Yeah.
turn on your TV, right? And you're watching shows, and you start to see the references,
Mm.
right? And everything else. Like when I started deprogramming myself from a lot of social things, race was one of them. Yes, as a black woman, I had to deprogram about other races,
It
right?
gets
Because it was
interesting,
constantly in
don't it?
everything.
It
Hmm.
gets really
Yeah, it gets
interesting.
interesting because you're looking at it and you're like, I'm like, dang, you know what I mean? Like growing up watching like King of the Hill, for
Exactly.
example, the amount of things that are slipped in there, right? You watch media and anything else, it's all slipped in there and it's all this
Yeah.
false rhetoric,
Mm. It's
right?
all
Hmm.
subconsciously
We're
programmed.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And so it's not that they live in a bubble, but when you're conditioned
They
into
allow
thinking,
so
especially
It's a
among
much.
black
bubble.
people, that we're terrifying,
I
then
think it
yeah,
is a bubble because I
It
mean,
is.
if
it is a bubble.
think about like a lot,
It's a
I'm
created bubble.
right. I'm black. You're up. I find a lot of black people know. I'm gonna use something as simple as hair. A lot of
Okay.
black women know how to do all types of hair, right?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
One time I went into this barber shop, and I asked for hair. Well, we don't know how to cut your kind of hair. I'm like, what school did you go to? Like they don't. I feel like some of them don't take the time to truly get to know,
Mm.
like we do. Like we do it. I mean, we take time to get to know all every. That's what I've noticed, and I just find it very interesting. My neighbor one time, and I had another neighbor who called him out on it, and he's like, "Well, Seb, do you think I'm racist?" I was just like, "Well, I'm gonna be honest. You do say some crazy stuff, but I'm gonna let you
That's
pass because you're old." But you do say some crazy stuff, and he don't recognize it. You see what I mean? He don't even know because he's so stuck in it. He's
Mm-hmm.
just stuck in it. Like
Yeah.
you can,
It's so
you know what I mean?
normal. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And but he tried to use me again. Well, I'm not racist against you, and I said the same. But you got him to know me. That's what that is. The other guy across the
Yeah.
way don't know you.
Absolutely.
No, that's the
And
other
that's
thing
the
too.
whole
Like,
thing.
and
Say
that's
it
the other
again.
thing too here is we're also, because of all of the conditioning, is that if you're any persons of any type of color, anything outside of white, you're a monolith. You have no individuality. You're a monolith to everything. So, you know what I mean? Like for example, me growing up, I was the only, for the longest time, I was like the only black kid in school. So kids would go and
What
they
did
would
that feel
watch
like to
like
you?
it was really weird, right? Because the amount of microaggressions that would happen,
Exactly that part.
I didn't know what they were, so I didn't understand why I was always so angry, right? Like why certain things were bothering me because I didn't know the word and I didn't know what it was, right?
It
Because
didn't feel good
I didn't
though.
have other yeah, it just didn't feel good. I just knew it hurt, but I couldn't understand why,
Mm.
right? I couldn't articulate it, and then when I would try, they would make me feel like I was crazy, right? Because I would be upset, like genuinely upset. So, like, one example of that was when they suspended me from school because they thought I was a gang leader, right? Now, mind you, when I was in high school, right,
What?
I listened to like rock music. I wore trip pants. I was wearing an Edward Scissorhands shirt that I had cut up with like scissors. This is like this is like 2000, 2009, right? I had
Wow.
emo flippy hair, like, and I rode a skateboard and I played guitar. Like, what are you talking about? Right?
Mm.
And she came out, basically the assignment was it was in my Spanish class. And not that my Spanish class was that great, to be honest with you. So she hands us a sheet of paper, and of course, all the instructions are in Spanish. We have to read it and then, do whatever it is. And it's a very simple project. It was basically in Spanish. Um, Basically, okay, well, draw things that represent you, right? Like express yourself on this page, but draw things and use the colors or whatever. And it was just in Spanish. We just had to translate it and do it real quick. Easy, right? Easy peasy. Well, I had drawn a crown on my paper, right? It was like a crown. It had all these little wispy things on it. It was like super cool. I was super proud of it. Well, three of the other students that I was in class with also liked it. So they were like, hey, can you draw that on my paper? And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. So I drew it on theirs. Right? Now, mind you, these are kids who claim to already be in gangs, but we all live in the suburbs, so it didn't make sense. Right? Like, I don't know what you're being gangster of, but like, that's cute, I guess. I'm gonna be over here with my music and like, y'all are weird. Right? Y'all mad weird.
Wow.
So the next day I go back into class and she hands everybody's paper back but mine. So then she pulls me out of class and she's talking to me and she's like, hey, we need to understand what was the symbolism in the crown that was on your paper. And
What?
I'm like, what do you mean? And she was like, well, the colors that you used, mind you, I used green, red, purple. I think it was like green, red, and purple or whatever. It was like a bunch of different colors and stuff. And I was like, well, you're gonna have to be more specific because there was a lot of color on that page. What are you talking about? Right? And so then she goes back in the classroom, she comes back out, and then she accuses me of being a Crip, right? Which I thought was funny because I have a red shirt on, right? I'm like, I'm wearing a red shirt. You want to try that again? And I'm
Wow.
getting angry at this point, but I don't know how to articulate it because I don't understand what this is, right? Because you know what I mean? I've been around it, but like, I don't know what this is. It feels like the best way I can describe it was a constant gaslight, right? So then she goes back in, she comes back out. She's like, are you a blood? No, obviously. Yeah, because what blood's walking around with trip pants on and an Edward Scissorhands t-shirt?
Exactly.
That's weird, right? And so then she goes back in, she comes back out, and she goes, well, I think you're a Latin king. And that's when I snapped and I cussed her out. I was like, this is some BS. I drew the same crown on four other people's papers. You didn't take their pages, and three of them claim to be in different types of gangs, and they're not out here having this conversation with you. So really, what's up? Right? And she was just like, hey, Jay, go talk to the dean. So I go in there, I talk to the dean, I cuss out the dean. Dean calls my mom, right? I felt bad because I was like, dang, I got in trouble at school. So I grounded myself. My mom didn't even ground me, right? Like that was the biggest injustice. They made me feel like I was in trouble for something that had nothing to do with me. right? That was their own microaggressions they were throwing at me
Exactly. Their own
and everything
perception.
else. But it took me, and that's the thing, it took me years to even understand that situation, right? Like I was like, dang, I
That's
didn't even realize
crazy.
how microaggressive and effed up that entire situation was. You know what I
And it
mean? I
was
was just
all
sitting
from
there
an
like,
idea. That's what's crazy. It was an idea.
yeah, yeah.
Meaning they already
These,
had this idea of you and treated you that way.
yeah. And it was like also kind of weird too, because like, I also remember that same year we were sitting in class and I got in trouble a lot that year, just because that year was more microaggressive than anything. And I don't know if it was because it was an election year, to be honest with you, or what was going on. And that's when Obama was running for presidency, or he had just become president, somewhere on those lines. But I remember I was sitting there one time, and where was I going with the story? Oh yeah, we were sitting there, we were in class, and they were reading all these statistics, which I don't understand why we were reading these statistics, to be honest with you, but they were all racial statistics, right? And one of the statistics on there was African American students struggle in school, so they're not that educated, right? Was basically the consensus of that statistic. And I'm sitting in there looking at this piece of paper that's telling me that I'm not smart, knowing that that's not true because I'm the smartest person sitting in this room right now, right? But looking up and watching all of the other people I went to class with side eyeing me and looking at me funny
Now, right
and
there.
having to just sit
Now,
there.
can you see how their bubble is created?
Yeah, yeah,
That's the
absolutely. I
bubble.
100% agree with you. That bubble definitely gets created, but like just, you know what I mean? Just sitting there, just having to deal with that was just terrible in and within itself. And I'm like, this is why it's so important that we deprogram, because it wasn't just the white T kids that were looking at me, right? It was the Hispanic kids that were looking at me like that. It was all of the other, you know what I mean? I was just the only black kid in the school. There were other races there, but they were all side eyeing me. And then when I won an award later on that year, everybody was like, oh yeah, they had to give it to the black kid. And that's always messed with me
Like
because
you
I
didn't
don't know
earn
if I actually won that award, if I actually earned it, or you guys were doing it because you wanted to prove you weren't racist.
Oh
it.
man,
Wow.
that right there, that sucks.
I'm
That
sorry
And
you had
that's
to
the
go through that
psychological
all.
What do you
and that's the
think you?
psychological thing that I go through now as an adult every time I win an award at work or anything else because I don't know if it's legit.
It's like a trauma response. It was supposed to be
It's
good,
a
but it's a trauma response now.
yeah. I'm like, I don't know if this is I've earned it or you guys are just trying to be like, oh, see, we're not a messed up organization. We're inclusive.
No,
that reminds me of like
no.
I used that exact like feeling reminds me of being because I used to weigh 300 pounds and I'm like 5'2". And whenever people would compliment me, I'd always be like, "Oh, you're just saying let I look nice because I'm fat, and you're just saying that to make me feel like I'm not."
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a similar feeling I can relate to. It
Yeah.
sucks. It sucks.
But do you think this is to either you? I mean, like now looking at that, being in the space you're in now,
Mm-hmm.
do you feel like you were supposed to go through that to bring something? You know what I mean? Because that experience that you
Yeah.
had, AJ, that experience that you had, like, do you think now that you had to gain something to teach to
Mm-hmm.
some people or show them somehow? Because
Yeah.
that's wild.
Absolutely. So like I feel like and I was talking to somebody about this recently where like it was like a couple weeks ago I felt this weird shift, right? And I know that I don't know, I'm probably gonna sound weird, but like I'm very spiritual. So I believe like not that I believe, but I've known that we have shifted frequencies at least a couple different times within like since 2022, like at least 2022, right? We've shifted a couple different times, right? And this last shift, it was weird because I was sitting in my bed, right? And I was getting ready to go to sleep and I was just sitting there and I just remember just talking to creator or the universe or whatever. And I was just sitting there, and my whole life I always kept asking, why is it always me? Why do I have to struggle? Why do I have to try so much harder than everybody else? Why am I always doing this? Why can't I ever get a break? You know what I mean? Like, I remember asking that question, being so angry. And then it clicked, right? All of a sudden, the universe was like, you had to go through all of those things because it was never for you. You had to go through all those things because you can help people, because people are going through so many things, right? And I was like, okay. So then, like, a couple days I was sitting there and I was thinking about it, right? And I was like, you know what? I've always had the ability to see things for what it is, right? If somebody's going through a hard time, right? Drug addiction, domestic violence, any of those negative things, I can look at that situation and see the very human aspect of it, right? And be like, look, you're not a bad person. You're just going through something. It's okay, right? And now I'm realizing, like, as I've been on this healing journey, this was all meant to happen. Like, how this healing journey started is my body literally broke. I lost my ability to walk. I lost my ability to move. I had to learn how to do all of these things again with medicine. I still can't take anything pharmaceutical. I can't take Tylenol. I can't take ibuprofen. I can't do any of that. Not even, and I'm allergic to any painkillers. I'm allergic to painkillers, so I can't take any of those anyways. So when I had to learn how to walk again, I had to learn how to walk through that pain, right? And I had to keep telling myself over and over again, this is temporary. We're not going to feel like this every day. And I kept thinking about the time when I would stand up and it wouldn't necessarily hurt. It would just be uncomfortable. And then to the point where I was like, I'm going to stand up and I'm not going to feel this. Right? And when it would get too much, I kept telling myself, hey, I'm blessed. At least I woke up and I could feel this pain. Right? And I kept going through it, kept going through it, kept going through it, kept going through it, kept going through it. And now I'm at a point where it's like, no matter what's going on in my healing journey, I'm going to make it. Right? Because I understand that this is all temporary. This isn't meant to happen forever. I'm going to heal from this. Right? And whatever took me down, they medically don't know. That's the weird part. They don't know what happened to me.
Sometimes it's stress.
Oh, really?
Even though,
Yeah,
yeah. Sometimes
it
that's
was
stress doing
stress.
that.
And that's the thing. My honest answer is it was stress. I was stressed out. I wasn't dealing with things. I had CPTSD, and I didn't know what CPTSD was at the time, right? So I wasn't dealing with my mental health. I wasn't taking care of myself physically. I was smoking almost a pack and a half a day, drinking energy drinks like it was going out of style. I wasn't sleeping. You know what I mean? I was going to the gym. I was having to eat 3,000 calories a day because I'm supposed to be bigger than what I actually am.
Hey, could you
You
turn
know
that
what I mean?
vehicle down?
Right there. I'm gonna need you to lower them letters with your vehicle. But yeah, you know what I mean? I was on this diet from my dietitian where they were like, "Hey, you need to gain pounds. You need to gain weight," because I'm a very small statured person, and I'm 5'3". So they were like, "Oh, you need to weigh, this amount." And I'm sitting there and I'm like, they're like, "You're so underweight. It's so unhealthy, right? So you have to eat 3,000 calories a day and drink 6 protein shakes a day on top of all, you know what I mean? So I'm doing all of these things that normally should have killed me, but didn't." Right. And now it's to a point where I can't take anything, but my body is starting to heal. Right. And since I've had that moment, whether you want to call it an epiphany moment, I call it a moment with creator, or whatever you want to believe, whatever you want to call it, my body is healing like it used to.
Yeah.
Right. I'm starting to not like I'm able to get up and do more stuff. My energy level has fully returned. And I'm like, I always knew deep down that I was going to get through this and I was going to be fine. 100%
And you
fine.
releasing too. I mean,
Yeah.
when you said that you used to be angry, all that was you holding in all of that anger from school, from the school story you just said, holding all
Yeah.
that in, and it was stressing you out. And I
Yeah.
feel like because you're releasing now, you're able to talk about it, all of that. That's good.
Yeah, you have to. And that's the thing. Like, I now understand that all of the stuff I went through is there's people out here who need help. They need guidance. Right. And I'm not saying that follow me. I'm going to lead you to all the answers. All I can do is light the way. You can choose to
Exactly.
walk that path or you can choose not to. And that's perfectly okay. I just respect that you're on your journey. You're going to figure it out. You could pave your own path. That's perfectly fine. Um, and everything else. But when I tell those stories and stuff, like, I now understand that when I'm talking about this stuff, how healing this could be to somebody else, right? Like, hey, let's not get to this point, but this is what you can learn from this experience, you know? So, yeah, it's definitely, I think everything that we go through in life, no matter whether it's good or bad, it's all meant to happen because it's never happening for us. It's happening for our future generation, right?
And not only for you, it was happening to them too. The ones that was treating you that way.
Yeah,
Believe me, if
100%.
you think about that, if it was anybody in there that was conscious enough to think about, like, wow, they remember that. We treated that girl kind, you know what I mean? They remember that. I
Yeah.
don't care if they was the teachers. They gotta sit there. I remember times when I treated somebody like kind of crazy. I shouldn't have done that. You see what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah,
Them too. It's
absolutely.
it's deep. What about you, Megan? Is
I'm
that
Uh,
sorry.
Megan?
I'm sorry. Can I interrupt just for a second? I have to hop off because my daughter woke up and I have to be a
Oh,
mommy now.
sure.
yeah,
Thank you
you're
all for
good.
sharing
Good
your
talking to you.
stories. I hope to talk to you all soon.
Same.
Have a lovely
Absolutely. You
night.
have a good day, Fair Trade.
Kisses,
Or Fairy
AJ.
Tale.
Have a look. I
Peace, guys.
followed you. Actually, I followed everybody.
Thank you. Follow you
Yeah.
back. Have a
Okay.
good day.
Right.
All
You
right.
too.
I appreciate you guys letting me talk about like um my past and everything cuz I try to look for a therapist that specializes in borderline personality disorder, and people, you don't understand, it's really hard to find a specialist that will deal with that. And because they look at patients with BPD as like problem patients because they're difficult to treat, and I don't get an
Some
opportunity
of
to
them don't
talk
even
about
under.
my history
Some
a
of them
lot.
don't understand it.
Yes.
Actually, you really
And
got to interview them.
there's a stereotype about it. So I don't really get an opportunity to talk about my issues often, except for when I get on lives like this where people are talking about their past and stuff like that. So I really appreciate it.
Oh, lovely. Good job.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, be sure
Yeah.
to come
Yeah.
to the lounge.
You
Yeah.
know, I
Bipolar
keep trying to come
disorder
to
is.
the lounge, but I get up like I go to bed early and then I get up at like 2 in the morning and then you guys are just ending.
Well, what time?
Like
Wait,
3 weeks in a row.
where
Three
are
weeks
you?
in a row. I'm like, shit.
Where are you located?
I'm in Florida.
So that would be. It's 8 o'clock my time. Would that be? Would that be? Would you be 3 hours ahead or? She's in Florida.
Where you?
Three.
Where are you located?
I'm in California.
So
So
they're going to be 3 hours,
11.
I
It'll
think
four
be
four
hours
hours
11.
ahead.
ahead.
4 hours ahead.
4.
It's a 4 hour
You
difference.
4, so that'll be
Hmm.
12. Wow.
So if it's 8, that's going to be, yeah, about 12 o'clock for
One of
Eastern.
these
But I'll
days you're
catch
gonna
you
look,
I'm
Monday.
cause
talking
you
about
you
Mountain
up
Clock.
now. You gotta miss.
That part.
You going. Boy, it is a weekend too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll make it. You'll make it when you have to.
Yeah, I'll make it.
It's really been good. I actually been really impressed by the last two we had. The other one was Toxic Love, and this one is
Good
And
topic.
then you had one about grief too recently, I saw.
yeah, Grief. Actually,
Mhm.
we always do it. We extend them 2 times. It goes twice. Is the screen moving? What's going on?
I think he
Kevin,
just woke
wait.
up.
Dude, stop playing. Uh, yeah, we
You
always
trying to
run it.
mess with us?
We always run it twice. The first one was relatives versus family versus relatives.
Mm.
We're gonna come back to that one. But Toxic
Ooh.
Love was really good, and the grief one was really good. The grief one was really good. I mean, I learned a lot
Yeah.
from that one.
Yeah.
The first
Yeah.
grief. But that's as I listen to you guys in here, it's just like, wow, grief,
Yeah.
grief in the old self.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that isn't that. I mean,
I
that's
don't
kind of
miss
what
that
healing
crazy
is.
bitch at all.
Say it again.
No, I mean,
I said, I don't miss that crazy bitch at all.
Well, I mean, even like your mom, like you said, your mom turned. You can grieve the parents you never had or thought you had. All of
Yeah,
that plays
you
a
can
part.
grieve the parents that you were supposed to have. And that's, I think, when my mom finally passes and my dad finally passes, because they're older now, I think I will grieve the parents that they were supposed to be, you know?
Mm. Well, you can do that now, actually.
I think I
mm,
do already.
Hmm. I've
I
done it.
think I do.
I know I've done it.
yeah,
It's very
I
interesting.
know. I want to say I don't think I've ever really grieved the parents that I was supposed to have. At the end of the day, like my mom, for the most part, I mean, my mom was a single parent. I
Mm.
didn't know my dad for like the longest time. You know, that whole soul story. But my mom was always very good at making sure that I understood that just because she was a parent, she was human.
Hmm.
Um, and so like I always just learned to just kind of accept people kind of for who they are.
Hmm. I think you
Um,
have a
and
mission,
everything
though,
else.
AJ.
Yeah.
I
If I
mean,
would
your
say if I
story.
grieve anything,
Actually, everybody have a
oh yeah,
mission, but I think
yeah.
this.
Hmm.
It was that thing you. I don't. When you were sharing your story about you being the only black person. It's just I feel like it was something you supposed to pick up and see,
Hmm. Yeah.
and them too. But you
Yeah.
being in the
Yeah.
middle of it, I truly do. It's just like wow, like you got something to say,
Yeah,
and you
absolutely.
too,
But I think,
man. Your story too is very interesting.
yeah,
I've
and I think
I've
that's.
definitely sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go
No,
ahead.
it like lags, so it gets quiet. So then I start talking, and then I'm like, oh, I'm talking over somebody. I'm sorry.
The energy don't know where to go. Here. Okay, go ahead,
Yeah.
AJ.
Oh no, no, go ahead, Megan. I accidentally cut
And
her
then
off. She
you
was talking.
No, I've definitely just been through a lot of things, going through like homeless shelters and stuff as a child, like in my teens and stuff, and then not having that parental figures growing up and figuring out how life goes without family on my side has been it's been a big step, but I've made it. I think the story is for me is that I've made it through.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen people who haven't, who have been in my situation, and they're still out there at the bus stops and stuff. And I see them because I still live near the same area. So it's my story is that it's possible to get out of it and, you know, be able
You didn't
to
let it swallow
survive.
you up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you probably was more mature.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Absolutely.
I mean, you had to.
Well,
I
I
mean,
mean,
if
we
you and
mature with experience.
yeah, that experience. And you say you still see some
There's
of them on bus
definitely a lot of
stops.
Yeah,
I
like
mean,
some
just
of the kids I grew up with at the shelter, like just the other day, last week, we went by the beach,
mm,
just to see how the beach was looking, and it was crowded with the typical people, and I was like, oh shit, there goes that kid that was at the Covenant House with me about
mm,
20 fucking years ago. I recognized the kid because we lived together for like 6 months, and it was the same dude, but he was there at the bus stop, and he was talking to himself, and we rode by.
wow.
We were driving slow because it was traffic, and I just saw him at the bus stop talking to himself, and that's not abnormal for me
I wonder.
because
Do
that's
you
the
know it?
life.
Do you know
It
some of
drives
his
you
story or no?
crazy. No, I don't really remember. I just recognize the guy from like eating fucking breakfast with him. Like it was just that type of life will it deteriorates your mind.
Hmm.
And I can see how people go crazy when they're homeless for so long because it makes you see other people as almost godlike figures because they have what you don't, and you survive off of them, and it really
Well, the way
deteriorates your
people.
mind.
When I first moved to LA, I was homeless for a bit. I
Yeah.
saw both sides. it was the crazy thing to me was the way people treated me when I was homeless. Then when things started to get better, I
They
remembered
don't
these
even look at
people.
you.
No, but I remember them now. They didn't remember me while they was talking to me like we was good friends, and I'm sitting there like I remember you, And that what that did for me was be careful how you treat people because you don't know, you know what I mean? And being in that position and how people like walk past, and I see people walking past people. People don't even treat them like they're human, and I get really upset at that. It's just like, dude, they're not crazy because these be smart people. These are smart people. I know a lawyer. He's a lawyer, and he's homeless, and he still
I knew
practices.
I had a judge from who's from New Orleans.
Hmm.
He messed up. He got drunk one night at the bar, and he was getting in a fight with someone. He said, I'm gonna walk to my car." And the guy followed him to his car, and he was like right up behind him, and he pulled out a gun on the guy
The judge
and
Pew
did.
pew.
shot him in. The judge did, and he shot the guy in the
I'm about to say
leg,
pew pew.
and he panicked and he took off. And then
Wow.
he was like a string of negative spiral events, and he ended up running from the law, homeless, and I let him stay at my house. It was an older man,
Hmm. And he was a
and
judge.
he was a judge,
Okay, AJ.
and he had all his like he was like smart man, but he made a mistake. And I was just like, people become homeless all the time, and people that have never experienced it
There
just
ain't no
do
backup.
not understand.
No, and the journey, like like the judge, like his journey, like dude, and people would never know if you didn't tell that story and I met him. I would be interested in knowing, like, how did you get here? What had happened? I'd like to know this. I always
And
get
he was living
interested.
out of he had a Cadillac SUV, and he was
Wow.
like on the run. And I'm like, they're gonna catch up with you at some point, but whatever you got to do, like I understand, like it was he panicked,
Hmm.
and like,
Did he have family?
yeah, he had family. He was talking to his daughter on the phone every day, like, because she was older. She was like in somewhere overseas. I want to say she was in London for school or something. And I was just like,
And that
he
one
had
woman
his
just flipped
whole
his
life
life
was all
upside down.
together, and one like drunken mistake, it messed his life up, and he was looking at jail time, but you know, he just wanted to figure his shit out, say goodbye to his people, and like he was panicking.
Wow.
And he's like, "Well, I'm currently homeless." And he came into my bar one day that I was working at. It wasn't a bar, it was actually a kava bar.
Hmm.
And we were just talking, and he's like, "I don't know what to do." So I gave him some time.
And then stepping out of that world, like he's a judge. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
dude, that's got to be wild. In
Exactly. And
some ways, that probably is supposed to happen for him
it's your
to
home is just a place where you live. Like you can lose everything suddenly, and
mm-hmm.
it can happen to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Like even small children. And that's like what I bring up a lot. Like people don't realize, like, kids lose their homes every day.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I bring up my story, because when it happens to kids, it's not ever their fault.
No. I listen to a pod. Have you heard of a podcast? It's called "Suffer the Little Children."
Mm.
Check that out. It's deep. The way these parents treat these kids. It's on Spotify. It's called "Suffer the Little
Okay.
Children," and
So,
it's plenty of episodes. And when you listen to
mhm.
them, sometimes I have to go deeper into, like, let me go look into the story a little deeper. I have to go on YouTube because it gets so
Yeah.
interesting. But some of the stuff you'd hear, and some of these kids, some of them get unalived by their parents, and
Mhm.
some of the stuff, and they be little kids. And you check that, and some of these people, and that's when when I see people, homeless people, whatever, and I always wonder what their story is. Like, what's the story? Like, what did they go through to get through that position? And I wish people would ask me that when I was in that position. But I knew my story. That's all that count. But I mean, it made me more interested in wanting to know,
Mhm.
because I feel a lot of people really need to be heard.
Mhm.
Because a lot of people aren't. Um,
No one even wants to talk to them
no,
because you, if you don't look socially acceptable, and because even the owner of the kava shop didn't want me to let that guy around because he looked disheveled.
the judge,
Yeah.
without knowing. That's what I mean. Without knowing his story,
Uh-huh.
that's crazy. It's interesting. It's very interesting. I wish I could talk to him. Do you know what he's doing now?
No, I don't. I lost touch with him years ago. I haven't looked him up. Shit, I
Well, you
could
should.
barely remember his name now. Um, that was like 10 years ago. But
It'll come. And I say when it come, just see if you can like find him, see how he's doing.
but yeah, I've run into all kinds of different people. Like I
Emerge
used to
Entertainment's
go
here.
every once in a while, I'd go over by the bridge and like make big pots of spaghetti for people that used to live down there because I used to live down there.
That's lovely.
So I used to every once in a while I'd like get that feeling. You know that feeling when you just gotta like help some people and you know where the people that need help are.
Mm-hmm.
You just gotta do it. And I just
Mm-hmm.
go make a big pot of spaghetti and help some people out. Not everyone is trusting either. Not everyone is gonna take it.
No, no, they won't. Everybody won't, which is fine. I give it to one person
Mhm.
here. Divvy this out between y'all.
But some people are really, really happy to accept, and that's a good part.
Sometimes I
That'll
don't think
warm
it's
your
the
heart.
trusting thing. I think some people they still have that pride because some of them get in that shame. They feel ashamed
Yep,
Yeah.
to be in that space.
that's the biggest problem.
Mm-hmm. I thought you was asleep for a second. Then I hear this other
I
voice.
gotta talk about that one.
I always used to feel like I didn't want to impose on people. Like I used to sleep on people's couches a lot. And I would feel so bad, like if they offered me like food or whatever, I'd be like, just okay. And I would like just take the chips or take whatever, like I'd feel so bad.
But they're offering, just like you. It's just like you making a spaghetti. You're offering, right? And how does it feel when you're offering and you cook? You took time to cook the spaghetti. It's the same thing. You're just paying it forward.
Right.
I would be like, but who am I to accept? I don't know. Who am I to take someone's stuff when someone else probably needs it more?
Well, if you can give, you gotta be able to accept.
Yep.
It goes both ways.
I
But I know
like
what
this.
you
I
mean,
like
though.
this guy.
It gotta go both ways. You
It's
can't
that
just be a
balance,
giver.
man. It's that balance.
Some people block their blessings, and that's sometimes the reason why we choose to struggle, right? Like I had to learn that too. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that I went through, yeah, I had to go through, and some of that stuff wasn't necessarily in my control, but I can't sit there and say that I didn't make stuff harder for me by blocking those blessings, right?
Can't be out here blessing
I
blocking.
Yeah, like I wouldn't talk to people, right? There used to be a time I couldn't talk to people about things that I had gone through, things about my past, any of that because I felt like a burden. right? I felt like a burden to talk to somebody who had been a close friend for 10 years. You know what I mean? Who I've been there for 1,000,005 times, that would
You've been
easily
there.
be there for me if I needed it. But I felt like such a burden. I couldn't burden them
That
with that.
pride. That was that
The,
pride.
the, the yeah, but it was the rationalization, right? It was the voices also in my head saying, "Hey, don't trouble people with your problems. Everybody has
Mm.
their own problems." And I spent so much of my life putting myself on the back burner, right? At some point, we got to put ourselves on the front burner in order to help other people.
Exactly.
Right.
You got to fix your plate first before you can divvy out the plates.
Yeah, but
Otherwise, you fix everybody else's plate and you can have some and they won't give you none. And you cook the
Mm-hmm.
and
meal.
be mad at it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, you
And that would
gotta.
be the thing, you
Yeah,
know.
you gotta fix your
That
plate
would be,
first.
and that would be the thing. And sometimes when I say like we sometimes will make things harder for ourselves, I would do that, right? I would fix everybody's plate first, right? And I would go to people who I knew wouldn't share with me. And that would
Wouldn't.
be my justification to see you're a burden, you're too much.
Okay.
Hey, that
Why'd you
remind you of
choose?
that
Subconsciously,
one
I
guy,
did.
right? The one that came in
Yeah.
there that was mad and stuff, right? That was
Hmm.
like last week, right? I'm mad,
Yeah.
this, and that, right? So we were just literally talking about that when somebody just ready to validate their the negativeness about them and stuff, and then you know what I'm saying because they never fix something within them, so they really keep that, and which is like which we was what I was saying, which is like that
They're
ego
holding
stuff or
on to
whatever.
their negative spiral.
Yep. Yep, and they want to confirm it, so that's why they keep being them. And then, oh, look, see, I told you that people don't like me or something like that. But that's how you trying to live your life and stuff,
They
you know.
create. Yeah, he's creating it.
Hmm.
He's
I think I
creating.
used to be a lot more like that. It's hard to get out of that negative spiral once you're on it because you get comfortable with that. You even bond with other people when you're on that negative spiral about negative things, and you start bonding about, this bad
That's like
thing
a trauma
happened, and
bond,
then
though.
they go this bad. Yeah, it is, and I hate that fucking term so much because people need to bond over things, and when you have nothing but trauma, you don't have anything else to bond about. So what are
But
you
I mean,
supposed
if
to
you
bond
gonna,
with,
if you,
other? How do you bond with other
cause
people?
cause you both will go down. You both will go.
Mhm.
It'll be like one drowning, and then you come to try to help, and they pulling you under, and you like relax, relax, so I can help you. You see what I mean? If you both
It
are
becomes
bonding, yeah, it's gonna become
But
toxic, and then before
if
you,
the both of you don't have anything positive going on, then neither one of you have the ability to pull the other one up.
I
And
always
I
think
think
yeah.
one.
that was my problem because I was surrounded by people that didn't have anything positive going on. So it was easy to hold on to that negative spiral because we were all
They was coding each
negatively
other.
spiraling.
They were just coding each other for the
So no
moment.
one was able to pull each other out.
Mhm.
So who? Okay, when you was in that situation, who was the one that said, you know what, I'm walking away. I'm switching this.
My fucking husband. My husband was like, before we got married, he broke up with me and I was drinking a lot. And he's like, I'm not dealing with this shit. I'm out. And I was like,
Mm.
damn, what a jerk. Fuck him. and then, I, and then, and then I realized that I was the jerk. And I was like, oh shit, I'm the asshole, aren't I?
That's
So
that
he had to.
Yep.
accountability right
Yeah,
there. I like
okay.
that.
That means he had to walk away in order for you to see. So it was a good thing. It was like
Hmm.
a blessing in disguise.
Yep.
It was. And I hated it, but it really was. Hmm.
That's what happens. Sometimes if you don't take the time to remove things yourself, it's gonna remove in a way that you might not like it. That's why
Right.
it's early to catch. I mean, it's best to catch it early. But hey, I look at it this way: if you, even if you, I mean, I don't think no time is a bad time. I think everything is meant. Even if you prolong some, all that stuff. Everything, every decision you make, you know what I'm saying? It's a reason behind it to build your character, to for you to learn from,
Exactly.
that from or grow from. This is like one of the three things. So,
I'm so glad. I am so glad because I learned so much about myself.
Yeah.
And can I tell you that I have 51 million hobbies now?
Yeah.
I do
Well,
all the things.
and that's the other thing too. I mean, a lot of the time we take loss as being so personal, right? Somebody walks out of our
Mm.
lives. Oh my God, how could they leave? You know what I mean? We lose a job. How could I lose my job? This is never convenient. So on and so forth. But sometimes, in order for blessings to come in, it's got to make room because you can't fill an empty bucket.
That part.
You got to empty stuff out, right? You got to get
Right.
rid
You
of
got to,
stuff. You got to clear things out in order for new things to come in. So
yeah, empty your
you
cup.
can't keep everybody. Yeah, you can't keep
Exactly.
everybody. Sometimes. And that's all it is. I
And
mean,
what'd you say? You said prolong, even if you prolong it. Is that what he
Yeah.
said?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
yeah,
Even if it seemed like you took, I mean, even if it seemed like you was in a situation too long. I think the time when the time come, the time is the time that it was meant. At the end of
Mm-hmm.
the day, it ain't no regret. Like, dang, why did I stay so long, or why did I leave too early, or something like that. No, it like every moment that you take, it was that's. I mean, it was when it was that time is that time or whatever. So
Mm-hmm.
that's why I say I try to get people to not regret anything they do or nothing, or regret their past, or regret their decision they made, or something like that. Because as long as you learn from it, I mean, you good. Or if you dare from it or you grow from it, you good at the end of the day. Because it was meant to go that way. It was either gonna
Mm-hmm.
help you or help the next person. So it's something that came out of that situation.
Agreed.
mhm.
Agreed.
Well, that's the
I
whole
mean, but in the
thing. I mean,
beginning, it hurt. It be some disappointments.
Oh yes. Oh
But the
yes.
whole thing is like I'm not disappointed no more though. It's like lovely now. It's just like, oh, that was lovely. It happened. But then, woo,
oh
while
yeah,
I was going through it, just
Hmm.
why did I let that happen? And then luckily I had some
Right.
some lovely friends around me, and they would tell me like, dude, no, you didn't know. Now that you know and you continue to let it happen, it's all on you now. It has nothing to do with them because now you're aware of it.
hmm
Hmm.
I do
No
kind of want
different.
to back. Oh, go ahead, Kev.
I guess I got a lot to let out now.
Yeah, you don't
That's
woke
what.
up finally.
He done ate, he ate and napped, and we was just
He
going.
don't left me. He don't. He
You
don't. He
miss,
don't left us to hold the live
I
down. Don't took
know,
a
man.
nap,
So
and
you
now he
them
gonna
miss,
interject.
them 6 hours, I mean, them 6 days be kicking
you
in.
missed
But I
10
be like, I gotta
episodes.
still do my stuff. I'm like, man, I
You
still
missed
gotta
10
do my.
episodes. We done went through all the episodes.
Right, AJ, I added you for sure because we have like
Yeah.
gardening in common.
Hmm.
Are you gardening yet still?
Yeah. 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 I
Okay,
do
good.
even through the winter. I just do it more indoors. With like I think I just built this greenhouse thing or whatever,
Oh,
like this
that's
DIY
nice.
greenhouse thing. So I got stuff in there.
Hmm.
So it's growing. It's
Hey,
nice.
Titiana.
I wanna go back to where I heard who was that? I think it was Megan or somebody saying it's hard or something like that or whatever. One
It's
thing I noticed is that, and that's what kind of changed my life because I would recommend if you want to listen to this. It was an audio book I listened to called Atomic Habits. Everything in life is really a habit for real. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
mhm.
the time it took you to build your character that you are or something like that. And another thing I learned out of that, you can identify yourself whatever you want to be. Like I be telling people, like my favorite thing is like if you want to be a hippie or if you want to be a tree hugger or whatever, you can become whatever you want to be and stuff. I think people
Hmm.
be setting themselves up to be, or I'm just this, or I was born this way, or what I'm saying,
Dude.
my family is this or whatever. So that's why,
Mm.
they set their mind to that
That's
and they
the way I
limit
was
themselves.
raised.
Just like the people that do the horoscopes and stuff, they limit themselves to just that stuff. Like I am this character, I can't be nothing anymore or that. That's the whatever. So that stuff will it will
Hey, hey, hey,
it'll.
Kev, hold up, hold up, hold up. I'm a Leo. No, I'm just
Uh,
kidding. Go ahead.
I feel you on that. I mean, one of my pet peeves is when people ask me what I do. And I hate answering that because I feel like we do many things. We are many things at simultaneously. You see what I mean? Like right
hmm.
now, I'm the dude on TikTok talking. I'm not just Emerge Entertainment. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
When I'm writing a song, okay, now at that time I'm a songwriter. I'm producing, okay, I'm producing a play. Now I'm a play producer. You see what
There you go. Right.
someday I'm
Just
in the
say I
park.
am what I
Okay,
do with my hands.
Whoa, that's what she said. But yeah,
I am what
Oh,
I do with my hands. Well, with many things, it's almost like you can't be defined. Like,
yeah, that
okay, I'm riding my bike in the park. Now I'm this dude in the park riding a bike. It
yeah,
doesn't matter what
that's
I
what I
did
mean.
yesterday. You see what I mean? So
Mhm.
I agree with you on that. Like, I hate that question. I just hate it. Like, don't ask me what I do. And not only that, when people ask you that, they're not asking you. I'm always one that asks, "How you doing? How are you? How you doing?" Because that's you. When you ask him, so what do you do? What have you been up to? You want to get to know my endeavors. You're not trying to get to know me. My endeavors can't help you. You see what I mean? So I'm more about the person than the endeavor.
Mhm.
Some people may think I'm a something like, no, I'm not. But ask me how I'm doing. I can be the richest man, have doing everything I want. But maybe I need somebody to talk to. You see what I
Right.
mean? You see what I mean? Like all of that. And the lovely thing is I'm doing everything I want. But when people come to me with that, it's just like they get snow channel. Just I shut up. They
there it
get
is.
snow channel. Yeah, like no, I can't stand. In LA, you get it a lot. What do you
Yep.
do? No.
Talking my ish. What's the deal? It's
Hey
crazy. I
y'all.
No, I
seen
mean,
you.
what
I
you're
seen you in a
supposed to
few
say when
lives.
you meet somebody.
You
You
see
just
me in
gotta
a few
say some
lines.
kind of like social bullshit when you first meet somebody. See,
Hmm.
that's why I'm not good with people in person. I'm just like, social, nah, weather, nah. What do
Well,
you
you get
say?
to know what people at. You know, I
Nah,
mean, it's just like
I
me
don't do that.
coming. This is my first
I'm so
time in this.
opposite. I love meeting people in real life. It's so fun.
Yeah,
But
like,
I got in here just because I thought that first question was intriguing. The what percentage of your race ethnicity, you know?
Mm-hmm.
hmm
And I was gonna say from the perspective of like, um, well, I don't know if you guys already brought it up. I just got in here a few
hold
minutes
on, go
ago.
ahead, make it happen.
But
You good?
I
Talk
was
your
gonna say
ish.
I mean yeah, I mean yeah. Like I was saying like it was that was brought about because of you know slavery and things like that. I feel like when it came to like what percentage of you like how you were mixed with this or how much of this you had in you or how much of that you had in you, like those started being counted. I think after like I mean it probably was counted before, I don't know that, but like I think that mainly started during slavery just to separate the people and things like that because you really are what you are at the end of the day. It doesn't matter like
Exactly.
what percentage of native, Asian, you're whatever you got in you, that's just who you are. You
There
know what I'm
you go.
saying? And you look how you look. That's just it.
I
So
feel
I
like
Mm-hmm.
feel
if
like
you
that's
coming
all
from,
part of white
I,
supremacy.
f- I feel
And
like if
that's
you
my
coming from a spiritual sense, I mean, because I don't like getting into that much, but I feel like spiritual sense, you truly start to know who you are. You just feel the oneness of everything. So a lot of the labels,
right.
to me, stop mattering. Just stop mattering. Yep,
There we go.
we gonna still run into these.
Yeah, they don't matter.
We still
They
gonna
don't
run
matter
into.
at all. It's like
Yeah, go ahead, go
I
ahead.
I say all you know how like there's a lot of there's like been an issue. I don't know if y'all seen it with xenophobia on TikTok where people will be like, oh like I'm not like a black American. I'm Jamaican or like
Mm-hmm.
I'm Haitian. You know, trying to separate themselves, but like, bro, we're literally all black. Like
Dog, that's what I be
y'all was
right.
y'all were
Mm.
slaves too. Like y'all were slaves too. Y'all were brought over from the motherland as well. You guys aren't native to that country. That's where you guys were brought.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I mean, if you know, but if you get into it all technically and spiritually, it's a whole nother subject. But like, just off
It
that
is.
basis, like, yeah. But off that basis alone, it's just like, bro, we're all literally the same color. It does
Exactly.
not
Mm-hmm.
matter. It does not matter.
I'm glad somebody
Well, I
said it.
guess I don't get it. I don't get into the. I remember some dude. It was funny. He had a daisiki on too. He's like, "Hey, bro, where you from?" And I'm like, "I'm from Chicago." He's like, "No, you're not. They done stole you." I was like, "Dude, what I remember Chicago Stateway Projects to be exact, ninth floor, apartment 911. You know, and my whole thing was like, dude, I don't remember any of that. And it was almost as if, dude, you're not allowing me to live. You want me to connect to this. Yes, I can connect to it, and yes, I know the stories behind it. But my stories is from my great grandma. It's not from no school. And the
Thank
stuff
you.
she told me,
Somebody said it.
Yes.
the
Oh my
stuff
God.
that she,
Listen,
Somebody said it.
hmm,
and then I'm gonna tell y'all again from this perspective.
I'm
Because
from
I,
out this
I
though.
am from
I gotta
Africa,
add him
whatever.
again.
I am, I am from Africa, whatever. But like
hmm,
when you just said that, it just brought something in my mind. It's like when people try to push on like because African Americans, yes, they did come through slavery, like they came from somewhere in Western Africa or East, wherever they came from in Africa, they were brought over here to this land. But I feel like people oftentimes try to be like, stop saying you're like a black American, you're this, you're that. No, like, bro,
hmm,
they're black Americans. That's their heritage. They
hmm,
made this culture. They have a whole different culture than what we got over
hmm.
in
Well, we're
other
not
lands. You
even
like don't try to take away from what they got. Don't try to reinvent it or
exactly.
try to turn it around. Like they got their history. Like there's a lot of history behind this. A lot of history behind
We're not
jazz,
even.
hip hop, literally
Yeah.
the food we eat, everything.
Hmm.
Like we wouldn't even
We're
have
not.
fried chicken. Nobody
We're
would
not
eat fried
even.
chicken if it wasn't
Oh,
for
well,
what we
fried
went
chicken
through.
is the bomb.
Fried
We're not
chicken,
even.
chitlins, fried ribs, all that good stuff. Like you wouldn't have none of that if it wasn't for the history that y'all went through. So I'm like, I hate when people try to negate that by trying to say like,
Hmm.
oh, but they're all
And
African like us. Like, yeah, they're African, but
but
they was
we're
not
not
raised there.
even. This is the deep part. Okay. Okay. African American. That term came out in 1980, 83, 83. Thriller was on top of the charts. Just think about that.
Yeah,
What
when
did
they
they
tried to
call?
have some decorum, a little
Yeah.
decorum.
And then what they call us before all of that, right? Now my question
Yeah,
is, why do our names got to change? Now my great grandma wouldn't let us call ourselves African American. Why? Because she said we were natives. Like my mom name. My mom name is Jocatheria. Listen to that name, right? That's a native name. So a lot of them are
yes,
natives, right? And my great grandma, I never heard story. Only story I heard her talk about is coming from down south. We don't have any fables of anybody coming from Africa. I think it would have passed down to us if those. When I was in Russia, I met this guy from Africa. And he said he didn't know a lot of the stories. I was like, wait, what? They didn't know any of the slave stories. I was like, interesting. They didn't know any of that. And I was just like, wow, how come we getting all of this? So I mean, this is just me. I feel like a lot of it was made up and pushed on us. And we learn it all where? We learn it all in schools. When we go
absolutely.
to
Because
school, that's when we get it.
and you hit it
Hey
on the head
yo,
because you know how you just said you learned it from your great
Great
grandma,
grandma.
your grandma,
Hmm.
great grandma, right?
She was a
And
beautiful
like
lady
before
too.
that, yeah, but before that, that story should have got passed down. Like y'all should know all them stories from beforehand. But when did they
Hmm.
start allowing us to even speak to each other in English? When did they teach us like? When did they start reading us like letting us read books? When they first taught us how to read the Bible.
Well, I feel
That's
like
when they
that.
taught the black man to read, and that's when we could start telling people. That's when I feel like we could communicate. Because if you steal a bunch of people from a bunch of different tribes and put them all in one place, you think they all gonna be knowing how to communicate?
Well, I
They're
feel
gonna
like
communicate different
I.
ways, like symbols and all that type of stuff. And
True.
that's why, like, you know how like when when black people laugh, we all like spread apart laughing, or we start running around laughing,
Right.
or hitting stuff when we laughing. And, just to like
Exactly.
get because you couldn't
hey
laugh in
yo.
front of pasta, you had to be quiet and stuff. Like all of it leads back to slavery. So I'm like, how many other like actions or nonverbal things did um black slaves have back in the day that we don't have anymore because it got whooped out of us or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. That's just not
Hold
even
up,
from
what's going
slave.
on, Kev?
It's not even just from slave. It's also from society. Like think back in the day, like you had to walk across the street. Of all of those things, it comes from all of that. I feel
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
I feel like the black people then were prisoner of war. It's hard for me to. Okay, when I went to Russia, right, it took 14 hours on the plane. Right, Africa is south of Russia, so if I would have took, I don't know, probably a little longer to get there to Africa. And the thought came to my head. So I'm just like, so wait a minute. They got all these people on the ship at the mercy of the wind. And then you
Hmm.
got like on the sea, right? So my thing is like, so they killed everybody on this land. I mean, unalive everybody on this land. Sorry about that. Unalive everybody on this land, right? and went to a whole nother country and picked up some people to bring them back here. I find that hard to believe, and this is why, because I'm like, no, I feel like they fought here and the people here became prisoner of war. That's what I feel like it was,
Wait,
because it
do you
just
mean
didn't make
Yes,
sense.
yeah, that
do you
stuff
mean
is.
in,
I
you
feel
mean
you.
in, you mean in Africa or do you mean in Europe?
Here,
Oh, in America.
America,
Here.
Like the natives or like are you
the
saying like black
natives,
natives?
the natives, because a lot of natives here were dark skinned,
Yes.
are dark skinned. I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
think about why our names changed so much. Why do our names? First, it was Afro American, right? Negro. What else? Creole. They called us. Then the last one that stuck was African American. That's the
But we
last
we were originally called Aboriginals, which meant black. It used to mean black.
Aboriginals.
Yeah, we were called Aboriginals, which mean
Yeah.
black. But now that means the Native American. I'm just saying, look at
And
that.
if you met my great
Hey,
grandma,
hold
she
on
looked
real
like a
quick.
native.
I mean, hold on for a second, y'all. I need all y'all, well, real quick, just to add me real quick, right? I'm about to
Oh, did I?
reset this live because I be saving my lives and stuff. I put them on my YouTube and stuff. I want to just say this because it's been a little minute. I'm gonna cut
It's
it and then
long
I'm
because
gonna
you went to
bring it back
sleep,
up.
remember? You
Right.
went to sleep. You
So
was like 5
I'm
Got
o'clock.
gonna
you.
I'm gonna refresh real quick and like it's gonna take about 2 seconds anyways. I'm just gonna shut it off and come back on
I
real
just
quick.
followed you. Hopefully
All
you
right,
know what
for sure.
happened.
Just
Yep.
come
All
back,
right.
come
Do your
right
thing.
back, y'all. I got you. And whoever that's in, I'm gonna give y'all a chance. I think it's some
Wait a
people
minute,
that
I'm
just came in
coming.
here too.
Yeah, because this, I'm coming back. Hold on, let me.
Oh, he's okay. He's I gotta tell, but I like what you're saying so far. I think,
Right, because I
man,
like
no,
this
I
too.
think I'd have added you about 14 times, and in my mind I did, even though I know I added you already. But I was doing the same
Okay.
thing to AJ because y'all be talking for sure. I like
Okay,
that,
I'll
man.
be
You know the
back.
same lot of points I be saying and stuff.
Dude, it makes more sense, don't it?
Right,
Wait a minute, sign up because we're gonna get started again, and you gonna
right. All right, I
let's
forgot.
go.
Right,
Okay.
but all right, I got you. Hold up. I'm at. Hey, there's some more people come here. Hey, y'all, follow me, follow me, follow me. If y'all not, I'm about to reset. So, a second. I'm